X and my name is not. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me right now. Watch your things now. Show you how.
Hello everyone, how are you all doing today? Hello there, Darsoul Saber, how you doing? Coin Dog, what's up? Geeky Lesbian, good to see you. Megamania, how are you? Hello guys, Panic Stasis, how are you? Nioplian, hello, how are you? Socialist Vocalist, what's up? Heavy Gretel, how you doing? 8-Bit BF, good to see you. Crate Maker, love seeing you here. Turbo, love seeing you here as well. Coolio, Saru, Full Metal Socialist, love seeing you around. Summer Star, what's up? In a Pickle, how you doing? Icky, haven't seen you here in a while, good to see you. Hello. Alnoms, that is a misspelling of almonds. I like that name. Can I just call you Almonds, though? Because, I don't know, it just sounds wrong to pronounce almonds wrong. And almonds is one of those words that's so easy to mispronounce, and people will, like, chuckle to themselves if you do. And I feel like getting used to saying damn rude. Wait, is it not? I'm sorry. I am the rudest streamer. I'm actually not. I'm one of the nicest streamers, okay? Have you ever watched other streamers before? They bully the fuck out of their audiences. It's not even a joke either. Like, I watch streamers that will legitimately ban viewers that piss them off if they're not subbed, as in, like, having given them money. And I'm like, fuck, I don't know if I could do that. I mean, I feel like that would be giving way too much ammo to people that hate me if I just start banning people who refuse to sub. Like, Jesus Christ. But I've seen YouTubers or streamers specifically who do that. You should bully us more with niceness. You know, I really should. Actually, I should be meaner to you guys. It's just not in my heart. I don't know what to say, guys. Hey, everybody. Oh, my lord. Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you for the 7 tier 1 gifted subs. Jesus Christ, it's a decent amount of money right there. Is that were those 1 month each, or was those 3 months each? I assume it was 1 month, because what would that be, like $55? No, it'd be 60. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. No, 35. Sorry, my bad. I'm bad at math. Never ever listen to me when it comes to math. Thank you, Midnight Kitty Boy. I really appreciate that. It's extremely kind of you. $35 is still a lot of money, even if it's less than like 55. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Somniostatic, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Jesus Christ, welcome to having the gold name. Oh, Hypers in chat, if you've noticed, I changed the colors of all of the sub-tier names. I made the blue a nicer blue. I made the red a deeper, more bloody red. I made the purple the purpliest purple I could possibly purple. And, yeah, it's pretty... And the gold is, like, the goldest gold I could get. Yeah, I wanted to use a lean purple, but lean's pinker than it is purple. And it looked like it was pink to make it, like, lean colored. I don't know why, but I imagined like lean, and any lean I'd ever seen. I've seen lean in real life. I've never tried it, and I never will. I will never try lean. Do not try lean. Don't ever fucking try lean. I've heard what it's like. It doesn't sound like it's fun. It seems like it's more of one of those like turn you into a fucking zombie kind of highs than like you're seeing cool shit. Or it's opioids. Yeah, you're doing, it's painkillers that you put in it, right? I don't know how it's made exactly, but everything I've heard about what it's like sounds fucking awful. Mr. Beard responded to you too. Oh yeah, Mr. Beard's pretty cool. Look, I think yeah, somebody sent me a clip saying that Mr. Beard was down to do a collab. Mr. Beard was in the chat the other day, and I've talked to them a fair amount, and yeah, they make pretty good content. I'm pretty glad they want to collab.
Have you thought about doing a collab with Xanderhal? Xanderhal reacted to my video on his stream yesterday, which was super nice. And yeah, I'd be down to go on his stream. Xanderhal's been super friendly to me, and I really.
Aww.
Have you thought about?
So fucking wholesome. This community is filled with like so much negativity and toxicity, and I don't think there's like any way to stop it really. But it is one of those really nice moments when like somebody that you like, because basically like when you're a content creator like this, you've got like technically 3. You've got like 3 potential groups of people that you can pull like friends from, right? That you could make friends with, right? You've got like your average everyday like normies that are out in the world, don't know anything about the internet, don't know anything about you, don't care that you're famous on the internet or mildly famous, whatever, right? There's always that group, right? Problem with making friends in that group as a YouTuber is you're making groups with people that can't, or you're making friends with people that can't relate to your job or your schedule or your lifestyle, most likely. Because we're talking about becoming friends with people who aren't YouTubers, aren't viewers of YouTube, just the random normies out in the world. And then you've got, like, viewers that you could become friends with. I could become friends with some of you guys. I typically don't pursue personal friendships with that many people I meet through my YouTube stuff. It happens, but it's usually not that common. I mean, considering the fact I've got nearly 70,000 subs, and I'm friends with, like, maybe 2 dozen people that I met, like, that were like fans of my content that I become friends with. I mean, like, it's not too common. Mostly because there is that parasocial aspect, and it's really jarring sometimes. Like, guys, I want to like try to get you guys to understand what this is like. Have you ever like talked to somebody who you've never met or spoken to before, but knows everything about you because they're a fan of your content? I'm not saying it's creepy, and it doesn't upset me or anything like that, but it is odd. And it's odd because that parasocial relationship makes like a real friendship hard sometimes. Not always, of course, but sometimes. And so when you're a YouTuber, most commonly, the group of people you're probably, maybe not best, but they're probably going to find the most relatable friends among are going to be other YouTubers. And you naturally discover other YouTubers usually by, stumbling across their videos. And so I stumbled across Mr. Beard's video, and I remember thinking, wow, cool left-wing content creator making some dope-ass content, very well edited and everything. And this has happened with me before, and I'll be like, oh, I'd love to become friends with this creator. And I'll like go to their Twitter, and sometimes I'll already be blocked. Oh, sorry, what, baby?
I showed you Mr. Beard, actually.
Wait, did you show me Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you did originally, yeah. Lonnie's actually one who showed me Mr. Beard's content initially. That is true. Thank you, Lonnie. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's true. Because it was the video on the turf that I covered. And they did the song at the end that was a banger. I imagine some of the problems, if they look up to you, that causes a problem of them mentally putting you on a pedestal, which makes getting close to you and seeing your flaws a lot more jarring and perspective shattering. Am I correct? Oh, God, I imagine that has to be true. Like, does it, though? I don't know, because, like, honestly, I think the biggest thing that, like, I don't really let on my stream would probably be, like, anger management issues. I don't have problems when it comes, like if you watch, like, that video of Johnny Depp in his kitchen, like, fucking throwing shit around and getting all pissed off, because I don't know what had happened, but I saw that video come out during the trial. Like, nothing like that necessarily, but, like, video games. I rage at video games. I do. And, it's partially because I'm mad, but it's mostly because I'm passionate about it, and the worst moments, like when you're really losing in a game and you're really angry and you're just like, oh, I'm sweating so bad, I'm so fucking mad, I'm so goddamn angry, like you're just like so angry, you're in a literal heated gamer moment, quite literally. Those moments make the moments where you beat the boss, or you beat those guys that have been sinking your ship in Sea of Thieves, or you get revenge on those guys who raided your base or killed you a bunch in Rust. Those moments where you come back from the lowest of the lowest depths in a game when things are going bad for you, that is why I play video games. I play video games for the disparity between the enraging moments where you lose a bunch and the triumphant moments where you finally, have things go your way. And yeah, it's always like the comeback is always the best story too. Like when you go from like getting your ass beat in a game to winning and pulling through, that right there is what makes me play video games. Hey, Zan, was wondering if you would be going over Old Man Landre's video on Mr. Girl. That was horrifying. David Henley, my friend, you don't even know. I already have the video open for us to watch later at the end of the stream. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I've been looking forward to it because I know next to nothing about Mr. Girl. And Old Man Landre is very good at that sort of researching people's history kind of thing, finding out what horrible, dirty secrets they're hiding on the internet. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited to see what the deal is, because I've seen enough of Mr. Girl to not particularly like him very much or want to support him. But I haven't seen enough of him to personally speak out against him or even like criticize anybody who platforms him or befriends him. Because admittedly, I will say, the accusation of pedophile is, on the internet, like, it's the go-to if you want to ruin someone's career, right? You call someone a pedophile. So it's, like, hard to know for sure when someone says insert internet person is a pedophile, but we're going to find out with our boy, what's his name? Mr. Girl, yeah. Old Man Landre is going to tell us. He has a song called I Am a Pedophile. That does not serve well for him. That does not help him in this situation. That song and that title does not help him, I will say. Thank you, though, Somniostatic. I really appreciate the tier 4. And, yeah, more like America abortion's illegal. True, yeah. Fuck America. Thank you for the tier 4 sub, though. That's very kind of you. That's a lot of money. Thank you. And a pickle, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate the $10, as I just want my color back. Listen, me too, okay? Look up Alex Haley on Google, and you'll see what I looked like back in the 1950s. That's a good joke. That's a joke I'm going to carry that joke, all right? That one's coming with me to 100,000 subs, okay? I don't care how many times that one gets me canceled. My real name, by the way, is Alex Haley, and if you... There's another Alex Haley that's quite famous as well. And yeah, it's led to some good memes. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Says Zan, you forget to react to 2 videos I donated from your last stream. One Piece 34, I did react to them, just not on stream. Unfortunately, you guys will have noticed that my stream schedule's been a little bit more sporadic lately, despite the fact my channel, like YouTube-wise, is doing better than it's ever done. Like my views, my sub growth, my income on ad revenue at least has been better than it's ever been. But I haven't really been streaming as much because I've been so busy with like a bunch of real life stuff. But yeah. Pig Puncher was when he made 2B2T content. I made a decent amount of 2B2T content under the name Xanderhal. Even recently I streamed on 2B2T a little bit. I've hopped on there a few times since. I've rebought my Prio queue. I don't really have... So I've thought about building a group of friends on 2B and like basing together. The problem is a variety of things with that. One is you have to make sure you have enough people in a group like that who are either like, you have to either have like a very dedicated group number or just a lot of people to make up for it. I learned this lesson pretty hard with the Rust wipe. I invited a bunch of people to play Rust, and we managed to get like 20 people on at once at one point, like on the first day. And you know, I'm in there, we're all in there. We are just building a fucking fortress of a base. We're going off. But then like a day later, like half, if not more of the people that were like on for 10 hours the day before, you know, the next day, none of them are there, you know? And it's like, we're down to an average of 5, maybe 8 at most people on, which sounds good. But when we built like a fortress on the ocean that needed like, 5,000 metal frags and like 8,000 wood and like 1,000 stone just to last 6 hours without like decaying, we had to stop the wipe. We had to quit it, and I had to completely call it off, which sucked because we were having a lot of fun doing that. But there just wasn't enough. Like if there was enough people in there who were Rust players, then it would never have been a problem because there'd just always be people online. And then alternatively, if I had an audience of Rust obsessed crazies, then I could have like 10 people in there and they'd always be online and it wouldn't be an issue. But yeah, so I guess in the meantime, I'm stuck with this issue of I either need to grow an audience with more Rust fans in it, which is gonna be hard, or just generally accumulate more of an audience that plays video games to get in there. Weekdays are tough. Oh yeah, of course, but yeah. We just didn't have enough people to do what we wanted to do, so I canceled the Rust wipe. I'll do it again, though, eventually. Maybe even, like, the next wipe, which should be soon, I think. I don't know. Maybe the next wipe, because we still don't have enough people. Anyway, David Henley, thanks for the Tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Let me check how many months that was really fast. You guys don't need to bother telling me how many months the subs were. I can just type it into... I can just type it into the site. Let's see. May, June. Okay, 1 monther. Thank you for the Tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. Puts it at $95 in the dono goal. Here, let me message my girlfriend really quick. There we go. I had to message Lonnie. I ran out of weed and nicotine. Is that legal TOS? Crate Maker, what do you mean? What is legal TOS? Watch the entire Animal Farm movie on YouTube? Oh, I can't do that. Maybe I can, actually. Wait, when was the movie made? Maybe it's public domain now. I think it would be public domain by now, right? Animal Farm? Animal Farm, like, if it's... I'm almost certain it would be.
The misery.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it is. If it's all on YouTube here in this form, I guess. It was in the 70s. 70s isn't far enough back for a movie to be public domain, is it? Aren't movies from like the 50s and 60s just now becoming public domain? I know I could watch the original Night of the Living Dead on stream if I wanted to, because that's public domain. We could do that. I could legitimately just do a full on-stream reaction to the original Night of the Living Dead. It's completely public domain. It's legal. It's not public domain, just checked. Okay, so Animal Farm is not public domain. Then I would get copyrighted to fuck for that. I would be screwed if I did that. However, I do know that Night of the Living Dead, the original, is in fact. What?
I can't get weed.
Oh, I forgot because the oh yeah, damn it. All right, thanks, babe. I just forgot Lonnie's ID expired. She's got to get a new one, so I'd have to go with her to pick up any weed, and I'm streaming, so no weed for me. Damn it. Nothing is public domain because Disney is a fuckwad. There is stuff that's public domain, but Disney does have a tendency, especially with Mickey Mouse, I know they've been fighting to keep Mickey Mouse from becoming public domain for a very long time. Yeah, Wizard of Oz, the original movie, I believe is public domain. Hold on, let's see. Let me look it up. Famous movies that are now public domain. I'm actually curious about this shit now. There's got to be like a list, right? So Night of the Living... George Romero's Night of the Living Dead is obviously one of them. What else? Maniac is public domain. Not a lot of these movies look very appealing to me, I'm going to be honest. God, that's going to be the future of the Twitch live stream reaction meta, okay? It's not going to, like, eventually Twitch is going to cut down. They're going to crack down on the copyright on streamers that watch, like, copyrighted stuff on their streams. And they're going to, like, right now a lot of Twitch streamers are moving to YouTube. And YouTube will not allow you to come even close to playing as much copyrighted content as Twitch does. Like, Twitch streamers can essentially just kind of get away with broadcasting live stream content so long as a human at Twitch themselves doesn't, like, go after you for it. YouTube has set up a robust automated system of bots that, like, as soon as it detects similar enough content, you're gone. They'll shut your stream down. YouTube literally shuts my streams down for reacting to news stories, and I have to stop reacting to it on stream and stop it for YouTube to put my stream back up. So eventually YouTube's gonna adapt something, or sorry, Twitch will adapt something like that. Google's AI is really good. Yeah, that's the thing, because Twitch's infrastructure, from my understanding, is better than YouTube's. It's just YouTube's got, like Google specifically, parts of its AI and its infrastructure and its algorithm and everything are better. Yeah, I don't know. The 1954 animated Animal Farm should be public domain. Please yell at Xanderhal. Oh, no, people in chat were saying it's not public domain, but if it's a 1954 animated version, then it's probably fine. The one that you sent me is probably fine. One Piece 34, thanks for the $5. Zan, is it okay if you can read this to react to this with chat? It's 54 seconds long, and it's pretty funny. Let me check it out. That is so fucking loud. Jesus Christ. Oh my lord. I found your ID. Well, she can't use my ID. She has my ID. She just can't use my ID. Her ID expired. She's got to go get a new one, and I have to go to the dispensary after stream myself, or with her driving me so I can use my ID to get in and buy my weed. It is really, really, really a big pain in the ass. I mean, I guess you want to get carded for weed purchases just like you would be for alcohol, but God, does it just kind of fucking suck sometimes, you know? Like, for me, I guess I get it, because me and Lonnie look pretty young, I guess, so. And I'm 22, so I guess I could pass for 20, I think. Do you guys think I could pass for 20? React video, please, Zan. I'm allowed to talk on my own stream, goddammit. Oh my god, it's Sonichu.
It's Sonic! I'm sorry. Really? Look, go easy on me. I'll turn over a new leaf, I swear! Just give me a chance.
My squeaky gaming chair.
I'm sorry, what?
My gaming chair won't stop squeaking. You see? keeps on squeaking every time I bend.
Yes, I get the picture.
My
Stop
gaming chair
squeaking.
squeaks
It's
too.
almost as depressing as an office chair.
You've destroyed half of my fleet. What do you want from me?
Just looking for someone to fix my gaming chair.
Wait, so you destroyed all of this for your gaming chair?
You mean this? My gaming chair?
Yes, your gaming chair.
Did you know it has a problem? It keeps on squeaking.
Enough with the squeaks. I'll fix it.
The chair?
Yes,
And the squeaks?
precisely.
Just gotta give you a fair warning before you fix it. Kinda got a little bit of an annoying squeak.
All right, it's the electric chair.
Okay. Okay. I feel like Dr. Eggman could fix a squeaky gaming chair, though. Isn't he like a genius? I mean, he built a dick laser. I think he could fix a squeaky gaming chair. Here, let's see how squeaky my gaming chair is. How do we figure that out? What's the squeakiest thing I can do to this gaming? The worst part of this gaming chair is that this is what happens to the armrest. Let me show you.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
This is where the armrest goes, and it's just it really just is falling apart. I've got very little arm support with this thing, as you can imagine, and this one's not much better. Both of these are basically just kind of falling apart. This doesn't really provide me any back support anymore. It just falls back every time I lean into it, so I'm always using my lower back to hold myself up. I can't lean back in this chair. It's pretty miserable. I do need a new chair, but I am very broke and very poor. When did he build a dick laser? Well, someone's not as big of a Sonic fan as me. Xanderhal, have you seen the assassination of Gerald Robotnik? That shit was crazy tragic. I actually watched a video of someone dying today. I think his name was like, oh fuck, he was a flat earther daredevil. And I watched a documentary video about Flat Earth today, and he like showed a few seconds of the guy dying, but like not the full video. So I went and I looked up the full video on YouTube. You can't see him, like it's not like brutal or anything, but he was a flat earther who had grifted a bunch of people into raising him like $8,000 to build a homemade hydrogen-fueled rocket, was my understanding of it. And his goal was to essentially prove the Earth is flat by going up what he thought would be high enough to see the curvature of the Earth if in his mind it did exist. But of course, he wasn't even going up high enough anyway. Anyway, last year, or the year before last year, I don't remember exactly, on another one of his homemade rocket expeditions to prove the Earth is flat, he launches himself out of the rocket, and immediately, basically the way this rocket works is it launches you way up into the air, way above the clouds and everything, and then deploys a parachute to let you just to float down slowly to the surface. Only there was no backup parachute, and the rocket takes off in this video, and before it's even 10 feet off the ground, the parachute deploys, rips off, and then for the next 3 minutes, that guy got to just await his oncoming death. As he goes up into the sky, then drops back down to his death. And the video is him going up, about 10 feet off the ground, the parachute rips off, and then him going way up for about 3 minutes, and then falling to his death. He was probably a mist when they opened up that thing. Again, how many times have you talked about people dying on stream? He was a flat earther, come on. Listen, okay, if somebody dies in their homemade rocket, they scammed 8,000 people out of $8,000 out of a bunch of people to make, and they're trying to prove the Earth is flat. And this was his third flight. This was his third attempted flight. He had raised money to make these homemade rockets to prove the Earth is flat 3 times. The first time, it didn't take off, and they forgot the parachute. They didn't find out they'd forgotten the parachute until they did a check on it and trying to figure out why it wouldn't take off. They realized, oh, we're about to take off and we forgot the parachute. So that was the first launch. Okay, average Kerbal Space Program player. Yeah, he played too much Kerbal Space Program. So first, he and his team of flat earthers forgot to attach the parachute. Then they launched and flew and had a successful landing. Only he went up like he went like 10,000 feet lower than he needed to be to see the curvature of the Earth, even by his standards. So it was like he then did the third flight to prove the Earth is flat, and that's where he died. and that thing just fucking hits the ground. Did you see him hit the ground? Yeah, I saw the rocket hit the ground. He didn't have a parachute on. He died in the rocket. But I mean, they didn't show a video of it being opened or anything. I would have loved to see a video of the thing getting opened. I would have loved to see what that looks like. Okay, but no, I didn't. They didn't show that. Probably out of respect for his family or some shit like that. Pretty cringe, am I right, chat? Flat Earther, ironically, now flat and in Earth. Listen, okay, it's not every day that you get to see what the results of the Soviet experiments to send, like, those dogs and shit into space for the first ever space expeditions. Like, it's not often you get to see what the results of those experiments look like, okay? And done on a human? Yeah, you get to see a human-sized Laika puddle. Okay? Laika? What was the dog's name? I feel so bad for laughing. I'm very funny today. Flat Earthers unite. Yeah, the funniest thing, too, is that Flat Earthers don't believe gravity is real. They believe that upward movement at a very fast speed is what causes the illusion of gravity, as they call it. So, what an ironic death for a group of people that literally claim gravity does not exist. For a group of, because they can't. Gravity can't exist in their model, because gravity is the pull of force from a high mass object. A flat disk would, if gravity existed, crumble into a flat ball, or not into a ball. A flat disk in space wouldn't exist, like at the size of the Earth, and what would need to be couldn't exist because of gravity. And 2, gravity can only even exist and be put off by, in the way that we know it to, a globe, a spheroid. And with a large mass, and a surface for us to stand on. So it is very funny, okay? It is very funny that he had a gravity-related death when he didn't believe it was real. Or at the very least, what seemed more likely was he was a grifter who wasn't actually a flat earther, because he had been a daredevil for decades prior to this, and had very little success or ability to raise money for his daredevil career until he claimed to be a flat earther and started raising money to build homemade rockets to prove the Earth is flat. He could have been better off trying to find the edge of the Earth. I mean, hey, at least if you go south or north enough, you'll eventually find a wall of ice. Did he prove it? Yeah, did he prove it? I want to know. I need to know. Did he prove it? Did it work? Well, he proved gravity was real. I'd say he did that. I do love the fact that a flat earther died proving the Earth was round, essentially. Like, his death proves the round Earth. Yeah, like, the reason he fell to the ground was because of gravity, which is what killed him, which is only produced by big, masses of matter in space. It's pretty funny. Well, I mean, everything has gravity. You have gravity, by the way. Very little amount of it, but even here on Earth, your mass has a gravitational pull of its own. Regardless of how small, skinny, and light you are, you have some tiny level of a gravitational pull, because you have a center of mass, and your gravitational pull is at your center of mass, which I believe for humans, our center of mass is here, right? This is our center of mass right here in humans. I know for like cats or something, it's like their front legs is their center of mass or something, but it's on the balls. Oh, your center of mass is lower? Okay. Yeah. Did you just call the chat fat? I mean, I'm calling myself fat, too. I'm calling every object in existence that has mass fat, essentially, because it has gravity. It has a gravitational pull. Anything in the universe that has mass has some gravitational pull. Just how it works. It's pretty cool. It's okay, chat. You're all your ideal body types, whether you like it or not. All right. Full Metal Socialist, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Says, have you seen this guy's videos? Some of the best Sonic content out there. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, Full Metal Socialist. Is this really Sonic content?
The only way to save your future is to kill Sonic.
True.
I don't believe you. Prove it.
Shit, okay. Check this out.
Hey guys, I'm evil. I see it.
Now, I know it may be difficult to believe with such little evidence, but if you'll
You're
allow
right.
me to
I
explain
have to kill
why
him.
Wait, what?
Just tell me what to do.
That's all it took? A Photoshop of Sonic on fire?
What's Photoshop?
Anyway, so you trust me,
With my life.
even though I'm acting like super evil.
Well, you did have really convincing evidence.
And if I say something is a good idea, no matter how ridiculous it seems,
Then it's a good idea. I'm 100% on board with whatever you say.
I see. Well, in that case, have you ever heard of NFT?
Okay, dude. That was a good. Okay. Oh. Okay. That was good. That was pretty fucking good. That got me nice and hard. Thank you. I appreciate that. Funny videos give me a boner. It's true. Happens every time. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, Full Metal Socialist. I appreciate it. It's not true, unfortunately. But if it was, then it'd be really funny, wouldn't it? Thank you, Full Metal Socialist. I'm very, very hot right now. I'm like dripping with sweat right now. I got the drip. I got the drip. Demon Lord Zodoki, thank you for the tier 1 sub, says, if we meet aliens, which do you think will happen first? The interspecies porn or the interplanetary war? Okay. I'm assuming you mean, like, if this happened tomorrow. If we found out tomorrow there are intelligent aliens, and they're like, let's say this. We discover there are intelligent aliens. We make contact with them. Okay? The problem is, it's going to take them 10 months to get here. But they've sent a video of themselves to us, and I don't know, they've got some technology that lets them speak whatever language they need to be able to speak. They scanned all of our earthly languages and figured it out. And so they send us a message, and they're like, hey, listen, we're all cool, we're friendly, it's all good. We're not going to be able to get to you guys in 10 months, though. I know we're aliens and all that, but technology, you know, like the universe has its limits. We haven't made an Alcubierre drive just yet, so it's going to take us a while to get to you, all right? If that happened, one, we would not be capable of waging an interplanetary or galactic war, okay? Not possible. We wouldn't be capable of it. If they wanted to kill us, they'd kill us. Highly unlikely they'd want to kill us. I don't think if aliens discovered us, they would in any way consider destroying us. Using us as labor or food is stupid if we're talking about a species that can travel across massive distances of space. By that point, they should be able to make anything. Literally anything. We're not threatening enough to be dangerous to them. We'd probably be, to them, it really depends on if they've discovered other life yet. And, like, already. If we're, like, the 50,000th new inhabited planet they've discovered, we'd probably just end up being, like, another backwater nothing planet. They just come visit, say hello, maybe put some research stations down on and say, we're gonna, like, monitor your civilization and stuff for scientific purposes. Is that all good? We got, like, that'd probably be what they'd do. Like, we don't, like, let's be real here. When we as humans discover a new island, we don't necessarily immediately go there, kill everything there, and, like, leave or whatever, right? Like, even at our current level, like, there are activists and scientists and people who fight to, like, preserve environments and make, like, national parks and stuff like that. Even here on Earth, among humans, we do that, okay? If you don't think super highly advanced, woke as fuck, futuristic aliens aren't going to have, like, moral standards when it comes to ending life on other planets, I don't know. North Sentinel Island still fights back. I mean, and they probably should, based on the amount of people that have come to fuck with them in the past. But, I mean, I'm not saying that what I'm describing here isn't a thing that happens. Colonialism is real. But despite the fact that humans engage in colonialism, even going back very far, especially today, there are humans who are conservationists, who fight to preserve environments and peoples and communities and cultures and stuff across the planet they don't even know about. I'm very, very sure that in an extremely enlightened, advanced alien society, they would have some moral quandaries with coming here and pulling a Mars attacks, you know? Whatever you want to, call it. I don't know. That's my theory. Oh, yeah, and I think that if we had that message come in, and we knew that we had like 10 months until the aliens get here, the first thing that would happen on Twitter, the first thing that would happen with humanity would be on Twitter. The news would spread across Twitter so fast. And the first thing that would start to happen would be the memes. And the memes would be about fucking the aliens. Okay? And then you'd immediately be able to go, within about 3 hours maybe, probably less, you would be able to go on like Rule 34 or just about any porn site and find drawn porn of a human fucking these aliens. And like an I don't know, artistic representation of what these aliens seem to look like. There would be porn of these aliens within hours once we discover they exist. If we discover that microbial life exists on Mars, there would be a Rule 34 artist making art of those microbial life forms on Mars fucking, okay? That would exist. I've seen Rule 34 images that is like America fucking Canada. And I mean, it's the physical countries, as in like the shape of the country. And it's like Florida is fucking that big, like, what's that area in Canada that like where it goes in, like there's a lot of water that kind of goes inland a bit, like fucking that Canada hole that they have, their Canussi. I've seen that. The Great Lakes. The Great Lakes are a fair amount of them in America. Hudson Bay? No. Aliens might have the same mindset, Zan. What if they come here and they just want to fuck? Like they're literally, the aliens have just come here and they just want to see how many, they're just here to fuck. They're just here to fuck. I'd be down. I'd fuck an alien. It depends, okay? If they're bug aliens, then we're gonna have to call the line on that. If they look like Gamora from like Guardians of the Galaxy or something, I mean, that just goes without saying. It's basically just a green human. How alien do they have to be before you're like, I'm really just doing it just to say that I have now. Like how Hey, Actual T, how alien looking do they have to be before you're just fucking them to say that you fucked them? You're not at all aroused. You're imagining a human woman while you're fucking them, or a human guy, whatever you're into. Like, how alien would they have to look? I feel like, what's the blue bitch's name from what's those game? What are those games called? The one with the fuck, BioShock. No, not BioShock. Fuck. Similar. Liara, I think it is, from Mass Effect. Yes, Mass Effect was what I was thinking of. Yeah. Like, she's on the edge of it, right? She's on, like, the edge of the almost in the territory of, like, alien enough that you're starting to get into the not just a blue or, like, randomly colored human, right? Yeah, she's got, like, tentacle hair. But I think once you start incorporating more weird alien features, that's when we're getting to the point where I'm like, I'm not racist or anything, but I don't know if I'm down to fuck. Or at the very least, I'm imagining someone else while doing it. What is this fucking stun lock? What do you guys get me stuck in? How do I have 353 viewers watching me talk about fucking aliens right now? You guys are fucking weird. I didn't start this conversation. This was you guys. This was all you. This was all you. All you. I didn't push this conversation forward. I'd fuck elites from Halo. If elites from Halo had titties and pussy, would you fuck them, chat? Would that be too alien for you? I think that'd be too alien for me. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even think if you gave, like, a Xanderhal triple D tits and just the tightest and moistest vagina of all the fucking Xanderhal, even then for starters, I'm pretty sure a female Xanderhal is still probably 12 feet tall. So I'm going to look like a manlet standing next to this thing, okay? For starters, all right? It's going to be like, you know that one, like, really, really skinny, short, blonde porn actress girl who was in the meme? She's, like, in the where it's her and the black guys behind her on the couch. That one girl? I'd look like that girl standing with some, like, giant dude, okay? Only the roles would be switched, okay? A Xanderhal would just be able to pick me up like I'm a baby, all right? Zan's a xenophobe confirmed. Yeah, wait, what do we end up calling the racism against the aliens? Because it'll happen. There will be racists against the aliens. There will be propaganda about the aliens being bad or whatever. What do we call them? Do we call it xenophobia? Or because there's already a thing to refer to that, do we maybe... I think that xenophobia... Literally xenophobia? Yeah, but like... We should make like... I think xenophobia as we use it now needs to be changed differently. Because when I think xeno, I think alien. And I feel like alien is... I think we've all agreed that alien is never a way we want to refer to like a person from another place. Like that's usually not what we woke people are on board with. Referring to like human beings from other places on Earth as aliens. It's something I've never seen as particularly good, you know? Homo sapien supremacy? I mean, alien just means different, but still, it's just weird how that word's been, I don't know, sort of broadened out. And a pickle, thank you for the 8 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, homie. Says, imagine not getting in the sub blast Wingo. Oh, damn, did Wingo not get gifted a sub from that? Jesus Christ. Right, so many random subs and Wingo didn't get a blue name. Cringe. That would just be, I'm bad at math. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah. Don't ask me why I don't remember my multiples of 8. All right. Oh my God, chat. I was so fucking bad at multiplication when I was a kid, okay? When I was a kid and I did math, multiplication was when math started to get scary for me, okay? And it was like... So, well, I know my multiples of 8, but I don't know why I didn't just, like, say my multiples of 8 there, because I play Minecraft. Minecraft taught me my multiples of 8. I always know 8, 16, 32, 64. You double that, and then you're going to get 128. I can't go any past 128, because you never go past that, really, as far as Minecraft's concerned. But, like... 256, and then it would be, wait, I do know, because Minecraft texture packs, 256, then 10, 24, and then it'd be 25 something, right? Hold on, wait. What was the Sphax one I'd always use? Sphax Pure BD Craft. I always used the most high quality Sphax version I could. It was 2048. What was the highest quality version of Sphax BD Craft I always used? There's Pure BD Craft. It's the highest version. Like the highest res version they let you get. Bruh? Vanilla BD Craft maybe has it. Wait, get on Marketplace? What? Holy shit! The BD Craft devs are in partnership with Mojang. You download the BD Craft texture pack off of Mojang's website now? You know what? Respect. That's actually really cool. Because the Mojang devs have outright said they don't support modding. And they've said they aren't going to be adding a modding API, and they aren't going to be adding any infrastructure to help modders because they don't support modding. Like, they specifically said, like, our concern is the normal vanilla game. We don't care what modders do. We are not going to make modding easier for them or less difficult because our concern is not modders or their ability to make mods, is more or less what they said. And that's why they literally did add modding API, though? No, they didn't. Not the modding API they promised. Not what they promised. The promise from Notch, like, 12 years ago, if I recall correctly. I'm sorry how long has it been that people have been complaining about the modding API? Yogscast mod API. When did they make that song making fun of the fact it's been so long since everyone's been asking for a modding API? Okay, here's a video from the Yogscast in 2013 asking where the modding API is for Minecraft. The promise the promise that had been made, essentially, was that literally a decade, people have been asking for it. Okay, it's been a meme to ask for it for over a decade, Cracky. That's how much people have wanted a Minecraft modding API. Basically, the idea was that you would be able to add mods, switch mods, deactivate mods, etc., through an API or some sort of interface, you know, either separate or built into the game, and you wouldn't have to do that bullshit where you download a bunch of fucking mods and then you go to the web and then you have to like open up the folders and put the files in the folders. The idea was that there would be a list of mods that would be like on the launcher or some shit, and you just click the mods and you'd click install and they'd install the mods you needed and you'd be able to go. Or you can just get Vortex from Nexus. The fact that Mojang still doesn't care enough to make that a base part of the game when Minecraft is the biggest game in the world, period, is a joke. I'm sorry. It really is. Like, the fact that Hytale hasn't even come out yet, and it has more people working on it than Minecraft does, should say a lot. Hopefully, Lonnie gets back with a nicotine vape, because I'm kind of out. Kid Notkin, thanks for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. I really appreciate that, homie. Very kind of you, my friend. We're going to be getting into the politics in just a moment, but first, we gotta read the donos. You know how it is. Thank you for the tier 1 subs, Demon Lord Zadoki, as well. Pufflecakes, thanks for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate it. Let me check how many months that was really fast, just to make sure that we are not under reporting the donation amount on the dono goal. Uh-oh. Oh, Pufflecakes, your name is so fucking weird. I have to just look up Puff. Wait, what? Why aren't you coming up? Did I mess up your name? Oh, there's no U. Ah. Oh my god, have I been reading your name as if there's a U there this whole time, Pufflecakes? Do I have fucking dyslexia? Major? Alright, 1 monther, thank you. Thank you for the tier 3 sub, Pufflecakes. I really appreciate that. That should be $20. Nice. Thank you very much. That's extremely generous of you. I really do appreciate it. Helps a lot more than you even realize. Negan Eyes, thank you for the $15. His new chair fund? Hell yeah. I think I'm going to follow Denim's advice, okay? Denim's recommended the giant lazy boy recliner chair meta, and I do think I could probably stream a pretty consistent 10 hours a day if I was just sitting in like a nest of a recliner chair. Of like a lazy boy. Nuts, you don't like denims? Why not? Heavy Gretel, thank you for the $5. Is about to get my taxes back, so here, have some chair money. Hell yeah, thank you for the $5. You're lucky, you get like money back on your taxes. I barely get anything back. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Zan, is it okay? Oh, I already watched that. Thank you for the $5, though. Did I accidentally donate? It seems like you did, Crate Maker. Did you not mean to donate? Seems like you donated $15 earlier, right? How did you accidentally donate? That's weird. Was that a glitch? I've never had somebody from my chat say, like, a donation went through and they don't remember donating. Oh, no. Crate Maker, you got a sub is what happened. I'm sorry, no. You got a sub. You got gifted a random sub. Basically, what people can do is they can gift random subs on the website of any tier that they like, and they just have to put in the amount of subs they want to gift, and those subs are randomly distributed to just random people that don't have subs in the chat. That way, like, if you're just like, hey, I want to give Xanderhal, say, for the sake of argument, $25. You want to give me $25, but instead of donating 25 straight dollars, a huge chair will make you look like a teenager. Listen, I would, if I'm comfortable enough through my entire, I could stream 24/7 if I'm comfortable enough, okay? That's the dream though, right? The dream is to reach a point where I'm like mentally and physically capable of doing those insane stream times. That's the dream. Like way more so than I dream or wish for more money, following, viewers, subs, whatever. I mostly wish for my skill at this to improve, because I feel like the popularity and the success just kind of comes with it. if I work hard enough at it. At least it has so far. Maybe I've just gotten lucky. But what I do a lot is I recognize that I have like certain shortcomings when it comes to my content, my live streaming, etc. And a lot of it is stuff like being entertaining in general on camera. A lot of people, you probably watch my stream or you watch any streamer and you think, wow, that's got to be easy. Just being on camera and constantly being entertaining, that's got to be pretty easy. It can't be that hard. It's actually kind of hard. Like low key, like I'm not saying it's like worse than having to work a normal job. I'm not saying it's like impossible or that any of you couldn't do it, but I do think that like a lot of you would be up for quite the surprise if you had to be like on a stream on camera entertaining a bunch of people, and like you can like gauge like how funny or entertaining you're being at any given moment based on the live viewer count, right? Like if the viewer count's dropping and you see it slowly dropping, you know you got to get more like hype, more entertaining, do something different. But like if it's going up, you got to keep doing what you're doing and try to maintain it. It's a surprisingly like experimental and emotionally and physically taxing process. Like I don't think you realize, but like people who believe that a little bit of your soul is taken by you being on camera, I kind of get it. Because like after every stream, just from being on camera and having to like, there's a lot of stuff that like you do without even realizing it on camera. You get tunnel vision. When you're looking at the camera, when you're paying attention to the chat, there could literally be a burglar breaking my room behind me. I wouldn't even fucking notice. Not unless it was on the camera screen I can see. Like if I couldn't see the screen, like see what's behind me just by looking at my computer screen, someone could literally be sneaking in behind me. I would not notice in my peripheral vision. You get mad tunnel vision when you're looking at a camera. Another one is like you're never, ever relaxed. Okay? When I'm on stream, there's never a point where all the muscles in my body are like relaxed. I'm just laying back and like relaxing. I'm always like, my back muscles are kind of tense because I'm keeping a good posture. I'm trying to like make sure that, I'm never like, there's also, here's another one. It's like, this is a really weird one. It's hard to explain, but like people will jab at you or judge you for the tiniest things. So you're constantly sort of making sure that you're like, okay, let me give an example, all right? You ever like out in public and you've got like a really bad nose itch or a sneeze or a cough or just something that you need to do, but like there's people around, you're like, it wouldn't make me look weird or anything if I did it, but like I'd rather just not do it in front of a bunch of people, like scratching your nose or whatever, because what if someone thinks I'm picking my nose and I'm just itching the side of my nose because it's itchy? What if I go to adjust my balls, but somebody thinks I'm jacking off? Just questions like that happen a lot. And you're always on the internet. Anybody can take one still frame of you from any piece of content and make it into a meme. There's just a lot of stuff you're constantly worrying about. Like you're always making sure that your face is you're always making a face that's at least somewhat flattering. You never want people to be like pausing on an ugly, dumb looking face of yours to use for thumbnails and like use for memes, because that is what's very common. The second you make a dumb face on the internet, that's what people are going to cut out now and use in every thumbnail of you when they make a negative video about you now. Just stuff like that you don't even think about as a viewer. You would never even think to consider as a viewer, just results in like every second you're on camera live streaming, it's like your energy is being sucked out of you. Like the very energy that's like you had when you woke up that day. Like you end stream feeling like you just ran a fucking marathon. It's nuts how physically exhausted I feel after a stream. Clipped and shipped, true. Vosh has a very memeable face. Yeah, part of I think a lot of Vosh's brand recognizability is in his look, right? He's a very distinct looking guy, you know? Even though there's like a stereotype of dudes that look like him, you know Vosh, if you've ever seen a picture of Vosh before, you know him instantly in another picture, right? Like his beard, the man bun, he doesn't even have the man bun anymore. But like even without that, like he's pretty recognizable. So yeah, it definitely plays a big part probably in his like his marketing side. But for me, the oh, thank you, babe. You got a monster too. You're so good. Thank you. Lonnie is amazing. Vosh neckbeard memes just look too good. Vosh isn't a neckbeard. Neckbeard's a very, like, misused term. I think technically I've got a neckbeard going on right now, maybe. Like, neckbeard, from my understanding, is supposed to be, like... Hold on, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Is a neckbeard a guy who only has a beard on their neck? Like, they've shaved everything down to, like, here, basically, and they just do the neck, chin, beard look? Or is it people who are too lazy to shave this little... I call it the throat cut line. Like, the area where I stop cutting... where I stop shaving on my neck is the area where, like, I see people in movies get their throat slit. Like, if they're... Like, in that episode of The Walking Dead, when they go to Terminus and they're all over the pig trough and the cannibals are holding their heads over the trough and then slitting their throats open with like, the hunting knives and letting their like, blood drain out. Like, that's the line. Like, right around here is where I cut... is where I start shaving. Like, right around where the neck ends and, like, the chin begins, basically. Neckbeard's more of an idea to me. You can be a neckbeard without a beard at all. Functionally, it is, yeah. Spoilers, bro. Do you know how old I was when that episode of The Walking Dead premiered, Quap? Can I tell you how old I was when that episode of The Walking Dead premiered? I was 14 years old. I was 14 years old when that episode of The Walking Dead premiered, and I am 22 now. You cannot shit on me for spoiling that episode. I'm sorry. You can't get on me for spoiling that episode of a TV show that I watched when I was 14 and I'm now 22. Come on. Zan, stop making me feel old. That's my favorite thing to do, okay? I want to do it. I think I did it during the... I want to start doing it in debates more often, okay? I'm going to start making my debate opponents feel old, okay? I need to find excuses to bring up, like, 9/11 and be like, oh, yeah, where were you on 9/11? And they'll be like, yeah, I was in school or at work, whatever. I'll be like, oh, yeah, me? I was 1. Or I was 2, actually. I was 2. Make them feel really old. Jesus Christ, this one was overfilled. God. Oh, my Lord. Say what you want about Monster Energy, but I guess they're not filling these cans up with air. Holy fuck. There was literally like a nanometer of, like, distance between... I opened the can and the can overflowed. It was just a few drops, though. I'll raise you one. I didn't exist during 9/11. Oh, my God. That's always the crazy shit. That's always the crazy shit. When you meet somebody who didn't exist, who's, like... It's not common that you meet somebody who's capable of speaking to you when you're 22... who wasn't alive when you were capable of speaking and being like a normal human being, right? Like, it's kind of rare for me because I'm so young, right? But yeah, fuck. I refuse to acknowledge anyone born before 2004 as a person. God, that's the crazy shit. Okay, chat. I'm sorry for the stun locks, okay? But I have to talk about this because it interests the fuck out of me. Something that interests me a lot is, like, getting really high. I like getting really, really, really high. Like, as high as I can get with my current tolerance. And then trying as hard as I can to remember before I was conceived. You can't. It's not possible. But to imagine what it's like for you pre your existence. And if you're high enough, you'll start to feel really goddamn weird, okay? You'll start to feel really weird, and you might have a panic attack. Damn, Zan likes to get high? Who would have known? I was born 2 weeks after 9/11? Jesus Christ. Guess it never happened. What the fuck, Zan? What? What'd I do, Exodus Prime? My favorite thing in the world is when I say something and then someone's response is, is when I go on a long rant about something and then someone responds angrily, but not specifically enough to have any clue what they're upset about. That's my favorite thing. Nothing, Lamau? Okay, I assume you're memeing. Crate Maker, thanks for the $5. I appreciate that. Thank you. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Says, also, this video is pretty funny too. What is this?
I knew I should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque. You spotlight hogging faker! Don't forget, this is a Sonic Adventure 2! Proud to be a member of the LGTV community. So anyone know why there's a fucking pyramid in San Francisco? Alone on a Friday night? God, you're pathetic. Woohoo! Now let's get homosexual!
True.
To much delight, the events that are currently transpiring are most agreeable. I'm just a guy who loves adventure. I'm Sonic Adventure 2. All we had to do was follow the damn train, Tails. I'm so mad.
Oh, God. Wait. That really makes me wish there was a scene in the new Sonic movie where they were following Eggman and Knuckles on a train, and Sonic says damn once in the movie, and it's just the scene where he says, all you had to do was follow the damn train, Nuttails. That would have been great. That would have been a great scene. The one damn that gets to be said in the movie. No, if they're gonna have a character in one of these movies say damn for the first time, it's gonna be Shadow. They're gonna have Shadow say damn in the next movie, you know it, right? And it's gonna be played off as like super cool and edgy. You know it's gonna happen, right? They have to. Because it's literally how they introduced him, isn't it? Like, his introduction was to be the super overly edgy, appealing to the 2000s kid edgelord, you know, demographic. That was the point of him. That's why they had him say damn. And they gave him a gun and had him kill people. Was to make Sonic more, like the Sonic franchise, have more appeal to like an older, more edgy audience, I guess. Shadow dropping the hard R. I mean, Shadow the Hedgehog is literally black. You can say it. And yellow. And a little bit of white. A little bit of red. Mostly black. His name's literally Shadow, okay?
Tails, I'm so mad. I'm gonna have sex with my girlfriend so I won't be so mad. Alcohol
Taste.
and yay, when you're drunk, you can't think straight.
True!
I'm tired.
True! That's the truest shit I've ever heard. Alcohol is gay, because when you're drunk, you can't think straight. Oh my fucking God. I've never heard a better quote in my fucking life. What the fuck is happening? We're watching Sonic videos because people are donating to me.
Tired, Tails. This life I've built for myself, it's all so tiresome.
Okay, where was this shit back during the Sonic Media Share era? Back when I was spending my whole stream watching nonstop Sonic Media Shares from you guys, where were these funny ass fucking videos? These videos existed. Well, this one didn't, but videos like them existed. This channel's new.
I made so many choices when I was young and foolish. I wish I could go back and do it all again.
Same! Fucking same, dude. I wish I could go back and do it all again. I have no fucking regrets.
Sonic. Well,
That was good. That was good. That person does a good impression. One Piece 34, thanks for the $5, though. I appreciate it, homie. And the Lone Grifter, thank you for the 2 Tier 1 gifted subs. I appreciate that as well, of course. Thank you very much. This is my favorite way to cool off on a hot day. What is this?
Punching Nazis is a slippery slope. And I love water slides. Wee! Woohoo!
That was pretty good. One Piece 34, thank you for the extra $5, says, in SA2, Shadow was more of a tragic character than an edgy character, but then around 2005, Sega decided to make him edgy because of the demographic becoming older. Interesting. Interesting. I'll have to rewatch the Fact Fiend video about it. Full Metal Socialist, thanks for the $10. Very kind of you, my friend. Says, Full Metal Socialist, says more Sonic because the stun lock will never end. Oh God, we got so much to cover today.
I'm the fastest thing alive.
I legitimately, this is going to be a long stream today. Guys, I have a lot to cover. Like, oh no. All right.
You can't catch me. I'm the fastest thing alive.
I was thinking about why so many in the radical left
Here's the meme.
participate in speed running.
Huh? The reason is the left's lack of work ethic.
What?
Go fast rather than do it right. And in a Petersonian sense,
Petersonian?
to elevate alternative sexual archetypes in the marketplace. Fastest hedgehog.
Shadow, what the fuck are you talking about?
You're a beta male, Sonic.
Okay.
Please.
Can I talk about something that this reminded me of? Mini fucking segment really quick, okay? You know what this segment made me, or this little meme video made me realize? Like how they're making fun of Jordan Peterson here and everything. This is like an extremely popular Sonic meme, okay? I've seen this meme in apolitical communities all over the place. Something you'll notice as well is that around the time when figures like that were like really big, or talking points or memes or whatever that were really big in the online right, that were like dominating the internet and bringing in a lot of traction, a lot of popularity, a lot of like just a lot of people were into that kind of shit, even though it was all stupid and ridiculous. It came from an unhinged Twitter thread. Yes, I know it does, but the reason why I think something like Jordan Peterson, or the copy pasta here essentially became a meme so broadly outside of other spaces is because over time we found ourselves in this situation in which so many of the right wing's memes that had previously been top tier propaganda became, well, normified memes that had essentially no effect that helped the right anymore. In fact, it was the left adopting a lot of these memes and using them ironically all the time that actually ended up resulting in the right moving away from them and the more normie, broader public turning them into memes as well. Like, for example, based. Based was a word that for a long time was almost exclusively used by Nazis, okay? And like Nazis and right-wingers and reactionaries and whatnot had a monarchy, a monopoly, sorry, not a monarchy, a monopoly on being based, on being the based people, right? And based inherently means like true and based, right? We use it to mean true. So you can imagine how politicizing a word that is essentially an alt use for true and making it essentially like foundational to the right's propaganda is pretty big deal for them, right? But then the left started using it, everybody started using it, and then the dog whistle stopped working. Like, I hate to say it, guys, but like sometimes dog whistles stop working if the dog whistles just stop having, like, if everyone uses them. There's a certain point where the dog whistle stops working if they're used in context that the dog whistle doesn't apply in non-harmfully, right? Like if somebody says, I just had some fried chicken for lunch, and I say based, that's me essentially culturally reappropriating right-wing language, but not in a harmful way. In the same way, I've found that like what used to be like the most prevalent right-wing memes, like these talking points and memes and figures or whatever, literally pushed the right into the stratosphere back in the day. A lot of them now are a meme, or like almost exclusively made fun of. Like even Ben Shapiro, for as popular as he is, like in most normie spheres is made fun of, at least by those that were like old enough to remember his rise to power. If you're not like overtly political, if you're left-wing, used to be on the right, and you were around, if you're not already a conservative and you were around for Ben Shapiro's rise, you probably think he's an idiot. Or make fun of him. Like, he's mostly memed on. Alex Jones, constantly memed on. Pepe, constantly memed on and normified. A lot of these, like, things that were once used as, like, cultural indicators of the online right, cultural indicators they use as propaganda, because a lot of the right's culture is all about this weird fantasy they have that, like, the woke are coming to destroy the internet and make the internet not fun anymore, and they're fighting to protect the internet being fun and cool or whatever. That's more or less the aesthetic of their movement. And once you take that away from them, and you make their based and red-pilled memes or whatever into just ironic jokes that everybody uses, they stop having any real use, and they get so mad. Do you remember the 4chan threads when Pepe started getting used by, like, popular celebrities in memes on Twitter? Do you remember the 4chan meltdown threads about Pepe becoming normie? They melted down over it. They had, they broadcasted their freakouts onto 4chan and 8chan. They were so salty. They were so goddamn salty because they know that while dog whistling is effective for them to speak out to their, their base or whatever, and like memes are really effective for bringing people in, once they stop being connected to the right in any way, it stops being useful to them, So there you go. I also remember the creator killing the killing of Pepe the character. Yeah, I watched the Feels Good Man documentary, and I remember one person I ended up kind of getting into a scuffle about with whether or not we should continue to use Pepe on the left after seeing the documentary, and I completely disagree with them. I think we should keep using I think we should keep using Pepe. I don't know why we should retire Pepe and allow the right to just always have him exclusively, because the creator has said that he wants to retire the imagery of Pepe. That's not how it works. "100-year-old man breaks Guinness World Record for working at the same company for 48 years. That is just depressing. I hope it was by his own choice, but... He's a sales manager. Yeah, he's working out of necessity. Oh God. Yeah, he's working out of necessity. he's a wait, where is he from? Brazilian town of Brusque. Brusque? It's probably Brusque. Definitely Brusque. Yeah, no, definitely. If he's working as like a sales manager, although he's been doing it for 84 years, though he's in Brazil, how well do they pay sales managers for making textiles in Brazil? It's a textile company, right? Yeah. Weird. Ah, Jesus Christ. Yeah. That's the scary thing too, dude. Like, one of my biggest motivators to become a YouTuber was the fear of having to work myself to death. That's one of like the I don't know if this is the same for all of you guys, but like my whole life, the fact that I had two options was sort of, from my whole childhood onward, was sort of drilled in my head. There's two options: college, or, well, technically they're like the second option is a bunch of different options, but they basically all lead to the same place. This was what my mom mostly would tell me, okay? I would either end up going to college and like becoming like an orthodontist or some kind of doctor or something that would make good money, and hopefully be able to be one of the higher, because like I don't come from a family with a lot of money or anything, so it would have been like, the idea was for me to become like an orthodontist or like a dentist, or orthodontist was like the top of the list for my mom. And I'd go to college and I'd spend 12 years in medical school. Here's the thing though, or not 12 years of medical school, 12 combined years of extra schooling and learning, residency, etc., maybe more, to become an orthodontist. And I remember the day I graduated high school, and I just outright told my mom, I'm not going to college. I'm sorry, I'm not. One, couldn't afford it if we wanted to. If we did, it'd be because of student loans, and I'm not paying off student loans. I refuse to go into debt. I refuse to owe anybody any money that isn't, I guess, the IRS, because you can't live without owing the IRS money. And I just refused to. And then I became a YouTuber. And a big part of my motivation to make YouTube an actual sustainable job is, my whole life I've had let's be real, it's basically a fact, the fact hammered in my head from teachers, my mom, etc., that the average American has two possible futures if you're born to the working or lower class, right? I was born very, very lower class. Like, my single mom raising me, apartments, and like, she worked hard to make sure that we were in like safe areas and stuff, but I mean, there's only so much money that a single mom working as the front desk clerk at a hotel or an apartment complex can make, right? And so that was like most of my childhood upbringing and whatnot. And so for most of my schooling and most of my childhood upbringing, like I saw how much my mom had to deal with just to raise me and to keep food on the table and stuff. And she would tell me every day, you've got two options if you don't go to college and graduate and get a college diploma and get a good job. You're either going to be dead, in prison, or sucking dicks in the street for money. And that was what my mom told me growing up. And thankfully, there was a fourth option. I hope. I still don't. Hey, to be fair, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe YouTube fails and I do end up in one of those scenarios. What the fuck? Oh yeah, my mom is very anti-sex work. She's very, very rude when speaking about women who do sex work. She has very, very, very little respect for sex workers. Xanderhal, there was a kid on my bus who left his tablet open and the bus driver picked it up. And the first thing he saw that was open was hardcore furry porn. No joke either. The entire photo album was full of it. Oh, God. Wait, how old? What grade are you in, Turbo? This better have been like high school or something. Oh, no. Yeah, your mom sucks, not gonna lie. Did the Spirit Science segment happen yet? No, you haven't missed any yet. Don't worry. As a matter of fact, though, it is time to get into segment number 1. First, let me clear my recordings folder really quick, though. I like to clear my recordings folder at the beginning of every stream just to make sure that I don't clog up my recordings of segments with too much for me to, like, figure out what's what. All right. Hey, Old Man Laundry, are you here right now? I hope you're here and, like, watching on, like, another tab or, like, on your phone or something like that, because we are, at the end of the stream, going to be reacting to your new video on Mr. Girl, so that should be pretty dope. I think we should be able to get to Old Man Laundry to, like, 900 subs today minimum. If we get that big juicer. Chat, guess what? I appreciate all the support you've been dumping on me today. I'm going to read the last dono really quick. I'm going to add that to the dono goal, but then I'm going to pause reading on donos until the end of the next segment, okay? Doesn't mean you guys can't donate. Doesn't mean I don't want you to donate. Doesn't mean you shouldn't donate. It just means that I have to take a break from reading the donos as they come in until the end of the next segment. Then I'll read them all, so just feel free to keep donating. Just, you know, just know that I won't read them right away. Not until the end of the segment, so. Kazane, thank you for the $5. As my name is pronounced Kazane. Oh, Kazane, hello. Says also, this is one of my favorite Stupid Sonic videos. It also has a great sequel. Well, check it out. Thank you for the $5.
Hey, you should subscribe to Game Show Planet, my new gaming channel where I talk about games. I have all sorts of fun things planned that you don't want to miss. Okay, bye.
The Adult Swim.
Hey, what's going on, Egghead?
Oh, hello, Sonic. Now, I'm just packing my things. You see, I'm retiring.
Retiring? But why?
This villain lifestyle is giving me angina. So I decided to take an early retirement. So long.
Well, alright, Eggman. But I guess you'll never get to know what I look like in pants.
In pants?
That's right. I was thinking about digging out an old pair, but I guess you're just not interested.
Oh, I've always wanted to see him in pants.
Well, Egghead, it's been a pleasure kicking your butt. Now, if you excuse me, I'm late to shoot for my next big game, Sonic Forces 2, where I'll be wearing pants. Sayonara.
The distortion on the characters is pretty good. This is so fucking stupid.
Sonic?
Hey, Eggman.
Okay, this is less horrifying than the original design for Sonic, okay? This is less horrifying than the original design for Sonic in the Sonic movie. The original trailer they released, the original design they had for him, this is less horrifying than that. I would rather they have gone with this design than the original one they had. Well, I still want to see the original cut of that movie with the OG effects. I want to see the old Sonic design in the full movie. I still want to see that. I want the original cut with the nightmare horror CGI for Sonic's character. I want that. Did Zan tweet cover the Ben Shapiro tweet? What Ben Shapiro tweet?
Check out these pants.
I can't!
Why not?
The screen cuts off at your waist!
Bye, Eggman.
No! Wait! Sonic! Come back! I need to see you in pants! Sonic! I need to see that hedgehog in pants!
Now to use the real power of Sonic Forces 2. Man, who writes this garbage?
I've come to take my position back!
Sorry, Bowser.
Oh, you didn't really think I'd leave for good, now did you?
I never doubted you for a second.
Now, let's see those pants.
You got it, buddy.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, oh, oh!
What happened? What happened?
Blue streak.
What the fuck? Entropy? Is that what entropy is? It's when the whole world turns into a pair of pants? That's what that is? Okay. Okay. Guys, is anyone here like super good at science? Because before I do this segment, I have a question, okay? Is it possible, theoretically, that one person who attempts to walk through an infinite number of walls would eventually be able to walk straight through one because by chance the atoms in their body and the atoms in the wall would be arranged in such a way that you could just pass straight through it? Is that even possible? No? That makes sense. Someone told me that was a thing, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Because, like, that it can't be like, because, like, I'm walking on the ground all day. So, like, wouldn't eventually, just by chance, I'd take a step one day and just sink into the ground, like no clip into the ground, basically? If that was a thing. Just somebody would have. Right? If that was a theoretically, statistically possible thing. Our molecules are magnetized together, they're too densely compacted when solid. Well, I would think the more worrying, or the thing that would really get in the way of that is the fact that, like, our atoms are and whatnot have sort of like a polar push against like the atoms of the can and the atoms of my hand don't merge together because there is an actual like thing going on repelling them enough that there is an imperceptible sort of like when you try to push two magnets together kind of effect going on where they're not actually touching. You're never really touching anything, apparently. Apparently. Yeah, they're not really actually touching. It's just equal repelling force. Yeah. Your body isn't even touching? On a molecular level, it's not. Or on a molecular level, well, maybe. But on a atomic level, no. It's not. Does your body all touch on a molecular level? I guess not. Not all of it, at least. You can never touch anything. We're all kissless virgins. Me too. Let's go. All right, shut up. It's time to do content. Listen, guys, you know what to do at the beginning of a segment. I don't need to tell you. I don't need to tell you. You already know what to do. Hey, yo, Xander at 70K. Am I yet? Did I hit 70K yet? Did I hit it? Whee! No, I'm at 69,902. We're still 100 away from 70K, goddammit. Hey, if you're watching right now and you're not subbed, you should. Hey, Tyler, what's up? All right. You're a beta male, Sonic. All right. Shut up, everyone. Let's go. All right. 3, 2, 1, action. The Supreme Court has voted to overturn abortion rights, draft opinion shows. So, a draft for a decision by the Supreme Court of the United States of America, I believe, was it 2 or 3 justices that were appointed by Trump in his one term? I know he at least did 3. He got 3 Supreme Court judges in during his God, that's fucking insane. 3 Supreme Court judges. There's only like 9 spots, right? It's only 9 seats on the Supreme Court. It was Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. Yeah. Yeah, so that's, Trump has literally appointed a third of the currently active and sitting Supreme Court justices. Hey, when lefties tell you voting doesn't make a difference, you point to that. And we're going to get into the really stupid lefty takes about this soon, because the types like Mike from PA, the tankies, the Nazbuls, the class reductionists, all like the worst types of leftists, basically, are all using this as like, so you thought that voting would help preserve our rights. Well, here's evidence that it doesn't. And it's like, but us voting more would have prevented this. I actually think that the people complaining about this don't know how the Supreme Court works. The Supreme Court consists of people who are nominated by the president. The president is technically, usually, elected by the people. The actual process that goes through is one in which we actually have representatives that cast electoral ballots, and then that's what really makes the decision. And technically, those representatives could vote however they wanted, despite the popular vote in their own individual states if they really wanted to, and the electoral votes could split however they really want. But we're not really going to talk about that. Essentially, for the most part, your vote can have that effect. More people on the left voting, having prevented Trump from getting elected, probably would have stopped this. Had we had a Democrat president for the last 4 years we have a Democrat president for the last year, sorry. If we had a Democrat president the last 5 years, then we probably wouldn't be in this situation. But regardless, let's go ahead and get into it. For those that don't know, Roe v. Wade, very important Supreme Court ruling. It is what has federally protected the right to abortion for uterus havers all around the country for a good long time now. I don't remember exactly when it was passed, though I believe it was the 1970s, if I remember correctly. The Supreme Court has voted to strike down the landmark Roe v. Wade decision according to an initial draft majority opinion written by Justice Samuel Alito, circulated inside the court and obtained by Politico. This was leaked. This was leaked to Politico by somebody, which means that somebody who has very strong inside information on what the Supreme Court is up to decided to leak this to Politico, make it public, and let the world know that uterus havers, as we'll say, here in America, are about to lose a significant amount of their rights, especially in red states. This was purposefully leaked by a based individual who is awesome. This is why people that leak shit from the government are so important. It's why we love our whistleblowers here. The draft opinion is full-throated, unflinching, and the draft opinion is a full-throated, unflinching repudiation of the 1973 decision, which guaranteed. Hey, 1973, I was right. Which guaranteed federal constitutional protections of abortion rights, and subsequent 1992 decision, Planned Parenthood versus Casey, that largely maintained the right. Roe. I'm so sorry, I can't read right now. Roe was egregiously wrong from the start, Alito writes. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled, he writes in the document, labeled as the opinion of the court. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. That's really, really funny. I've been hearing conservatives for a while now saying that all that was written was that they were trying to return the issue to the people's decision. The actual quote is, it's time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. Now, let me explain something to you guys. For a very long time, the right, when it comes to the right has wanted to take rights rights. Funny how they call themselves the right, but they want to take rights away from people. They have wanted to take the rights away from minorities for a very long time. The problem is that we do our best to try and prevent it from being possible to specifically discriminate on paper through the law. We've tried to make that harder. And as it stands today, it's significantly harder than it used to be. So when conservatives want to hurt women or black people or whatever, they have to do it a little bit more creatively now. And one of the most creative ways they've done it is realizing that it's a lot easier to pass really discriminatory, horrible laws and policies on a state level and have the people of an entire state be subject to those laws, revocations of rights, etc., than it is to impose that entire will on the whole country on a federal level. So for a very, 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 very... I'm so sorry. I don't know how to stop that. It's from a thing happening with my computer that just been happening over and over again. It just beeps and then stops for a while and then does it again. I have no idea what USB is doing it. I have no idea how to fix it. It doesn't tell me anything about what's causing it. It just does the noise over and over. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm so sorry, guys. Was that you? It's not me. I swear it's not me. Here are my hands. Here are my hands. My hands are here. It's not me. I swear to God, I'm not doing anything. I'm not shaking anything. It literally just happens for like 2 minutes every once in a while, and then it stops. It's been happening since I restarted my computer. Nothing I've been able to do about it. It'll stop on its own soon. You can turn off system sounds in your mixer. Well, it doesn't really solve the problem for me, but I guess it does for you, huh? Let's see. Properties. Oh, it's really going hard now. It doesn't even tell me what's being plugged in and unplugged either. That's the really cringy part. All right. I think it stopped. Oh, you know what it could be? Let's see if this stops it. It's my vape being plugged in. It's like detecting this thing as soft as like a piece of hardware that has software associated instead of just a device to charge through USB. That's really weird. I guess we know what causes it. Sorry for that little mini stun lock. You can cut that out, Cherry. Regardless, though, as I was saying, the right has basically maintained that they can't impose their horrible, horrible policies on a national level as easily as they can do it to smaller populations on a state level. So going all the way back as far as the right trying to justify slavery and segregation, etc., they always said it was about states' rights. And regardless of whether or not they still say insert issue is about states' rights anymore, they still say a dog whistle that's very much along the same lines. And it's states' rights has always been a dog whistle. It's always been a dog whistle. What it really means is we know that we could never, ever impose this horrible rule on a federal level. And so we will give the freedom to impose it to red state politicians on a state level. And that is what they're attempting to do here. While yes, they are, planning to, repeal Roe v. Wade, and this will affect everybody on a federal level. This would still allow people in red states to be able to just go to a blue state and do something, right? Their goal isn't necessarily to impose this policy on the whole nation. They are trying to get as strong of a stranglehold in these issues in red states as they can. Because they know the more they make their states stronger and stronger red, the more their policy gets more and more right-wing. They know this increases their chances in holding those states. A lot of women who are left-wing in favor of the issue of abortion, etc., are going to, no doubt, if they can, move states because of this. And this is good for the right. When liberals and Democrats leave red states and rural areas and migrate to cities and coastal states, it means that it becomes easier for them to win elections. And basically anything on as far as elections go, whether it be in that state or even on a federal level, for presidential elections, making it so that more left-wing voting people flee to the coasts. Well, if they're all in New York City and Boston and LA and San Francisco and Seattle, well, now all the flyover states are hard red, and they've got so many electoral votes in the bag at that point, right? That's a huge part of it. It's a huge part of their motivations, no doubt. It's a pretty good strategy, and it'll probably work pretty effectively. I'd have no doubt many left-wing people are going to flee from red states and the Rust Belt following this, as more and more of these states use this opportunity to impose restrictions of freedom on the rights of uterus havers. Deliberations on controversial cases have in the past been fluid. Justices can sometimes do change their votes as draft opinions circulate, and major decisions can be subject to multiple drafts and vote trading, sometimes until just days before a decision is unveiled. The court's holding will not be final until it is published, likely in the next 2 months. The immediate impact of the rulings as drafted in February would be to end a half-century guarantee of federal constitutional protection of abortion rights and allow each state to decide whether to restrict or ban abortion. It's unclear if there have been subsequent changes to the draft. No draft decision in the modern history of the court has been disclosed publicly while a case was still pending. This has never happened before. That's why it's so this is crazy. Never before has a draft for a Supreme Court decision been leaked. It's a pretty big deal. The unprecedented revelation is bound to intensify the debate over what was already the most controversial case on the docket this term. The draft opinion offers an extraordinary window into the justices' deliberations in one of the most consequential cases before the court in the last 5 decades. Some court watchers predicted that the conservative majority would slice away at abortion rights without fairly overturning a 49-year-old precedent. The draft shows the court is looking to reject Roe's logic and legal protections. Hey, chat. Do you guys remember way back in 2016, 2015, before Trump got elected, when a very popular talking point was Trump's more left-wing than Hillary Clinton? How many of you heard Trump is more left-wing than Hillary back during 2016, 2015? Fair amount of you do, I imagine. The narrative that Trump was more LGBT friendly, more left wing, more progressive than even Hillary. This is a very common talking point, and people fell for it. Who remembers that one quote? Who remembers that one quote? I remember hearing this quote. And thinking it was like, Trump from People magazine, 1998. If I were to run, I'd run as a Republican. They're the dumbest group of voters in the country. They love anything on Fox News. I could lie and they'd eat it up. I bet my numbers would be terrific. People who were like, on the left, who are fans of Trump, pass this around to convince left-wing people Trump is actually going undercover. Trump is actually a liberal or like a leftist or a progressive who's actually just taking advantage of the crazy right-wingers to get elected. I legitimately believed that. You want to know the funny thing too? That quote is fake. You probably saw that quote dozens of times, believed it was real. He never said that. It's not even real. It's fake. Trump supporter completely made up that quote, completely falsely attributed it to Trump, and tons of people believed it and actually ran with the idea that Donald Trump is not only more progressive, but just generally more left-wing than Hillary Clinton is. And a lot of people genuinely believed that. That was a big part of the alt-right rabbit hole and how popular it was. It wasn't even just pulling people to the right. It was convincing people that these large right-wing figures had their personal interests and basic moral beliefs and foundations shared among them, right? They tricked you into believing that you share the same moral principles and ideas. And actually, Trump was just, playing 5D chess and going super undercover. But of course, all three of the Supreme Court picks that Donald Trump appointed, all were out, like, very publicly right-wing, very much Republican. Not only that, but they lied. All three of them had come forward saying that they believe the right to abortion is all fundamental, yada, yada. They all came forward. They all said that they would not, in their time, attack women's rights, or I should say uterus havers' rights to an abortion. They lied. Because of course they were. They're GOP Trump Supreme Court picks. Of course, Gorsuch, what were their names? Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, right? Yeah. Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah, all three of them came out and said they would not attack uterus havers' right to get an abortion, but of course they did. Of course they all came out, all three of them came out against abortion, no doubt. So with that said, what is going to happen now? What is going to happen now? Well, it sort of depends on the public's response. The idea that abortion is an issue that needs to be given back to the hands of the people is absurd. For starters, we don't make the rights of anybody a question of votes, okay? We would never, ever think that we need to bring the concept of, should we bring slavery back into the vote on whether or not we bring back chattel slavery? We need to put that back in the hands of the voters. Is that something we should be doing? Probably not. We've sort of agreed that, like, holding ballots on people's rights, especially when we're retroactively trying to take them away again, kind of not good. But this is, I'm going to say it right now, okay? America hates women more than it hates minorities. I just want to see chat's reaction to that take. Well, technically women are minorities, but you know what I mean. Wrong? You think so? I think it's true. I think America genuinely hates women more than it does minority groups, because every single minority group and majority group, frankly, white people too, like, have an issue with sexism. There are sexism issues with every single marginalized group, no matter what, like, demographic or anything. And I think that, like, regardless of where you're looking at demographically, you're going to see massive amounts of sexism against women. And our entire society is built upon controlling women. The idea that, like, men need to get married and own a woman. That's essentially what marriage is meant to be, owning a woman. Like, functionally, right? Like the way that it's sort of framed is like, you're a husband, you get a wife, now you have a woman, right? She does the chores, she does the stuff you don't want to do, and maybe you do, like, the stuff, like, maybe you're the breadwinner, maybe you make the money, but, the wife is the one who does all the shit you don't want to do, right? Like, that's functionally, like, what our society views women as, like, future wives, which are essentially treated like property. Even here in America. I mean, really, think about it for a minute. Are modern day American wives not basically talked about and treated and looked at like property of their husbands? I don't know. I think it's telling. That we got our first black president before we got a woman president. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think we need to have a woman president before a black president or whatever. It's not that. I just think it's indicative of where America's at. I think we have a lot further to go to convince people that a woman can lead a country. Like, oh God, can I tell you something I legitimately thought when I was 16 years old? I was scared that if Hillary Clinton got elected, she'd have her period one day and decide to nuke Russia or something. I believed that when I was 16. I don't think Hillary Clinton was having periods back in 2016. Maybe she, but I'm going to guess she's not going through periods anymore in her life. Regardless, though, that was a very stupid take. Was it though? I don't know. I feel like, listen, all right, I've seen what periods are like for women. If I had a button in front of me that would, like, end Russia right now, and I was going through PMSing and I saw, like, some videos of, like, never mind, we're not going down that road. Can you say that? No, you can't say that on stream. I'm actually starting to wonder if right now I'd press the button. You also thought boobs produce milk at all times. I did recently get corrected that boobs don't always produce milk. I thought that if you suck on titties long enough, they'll eventually produce milk. Yeah, like last year. I thought that if you sucked on titties enough, they'd start producing milk. It doesn't sound that crazy, does it? Like that the stimulation of, like, the booby sucking causes milk production? You were as naive and hopeful as we all were. Are the vagina bones fake too? What are you gonna tell me? There's more than 2 holes now? Well, pregnancy is what actually causes the milk production, or at least the hormones induced by pregnancy. But yeah, origin of the MILF fetish. I mean, the MILF fetish had nothing to do with the milk. I thought all women who were like, you know, of age could do that. So I don't know. What are you, Haas? I did the 2 holes thing so much more before Haas. It's actually hilarious. Like, I literally went on stream and explained why I think there's 2 holes. Like months and months and months before the Haas clip came out. So many months before the Haas clip came out. Don't think that was me adopting his meme. He stole that from me. Regardless, though, what is going to happen in the foreseeable future now that this bill, now that this repealing is said to be going through? Well, we still have about 2 months before this is expected to go through. Public response to it. Well, that's going to be questionable, whether or not public response to this is going to have much of an effect. Supreme Court justices can be impeached. And there are people calling for the impeachment of the 3 Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump put into place because they, and I quote, lied under oath about whether or not they would attack women's rights to get abortions. The problem is that, like, if Trump couldn't get impeached, I don't think these Supreme Court justices are going to get impeached. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah. Xanderhal, the USA was long overdue for having a black president. Mexico's second president is widely accepted to be to be at least partially Afro-Mexican. Listen, okay. Like, didn't we give women the right to vote after we gave black men the right to vote? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like when you look at the rate at which, like, we've introduced rights to groups, it's always been like women last, regardless of what part of that group they are, right? Like they gave black men the right to vote, and then they gave black women the right to vote, right? No, women came first. That makes sense from my understanding of first wave feminism being very white and mostly being for advocacy of white women. That lines up with like the history I know. But now I'm trying to think, like, is that really true? Because I remember learning in school that like I remember like the images or like the drawings of like the day. It was like it was an illustration from my understanding of a polling booth or like a polling place on the first election, I guess maybe in that area or that state or whatever, where black people were allowed to vote. And the line was nothing but like black and white men. Oh wow, it was black men first? I knew it! Oh no, I spilled my monster! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no. It's not too bad, I can take care of it. I just need paper towels. It's so much monster too.
No more slamming your desk.
Oh, but it's so fun. My go-to like response to excitement or anything is to just like give my desk like a gavel bang with my fist, and I guess it's not a good idea. Damn it. Worth the clip. Do you even get to see it happen? The Constitution literally said you can't discriminate on the basis of race, but never mentioned gender, so women had to fight for years for their rights. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm saying it right now. Women, well, like, we will see broad and complete societal acceptance for every single race and ethnicity on Earth before we see full acceptance and lack of misogyny, okay? I think as long as the dynamic between men and women in this society functions the way it does, I don't think the base core of what informs misogynistic practices, ideas, and beliefs is going anywhere. As long as we still have a society in which functionally the vast majority of women are pushed into marriage, which is essentially at this point an institution that designates women as property to be owned by their husbands, I don't think we're ever going to truly lose the misogyny in our society, or at least not bring it down to a level enough where I think we could get a female president. I don't know. I don't think we can get a female president. Not anytime soon. Like I think we could get a gay black man for president before we'd get a white straight woman for president. That's my hot take. That's my take. Gay black man wins before straight white woman. 100%. Now, I'm not trying to do any oppression Olympics or anything here. My point is that, like, women, regardless of their ethnicity or their race or their sexuality or whatever, will always have it the most bad as far as that demographic goes, especially when you start adding on those modifiers, right? And that's why stuff like this is still such a big concern. Now, Hillary Clinton almost won. I highly doubt that. I mean, she did win the popular vote, so that is worth considering, but she didn't win. That's the thing, though. She didn't win. And honestly, Hillary Clinton, as far as, like, politicians go, I mean, she had a fairly, like, bad reputation. I guess you could say that, you know, maybe she definitely could have been better, but, like, I remember how people talked about Hillary in 2008, okay? Her nickname was Hill Dog. People, like, were hype about Hillary Clinton during the Democratic primaries. You know, like, obviously Obama still won over her as far as the Democratic primaries go, but, like, there was serious hype behind Hillary Clinton, I remember, back in 2008. But in 2016, it felt like even the average Hillary supporter was like, yeah, well, the alternative's Trump. Listen, I was 9 back then, so I'm not like acting as though I've got a strong memory of 2008 and that election or anything, but my point is that, like, clearly something about the rise of the right and like the propagation of the propaganda they push, especially with like Fox News and whatnot, and Tucker Carlson's growing popularity, growing. It's not even grow. I mean, it's still growing, but it's just already at this point big enough to be catastrophic. These things, I think, have done so much more to make our country more hostile to the concept of a female leader than it would have been even back in 2008. Xanderhal is wrong. Women got the right to vote before natives fully did in 1924. You know, you got me there. I guess Native Americans got the right to vote way after women did. So I guess that's, you know what? Above every single other demographic, Native Americans have it worst. Okay, we'll do it there. No, we're not doing. This isn't for oppression Olympics. My point is, people probably think that misogyny, as far as it being like a serious problem in our society, isn't really like the top of the list, right? It's not really the top of the list of priorities. It's not as like prevalent as homophobia, transphobia, racism, etc. I think it's just as prevalent and just as much of a threat. I feel like it's sort of taken a back seat to most other issues, especially as like feminism has sort of like back in 2016, 2015, 2014, feminism was where the culture war was at. Right now, it's LGBT and mostly trans rights is where the culture war is at. And this has kind of resulted in, ironically enough, I feel like a lot of the left sort of forgetting that, yeah, misogyny, just good old-fashioned, right out the oven, bargain bin, store brand misogyny, the most pure form of it, still very much a problem in our country, and a demonstration of why there is so much desire among Republicans to end, uterus havers' right to receive abortions. I want to finish this off with one of my favorite clips from one of my favorite comedians here, named George Carlin. This clip will probably get copyrighted, but Sherry, you can edit it out or edit it down as much as you have to. That is all on you. However, I love George Carlin, and he did a really good segment about conservatives and abortion, and I'm gonna play that bit right now. Let's skip to the newest comments to see the people who timestamped the part we're looking for. The if world leaders were women, they just give each other the silent treatment is still an active joke. That is a pretty funny one, though. It would actually probably work out better for the world, though, right? If world leaders just gave each other the silent treatment instead of going to war with each other. Like, legitimately, that would be better for us. If all the world leaders were women who were just super catty and gave each other the silent treatment when they were upset with each other, that would be ideal. Like, can you imagine if Putina was just, like, ghosting Zelensky in her DMs, and that was what was happening right now? We're all reporting on the great ghosting of Zelensky by Putina. Yes, Putina is the female, or the feminine alternative to Putin, and I will take no suggestions otherwise. Let's see, where's this clip?
Aren't they?
Oh, here it is. What is this intro? So cringy.
Why?
All right, this shit is about to get too based for you to handle.
Why is it that most of the people who are against abortion are people you wouldn't want to fuck in the first place, huh? Boy,
have people not seen this? Listen, okay, my demographic is pretty old, but I just want to watch this because I like George Carlin as well, and he's just based. And the fact that the right likes to claim that he'd be a right-winger or a Trump supporter, he'd be against cancel culture, and he'd be on Twitter saying he's pro-Trump and on the right, the fact that they say that kind of stuff, every opportunity I get to just play a clip of George Carlin confirming how wrong that is, I'm going to take it. Because they do, a very common talking point among the right is they'll try to claim that like a dead famous person that everybody likes would have agreed with Trump. That's a very, very common one. It's why it's the same thing they do with 1984. They claim the author of 1984 would have loved Trump and would have been a big fan of the right, and so on, right? Of course that's not true. Of course that's not true. The writer of 1984 was a democratic socialist. Was it democratic or social democrat? I don't remember exactly which one the thing I read about him said. Terse did that with Terry Pratchett. I'm sure they did. It is very common for figures like this to get... hell, the right tries to claim that MLK would agree with more with them now than they'd agree with the modern-day left. They do it all the fucking time. They try to claim that a dead figure who can't speak out to say, I don't agree with you, that people love would agree with them because to them, that alone is enough of an argument. Do you guys want to know my first ever debate? The first debate I ever did in my life about politics, period, was while I was playing Fortnite way back in 2019. It would have been like early 2019. Before I started getting to politics on stream, I was debating some of my friends about politics because I'd gotten really into it in my free time. And I was debating a Trump supporter friend I played Fortnite with. And do you want to know what his core argument was? Do you want to know, unironically, what his main argument for why he voted for Trump was? Because Elon Musk voted for Trump, and Elon Musk is really smart, so he must know that Trump is better. That was his argument. So yeah, just large figure that people like is a fan of insert political positions is absolutely enough to convince people to adopt those political positions and defend them in a debate. I'm sorry, but that's the world we live in. That's just how people are.
These conservatives are really something, aren't they? They're all in favor of the unborn. They will do anything for the unborn. But once you're born, you're on your own. Pro-life conservatives are obsessed with the fetus from conception to 9 months. After that, they don't want to know about you. They don't want to hear from you. No, nothing. No neonatal care, no daycare, no Head Start, no school lunch, no food stamps, no welfare, no nothing. If you're pre-born, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked.
He basically shits on the right incessantly here. And it's not even just the abortion issue, just basically the right's entire position. He dunks on here. Elon Musk can't become president. He's from South Africa. You have to be an American citizen to run for president. From my understanding, the only I've heard that Ted Cruz, apparently Ted Cruz was like a exception because of some weird loophole reasons that involve like his dad or something. Even though Ted Cruz was born in Canada, but I think that he was on a military base in Canada, so technically American, like. Yeah, the sounds, but I can't stop it. I can't stop the sound. The thing's not plugged in. It wasn't this thing. It was something else then. It's just an issue that I'm probably never going to be able to solve unless, like, I looked online. I looked really hard for a solution. I kept Googling. My computer's making the disconnected USB reconnected for no reason thing. I unplugged everything from my computer that was USB or could have possibly making the noise. It's literally just a bad port turning on and off or something. Yeah, probably what Avalon of Babylon said. It's probably like I got to get a new computer case to fix that. So that would probably be like what I have to do. Fox, it's not my Windows. It's not an issue with my Windows or anything. It's literally just an issue with probably my hardware. Reinstall your drivers. It's not a driver issue. My drivers are updated. It's probably like a broken port in my computer. We can deal with it. No worries. It is very, very annoying. Oh boy, have fun with that. Yeah, in order to fix it, I'd have to essentially get a new computer, more or less. Like, I'd have to clear everything on here because I'd be taking the computer apart, putting it in a whole new case. I'm pretty sure once you do that, you don't have the same computer anymore. I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe. I know that if you take your CPU out and put it back in, you've got a new computer, basically. I think if you turn off your computer and you take out your CPU and put in a new one, or put in the same one, I'm pretty sure you don't get to just boot your computer up and keep using it, right? I think CPU, like, getting taken out even when it's off is, like, a big deal for it. And it's like, what happened? Like, it doesn't know what's going on. I don't, maybe that was just me. You would need new firmware, yeah.
Conservatives don't give a shit about you until you reach military age. Then they think you are just fine, just what they've been looking for. Conservatives want live babies so they can raise them to be dead soldiers. Pro-life. Pro-life. These people aren't pro-life, they're killing doctors. What kind of pro-life is that? What, they'll do anything they can to save a fetus, but if it grows up to be a doctor, they just might have to kill it?
I feel like the death penalty would be an even better thing to bring up here. They think all life is precious, and they're so pro-life until somebody does a crime they find worthy enough of killing them over. And, well, let's just say modern-day conservatives are really expanding the definitions of what they consider to be death penalty-worthy crimes. Right now, there's I believe, Mississippi GOP figure who is actively advocating to add gas chambers as a method of execution for death row inmates in that state. And he also wants to include child abuse and grooming as a executable offense. The problem is what this Republican politician considers to be grooming is also teaching children about gay people existing in schools. He actively said that he wants to either firing squad or gas chamber anybody who tries to teach kids about LGBT stuff. He outright said it. And he almost won his like what he was running for as well, too, which is even scarier because he very, very easily could have been an actively serving Republican politician saying this. So that would be pretty terrifying. But yeah, as I said before, the right, like the red states, the right-wing states, are going to get much and much, much worse. The Republicans are expected to sweep the midterms. Now, this thing with Roe v. Wade getting repealed could change that. The amount of outrage that this is going to cause is going to be pretty significant. As far as the issue of abortion goes, it is not really like a thing broadly debated by the people of America. Most people either don't have a strong enough a position on it to care enough to be like in favor of banning it, or they're in favor of it explicitly. It is a very small minority of Americans in favor of banning abortion. It's like a teen percent. It's like 19 or 18%, maybe less. It's in the teens. It's something small like 29 who want to ban. It's less. It's less, Crowley, I believe. I believe it's less. Wait, can I check right now? Percentage of Americans that want to ban abortion. So here's one from the Washington Post from 8 hours ago that's relevant. A majority of Americans say the Supreme Court should uphold Roe v. Wade, the landmark ruling that established a constitutional right to abortion, a Washington Post ABC News poll conducted last week finds. With the Supreme Court poised to overturn the right to abortion, the survey finds that 54% of Americans think the 1973 Roe v. Wade decision should be upheld, while 28% believe it should be overturned. Oh, you were right. It's 28. Okay. I don't know why I thought 18. A roughly 2-to-1 margin. Yeah, so pretty significant amount of people, like more than twice the amount of people, I believe, that want to, there's more than twice the amount of people that want to uphold Roe v. Wade than they want to, like, get rid of it, roughly. So, not exactly an issue that's being debated by the people. This is very much one of those things where, like, a very small, loud minority has turned an issue that's basically settled by the vast majority of society into something that's actually being debated. And that's really scary. It's really scary that something with as little popularity as 28% among Americans can get through. That, like, it is possible for stuff to happen like this. But it's not the fault of electoralism. This is the shit that's really been bothering me. A lot of lefties are trying to blame electoralism for this. Can I, like, just show you a few examples? I'm blocked by so many of these examples. I can't show them. I don't have Mike from PA. Mike from PA has me blocked. I can't show him. Oh, I know who to show. Oh, I wanted to quote tweet this one so bad. It was so bad. Okay. So Biden put out a tweet. And the tweet is about what you would expect. I mean, it's very much him saying that he is very much disappointed in what appears to be the decision of the Supreme Court. He doesn't confirm the validity of the leak, though clearly it is a valid leak. Yeah, it's just, he puts out like a pretty clear, like, oh, I'm not in favor of this, whatever, right? Like what you'd expect him to put out, okay? What you'd expect him to put out. Nothing crazy, nothing all that like insightful or anything like that. Just a basic statement denouncing this play by the right GOP-controlled Supreme Court. So this here is a tweet by someone who I follow and follows me. So sorry about this, buddy, but you may know this person after they went viral during the BLM protests because a cop shot his eye out with a rubber bullet because he was protesting in favor of BLM back in 2020, and that's how I ended up following him, because a picture of him with his eye having been shot out came up in my Twitter timeline, and I was like, wow, that's pretty fucking metal, you're badass, so I followed him. Unfortunately, though, pretty cringe political take he made here. Democrats hold a majority, but sure, let's worry about voting in more in November. This person must not know how the Supreme Court operates, or what it is, really. Like, does this person not know what the Supreme Court is? The Supreme Court does not have a Democrat majority. I'm sorry, literally 3 Republicans were appointed by Trump in the last 4 years. There's only 9 of them. That's a third of them were appointed by Trump. They're the ones who made this decision. Trump's elections what allowed this to occur. The president is who appoints Supreme Court judges. The Supreme Court is who made this decision. Democrat presidents tend to elect Democrat Supreme Court judges who tend to uphold their values. That is literally one of the main reasons why voting for a president is so important. The Supreme Court not only makes these decisions, but upholds these decisions on really big, important issues. Voting is not as simple as who's the guy sitting in the chair who gets to say he's in charge of the country or who gets to pass executive orders. He appoints people who serve lifelong terms. Supreme Court picks serve lifelong terms until they resign. These, like, I think there's like the option of impeachment, of course, but I mean that's highly rare and unlikely. I don't even think I don't know, but I don't even think a Supreme Court justice has ever been impeached before. Has that ever even happened? Let me look. Has a Supreme Court justice ever been impeached before? Of the 8 votes cast, the closest vote was 18 for conviction/removal from office and 16 for acquittal in regards to the Baltimore grand jury charge. He is the only U.S. Supreme Court justice to have been impeached. Oh, Samuel Chase in 1811, or died in 1811, was the only Supreme Court justice to ever be impeached. So the last and only time a Supreme Court justice has ever been impeached here in the U.S. was a guy who died in 1811. So, yeah, it's not exactly gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. They're not gonna get impeached. They're probably gonna serve their whole lifelong, positions, and we're probably going to see a Republican majority Supreme Court for most of our lifetimes, most likely. Most of the Republican positions are younger, like young enough that it's very likely they'll live like pretty long, a couple more decades. They'll at least serve for another 20, 30 years, at least the ones that Trump appointed, probably longer. And the sad part is, too, at least in my history, Democrat Supreme Court justices have been so fucking stupid. Who was it that Trump replaced that died while he was serving that really should have stepped down during Obama's term? Who was it that died during Trump's fucking term? RGB. Oh, or RBG. RBG. Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have stepped down during Obama. I'm sorry. I'm taking the fuck Ruth Bader Ginsburg for not stepping down during Obama's term. Legitimately, fuck her for not doing that, because she should have known where she was going. You know, don't have much time left, about to hit 4 years of Trump, very likely. It's time to step down and let a younger Supreme Court justice get picked. I don't know. To be fair, I don't know the exact circumstances behind that situation, but I do think that it would have been pretty nice to have had Obama replace at least one more, because Obama appointed one Supreme Court justice, didn't he? Didn't they stonewall Obama's appointments? He got one through, didn't he? Obama Supreme Court justice picks. It may be true that like they stonewall all of them. Throughout history, the facts. 6 justices have been confirmed in a presidential election year since 1900. Every nominee who was not withdrawn has received a vote within 125 days. Only harmful grants. Where is it? They play dirty. Respectability politics can't win against that. There is a good argument for that. Sonia Sotomayor, Associate Justice. Okay. Thank you. I wasn't finding anything. But didn't RBG try to build a pipeline through native lands too? I mean, I don't know about that, but I mean, I doubt RBG was perfect. My point is that, like, these issues are not ones that the vast majority of Americans, one, are interested in having brought back to the table. Nobody, like the vast majority of Americans, aren't even in favor of having the issue of abortion brought to the table again. The reason why the Republicans are doing this is because they know that on a state level, in the red states, this is going to give them more ability to crack down on minority groups, from women to, obviously, with their current pushes against CRT and the teaching of LGBT existence in schools or anywhere else. They're actively trying to wage a war, a culture war, for them, it's a culture war. That's the thing, though. For straight, cis, white dudes, like yours truly, who aren't politically active and not invested in the left-winning, and, like, marginalized people having their rights, and for, the vast majority of people, this isn't an issue that, like, it doesn't affect us straight white men enough, cis, straight, het, white men, whatever you want to say, whatever, enough for us to feel the effect of this, at least not explicitly. Here's what's going to start to happen. I grew up in Florida, right? I grew up in good old Florida, and I'll admit I miss it sometimes, but one of the craziest memories, one of the most Florida moment memories I have is from when I was in 6th grade, and I was 12 years old, and I had this classmate that I rode with on the bus who was pregnant. She was also in 6th grade. Do any of you want to guess how old she was? "12." Do you want to guess how old the father was? The father that she was still in a relationship with? 19. She kept the baby, and she had it. Do you want to know where she is now? Do you want to know where she is now? Dead. Drug overdose. Found out about it when I was in 9th grade. We were in 9th grade when she died of a drug overdose. Don't know what. It was a drug overdose, though. It was never specified on. I never heard the specifics. Her parents didn't come out publicly with the specifics. But drug overdose. And she was going through depression and had turned to drug use shortly after her child was born. It was probably opiates. I mean, overdose. And giving birth at 12 years old, having a child to raise at 12 years old, even though it was a, well, she thought, I guess, a consensual relationship that she was ready for. And you know, she, and all that, it ruined her life, and she killed herself over it. Is the kid okay? I mean, the kid has a dead mom who killed herself because she had the kid when she was 12. Ironically enough, the kid would have been like half the age that she was when she got pregnant by the time that happened. Really fucked up shit. And that's a Florida moment. We weren't taught sex ed. We weren't taught. I remember sitting on the bus talking to her, and I didn't know what a vagina looked like. My classmate, who was the same age as me, was sitting next to me on the school bus with a baby inside of her, and I'd never even seen what a vagina looked like before. At 12, yes, I hadn't seen what a vagina looked like before. I know. How cringe. I know. I didn't go looking for porn until I was like 13. I didn't jack off for the first time until I was 14. Just because I never really bothered. I was just like, eh. But one day I was just like, you know, I hear a lot about this jacking off thing. Sounds pretty dope. I'm going to just sit down. I'm going to put on some porn. I'm going to stroke my dick till the nut happens. Don't know I don't know when to expect it. Don't know what to expect or what I'm supposed to be doing, but it's got to work eventually, right? And then after like 3 hours, it eventually worked. That's taught myself how to do it. But yeah, I mean, that's the level of sex ed that we have in school. I thought until I was scared the first time I nutted. 3 hours? Yeah, I was just sitting there just rubbing at it for 3 hours till I finally nutted because I didn't know what to do or how to do it. You got to understand, guys, like, I never learned I taught myself how to put on a condom. I taught myself most basic sex ed. Most basic sex ed I learned over the internet, like in my later teens, because we weren't taught it in school. I learned what a vagina looked like through porn. Never ever never saw a diagram of a vagina in school. Never once saw a diagram of a vagina in school or a penis. I learned literally every bit of genital anatomy off the internet. They never once taught that in school. It was all, like, as far as, like, when sex ever did come up, which was rare. They didn't even touch the topic of sex. But if it ever did come up in, like, a health class, like, and to be clear, health class was, you're going to have to start putting on deodorant and, like, you're going to get sweaty and just, like, the most basic. They basically is telling us what we're going through as far as puberty is concerned. Nothing as far as sex. Did not teach contraception. Didn't even know what a condom really looked like until I got handed one in real life and practiced putting a few of them on in the shower so I could, like, not in the shower. Like, I just got naked in the bathroom when I was about to get in the shower. like got myself nice and hard and then practiced putting a few on and just, taught myself how to do it on my own dick. But that's how I learned how to put on a condom, just trying on condoms. When I turned 16, my mom bought me a box of condoms because she thought I was sexually active, and I just didn't have the heart to tell her, like, Mom, there are no woman for like years is going to let me put my penis anywhere near her vagina. I'm sorry. I'm not going to need this for another 2.5 years. But yeah. What, you mean parents aren't good teachers that will just know to teach this stuff? Yeah, I never got the sex ed talks from my parents either. My mom's, if you could consider anything my mom ever told me sex ed, it was more traumatizing stuff. It was more, okay, my mom's favorite thing to do was to watch, like sitcoms that had like the mom in it that was known for being really strict and crazy, and to emulate the behavior of those moms as much as possible. It's like Lois from Malcolm in the Middle, Rochelle from Everybody Hates Chris. She idolized these characters and put their parenting on a pedestal as much as possible. She viewed their parenting as a guide on how to parent me almost. And so one of the most common things that my mom would say, a line that Rochelle and Everybody Hates Chris would say is, "I ain't raising no babies." Anytime I went anywhere near a woman and she wasn't around, the thing my mom would yell publicly for people to hear is, "I ain't raising no babies." She would also scream, "I don't hear no math," about 5 minutes into me doing my homework. Yeah, she'd do that too. She did do the, "I don't hear no math." She did that as well. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, really just not the best stuff. But the kind of stuff my mom would say was essentially what I brought up earlier in the stream. Like a lot of it was like you'll get like she did always tell me to wear protection, but like even that was like the but I prefer you don't have sex, period, kind of thing, Zan's mom canceled for racism. It's not racism. What are you talking about? She idolized the black mom from Everybody Hates Chris. How's that racist? She idolized her parenting. I think some of those parenting skills, not the greatest. It's a sitcom. That's an exaggeration of marginally true stories, but I saw you talking to a girl. Is she pregnant? Yeah, that's one that my mom would have said. Yeah. Anyway, like, as far as it went for me, just not the best sex ed education. And it goes to show that I grew up. When I was in 6th grade, there was a 12-year-old girl I sat next to on the bus that I was friends with who was pregnant, who had a baby and killed herself by the time before she turned 18. She killed herself at the end of 9th grade. It was like, I remember it pretty distinctly. It was September of... Fuck, it would have been 2017, I believe? No, it would have been 2016. Yeah, it was 2016. No, because Trump wasn't elected. It was the year before Trump got elected that she killed herself, I remember. So it would have been 2015, like September. I thought it was 2016 because it was late 2015. I apologize. Anyway, basically, granted, the story I just told was like the most horrible possible scenario. The most horrible possible scenario is girl gets pregnant at 12 years old, kills herself 3 years later because she can't handle the stress and everything. And she was trying to go through school. She was trying to stay in school. And if I remember correctly, like, ironically enough, as weird, by the time she killed herself, the baby daddy of the child was like 24 at that point. But like, and she was like 16, so that's pretty fucked. But like, he was still around. He stuck around, ironically enough. Like, he raises the kid now. Like, as weird and creepy as that fucking dude was, and as much of a pedophile as that dude was for impregnating a 12-year-old, having sex with a 12-year-old, like, at least, apparently, like, from what I last heard, and this can be, I guess, the happy ending to the story, I suppose, the happy ending, I guess you could say, is I think the kid was doing pretty well being raised by the dad. By its father. I think the kid did pretty well. I don't remember what the gender of the kid was, boy or girl. I think it was a boy. Yeah, at least the kid apparently was doing well being raised by the dad, which would be surprising based on the circumstances. I mean, guys that get 12-year-olds pregnant at 19 usually aren't the best fathers, but last thing I heard was at least something positive. So silver lining, I guess, though. Doubt that kid has the happiest future ahead. But, I mean, that may be a very horrible example of what can happen, but it's not an entirely uncommon one. Stuff like this happens all the time. Listen, okay? If you want to see some teen pregnancies, all right, you go to a fucking Walmart in Florida past 10 p.m. Go to a Walmart in Florida in like a somewhat rural town past 10 p.m. and you will see pregnant teenagers hanging out. Teenagers who really need to not be pregnant and need to be like doing not pregnant teenage things, I guess. And I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, they could have gotten an abortion, technically, legally, I imagine, maybe, potentially. I don't know the exact laws on abortion in Florida, but, like, they could have, possibly, with parental consent. The classmate in question I had, her parents were hardcore Southern Baptists. Hypers in chat if you know about the Westboro Baptist Church. Her parents were members of the Westboro Baptist Church. I don't know if it was the exact Westboro one, but it was like Baptist, like the same tier of shit. It was the same shit, and they were Baptist. And part of a particular Baptist church that I believe, it may not have been the Westboro Baptist Church. It might have been one very similar. But yeah, the parents wouldn't have let her have an abortion. I don't know if she wanted to have one. She probably didn't know what an abortion was. She wasn't old enough. She probably wasn't old enough to know what an abortion was, if I'm being honest. She probably didn't even know that. Well, no, she would have known it was an option. There's no way you don't get neonatal care and don't know that abortion is an option, right? And she had to have gotten some level of neonatal care. She had to have seen a doctor and like gotten an ultrasound or a checkup or something. But I mean, hell, knowing her parents and what they were like, it's possible they didn't have a big fan of doctors, so she might not have had that. But yeah, it's really fucked up shit. And do you want to know what the conservative solution to this situation is? Do you want to know what the conservative solution to this classmate situation would have been? What they're trying to do. It's what they're trying to do, which is eliminate the age age barriers for marriage so that she could have married at 12 years old her 19-year-old husband to raise the kid. That's the conservative solution. The conservative solution was for her to drop out of school at 12 years old, get married to that guy, and become a mother at 12 years old. And you know what the excuse from the right would have been? Well, she shouldn't have had sex. That would have been the excuse. That would have been the excuse. If you have any doubt about that, by the way, I can show you an even more ghoulish response from a blue checkmark conservative on Twitter, who of all people, I saw Tipster quote tweet with some based ass shit. Not saying Tipster's like bad or anything. I just don't really see him as like a super lefty political figure who's out there like calling out conservatives online. It's just not really a thing. Oh, sorry, not a check mark, but a 139 follower conservative figure. Dr. Boyce Watkins, let's make Black America great again. Yes, is a black conservative doctor who tweeted this. The term forced birth is made up propaganda. Nobody forced you to have sex. So yeah, if you're under any delusion that conservatives are not ghoulish enough to say, well, the 12-year-old should have married the 19-year-old guy, dropped out of school, and become his wife, then the fact that conservatives don't even believe in the concept of forced sex or rape should perhaps be an indication of just how ghoulish these subhuman fuckers are willing to get. And yes, I do think conservatives like this are subhuman, and I'll call them as such. I know that many of you guys don't like the term subhuman or degenerate or these terms popularized by the right and commonly used against marginalized groups in the past. I think we need to adopt these terms. I think we need to start calling conservatives subhuman. I think we need to start calling them degenerates. I think, hell, you know what? I think we need to start adopting like yikesy language to refer to as to conservatives as. We should start calling conservatives like eugenics terms. I genuinely believe it. We need to start calling conservatives eugenics terms. I'm all on board, okay? The same way that we took all the power away from right-wing dog whistles and talking points and memes like based and red-pilled and whatnot. Based and red-pilled used to mean what the right says it means, and that's what it was used as. Now everybody uses based and red pill so goddamn, non-politically and just randomly and for the memes, and it's such a normie meme now. The right has abandoned based and red pilled. Like, the people who say based and red pilled on the right now are like not the ones that are getting taken seriously, Do the right wingers that have a large audience that are taken seriously ever say based and red pilled anymore? Of course not. They call left wing people predators and groomers, and they've completely changed a lot of their talking points, at least on the surface they have. The right's talking points since, I'm 22 years old, okay? I get a lot of shit for comparing today's politics to 2016. Something you guys have to understand is 2016, 2015, that era got me into politics. I'm 22 years old. The most political the last political event that I remember prior to 2015, 2016 would have been the election between Obama and Romney. And Obama kind of had that in the bag from the beginning, more or less. Like, Obama just kind of had that election in the bag, so it wasn't really... That election was not a very, at least not the way I remember it. I don't remember that election being, anywhere near as hot as 2016 or 2020 was. Can I show you guys what the 2012 election was for me? This is what online politics was to me back then.
By facts. I'm rich. I got fat stacks and super PACs. We all know what went down in that 2008 election. You're a decent politician with a winning complexion. You're all Barack and no Blake, but no change, and we're all still hoping that you'll shut your mouth like Guantanamo Bay, they're both open. You're from the windy city where you're looking pretty with your blowhards, but come January you'll be left evicted and with no job. Raw rhymes stronger than my jawline when I spit a phrase, knocking you harder than front doors in my own mission days. You see this silver spoon, this the mass out of debt. Took you 4 years to drop unemployment down below.
The 2012 election was the first time I heard of gay people. That's really funny. Technically, the first time I heard of trans people was, for real, because in my mind, because in my mind at the time, I didn't think it was an unwoke thing to believe that a trans woman was just trans women and cross-dressers are the same thing. And at least they were in my mind at the time. There was no, before the trans issue, as far the culture war made trans people a thing that I knew about, to be fair. So I guess there's that, but that's really funny. Can I tell you guys something really, really funny I said when I was 6 years old in the car once? I don't know why I remember saying this when I was 6 years old. Probably because it's one of those quotes that sticks with you and you get older and you're like, oh, that was so cringy. Everybody who heard me say that was cringing, and I hope they don't remember. I was in the car on the way to school with my mom. And this would have been during the 2008 election, ironically enough, when Obama was running and everything. And my mom was talking about politics because it was talked about on the radio or some shit. I was on my way to school. And they were talking about the gay thing, the gay issue, right? The gay issue, of course. The rights of gay people and gay marriage and stuff, because at the time, gay marriage, of course, was not federally legal. But my mom's ranting about whatever was being said. And I remember I said, Of course being gay is a choice. Everybody has the choice to be gay if they want to. Nobody should be forced to have to be straight. I was like, yeah, if people want to be gay, they can be gay. Well, why should that be? Why can't people be gay? They're not hurting anybody. That was what I said. Of course they should have that choice. That's what 6-year-old me said. Of course people should have the choice to be gay. I mean, I was raised with some pretty, like, good, basic political, like, morals and foundations and everything. But, like, that there, I know I was 8 years old, but, like, that should indicate to you the fact that despite the fact that I was being raised to have the correct political positions at the end of the day, I wasn't being taught why those were the correct political positions. School wasn't taking care of that either. And that's called moral luck. That's called being morally lucky. It's true. Like, a lot of people, unfortunately, I find, probably were morally lucky. They just happened to get raised to be in the right political positions. I feel like I was lucky that I had those positions challenged, and in hindsight, ended up moving to the right, realizing why the right is wrong, then moving to the left and realizing why it's right. Like, I wouldn't be able to do this job today if I hadn't become politically aware, but here I am now. I don't know. I'm stun locking pretty hard, but we're still gonna listen to this fucking rap.
Below 8%, you feel that, Barry? You're old news. Everyone's having doubts, and your rhymes are as weak as this economy that you've done nothing about. Call me a vicious businessman, cause Romney's stealing this race. I'll go bank capital on your donkey ass, restructure your face.
Well, they say your father was a...
Okay, listen, all right? Is it homophobic if you find, like, because what Dr. Sixerino said, I was pro-gay marriage, but then my child brain also thought it was icky. Then I turned out to be bi as fucking by 7th grade. I think it's fine. Well, obviously you end up being bi, so I guess that doesn't really make sense. But I guess for me as a straight guy, is it homophobic to, like, kind of find it, like, icky to just watch people, like, that you're not attracted to making out or having sex? I think it's fine to find that, like, not something you want to see. Maybe even I think kids find it icky to see straight adults kiss, and it's because they don't get it usually. Like, a lot of kids are like, oh, why? Like, obviously I never did, but a lot of kids do, because some kids aren't, like, haven't grown into sexuality yet, I guess, or haven't really figured it out yet, or don't know it yet. So there's a reason why a lot of kids, like, they see adults kissing, they're like, ew, right? I think it's a similar thing. I genuinely do. I think it's like, if you're a straight person, you see, like, 2 guys kiss and you're like, ew, or whatever. It's like, well, of course you're going to be like, ew. You're not into guys. Like, of course. It's just not what you're into, you know? It's just not appealing to you. Sexual displays of affection between anybody that you don't find attractive. Like, guys, if you... when I watch porn, I don't ever look at the guy. Like, okay? Listen, that's the... Because it's not what I want to be looking at during it. I don't think it's homophobic to find it, like... not to be something you'd want to look at, but if it's something that disgusts you to the extent that you're like, ew, disgusting, degenerate, horrible, then you're a homophobe, okay? If you see, like, if you're just not, like, down to watch 2 guys make out, but you're down to watch 2 women make out, that doesn't make you homophobic. It means you think women are hot and you don't like guys. And 2 guys making out in front of you isn't really what you're down for, you know? However, not being able to handle it is about as immature and ridiculous as not being able to handle 2 straight people making out in front of you. If you can't handle it and you make a deal about it when you wouldn't make a deal about the other thing, that's homophobic. Let's hear Obama's bars in this.
Restructure your face.
Well, they say your father was a great man. You must be what's left. Need to stop hating on gays. Let them teach you how to dress. You got the mama jeans.
This song is so ingrained in my brain. I'm sorry. I remember every line from it. I could sing it if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that because it's not going to make you cringe.
And a Mr. Fantastic face. So rich and white, it's like I'm running against a cheesecake.
That line is fantastic. I had to say it. I'm sorry.
Republicans need a puppet and you fed. Got their hands so far up your rear, call you Mitt. I'm the head of state. You're like a head of cabbage. About to get smacked by my stimulus package. You're a bad man with no chance. You can't even touch me. I got 4 more years. 2 terms. And the White House. Just trust me. I hope you saved your best rhymes for the second half. Because right now,
I'm 47% for kicking your ass.
Whatever! That 40% thing got you real mad. What did it remind you how many decent parents you had?
Look, I respect our religions, but it might get crazy if the White House is a first, second, and a third lady.
Ha! Don't bring up wives, man! What are you doing? You got hitched to the female version of Patrick Ewing!
Let me be clear. Don't get it twisted. We'll see how pretty your face is after my fess has kissed it.
Here it comes.
You're a stuttering communist.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're stupid.
You're stupid.
Nuh-uh.
I am the power invested in me by the giant Baldberg. The president shall not be the shiniest of two turds. You, I want to like you. Don't talk about change the doer. I thought what was on my radar until I put it went through it. Hey, you, moneyman, you're a pancake, you flip-flopping it. It's a country, not a company. You can play like Monopoly. I'll properly reach across the aisle and bitch smack you as equals. Of the people, by the people, for the people. Ego.
Lincoln was cringe, sorry. Listen, okay, the average American, like, to shit talk Lincoln, like, Lincoln is there's a certain point where, like, a president has become historical enough that criticizing them ends up becoming, like, cringe to the vast majority of people. Like, if I said, Abe Lincoln wasn't as good as people say, then, like, the average American would lose their shit. Because the average American was taught a very whitewashed history of the vast majority of these figures that, like, played a part in America's history. And, you know, like, most people think of Abe Lincoln as this sort of white savior figure, essentially. I'm sorry. That's how Lincoln's been, like, sort of immortalized as in American history, as, like, quite literally a white savior. Like, the guy who ended slavery. Like, and the right uses that as a talking point, by the way. Have you ever heard right-wing people say white people ended slavery? They say that. I think I had a right-winger say that to me in a debate once, that white people ended slavery. Even the ending of slavery is something they'll use, that white supremacists will use to make white people look better. Even though it was white people that started chattel slavery. Yeah, and it's not even true, even. Yeah, and of course, you know, that a big part of the idea that Lincoln was this white savior who had this strong moral aversion and political aversion to slavery. He fought for his life to his death to end slavery. These ideas are ideas that allow the Republican Party to claim they're the party of Lincoln and continue to brainwash a vast majority of people into believing that the Republican Party was once, or what is currently the Republican Party, was once like this amazing thing, and so it must still be this amazing thing. It should go without saying, the Southern Switch happened. The political structure of America back then was very different than it is now. It's just not the same. Like, okay, so back in these days, essentially what mattered most was where you were from, not your party. Northern Republicans and Democrats were both pretty consistently in the same spot as far as slavery goes. Southern Democrats and Republicans, the same damn thing. Like, they were, like, Southern Democrats and Republicans about on the same page as far as slavery is concerned. Northern Democrats and Republicans was about the same page. It wasn't until after slavery ended, as far as, you know, the American history myth would tell you, the actual last chattel slave was, as it turns out, released in the 1940s and freed. But the year that American politicians and like the American government wants you to believe the last slave was freed, like it wasn't until after that we really started to see the modern structure of, like, the Republicans and Democrats start to get borne out, right? Back then it was more of it wasn't a Democrat-Republican thing so much as a North-South thing, and the Republicans right, Democrats left thing is much more a modern thing that is a product of the booming business of the Industrial Revolution here in America. It was really the Industrial Revolution, the explosion of capitalism, and the growing prominence of these millionaires and these giant businessmen who owned massive amounts of wealth. Like, if any of you ever played Red Dead Redemption 2, figures like Leviticus Cornwall, if you ever remember him, your Leviticus Cornwall types were the first traditional Republicans that you would consider to be today. People who would hire independent agencies to literally kill and beat and attack their workers into not striking. Like literally, like the Pinkerton Detective Agency got its start from being hired by millionaires and like business industry owners to like beat their workers out of striking. Like, oh, you want to strike? Well, we hired an entire police force to kill or attack you if you try to strike against us or stage a picket line or something. And yeah, in some places it was against the law to quit your job. Yeah, obviously we saw for black people specifically, it was against the law to quit your job. The specific law that made quitting your job without following the proper processes was a law that was almost exclusively used on black people and other minorities. Though at the time, I guess Irish people were seen as a minority. They got hit with that shit kind of hard, but doesn't really count though if they're not seen as white, right? If they're literally called inside out N-words, it's hard to say that, like, dude, conservatives will try to argue, hey, no, white people have been racism against for their race. What about the Italians and the Irish here in America during the early 1900s and late 1800s? What about them? And it's like, are you really going to claim that Irish people were being shit on for their whiteness when they were literally called inside out N-words? No. It was very clearly, they didn't consider them white, is why, okay? Just because Irish people weren't considered white doesn't mean that white supremacy isn't real all of a sudden. The Irish stood with the Black Panther Party and not with their Irish American counterpart. That's pretty base. You know what? I feel like the Black Panthers could have learned a lot from the IRA. We're getting spicy. We're getting spicy here. Didn't the IRA exist after the Black Panther Party, though? Wasn't the IRA's whole thing like, no. The IRA was planting car bombs like back in the 1960s, right? 1950s? When was that? Listen, okay? Anybody who hates the British is based, okay? I think the IRA could have learned from the Black Panthers. I think they could have learned from each other. The IRA is a terrorist organization. Yeah, against the British, though, so it's okay. All right, One Piece 34. Thanks for the $5. I appreciate that. Don't forget the right try to use Stan Lee as someone who would agree with them, but Stan Lee was fucking progressive. Dude, Stan Lee went on an interview before he died. He was very old in this interview. This is like not long before his death. This is a recent clip as far as his lifetime goes. And he's like, yeah, well, something I would do very often when I was bored would be like, well, what can I do to make this comic line more interesting, to make this character more interesting? And one of my favorite things to do would be to change the race, the gender, the sexuality of the character and see how interesting I could figure out a story to make that relevant around, right? And that was literally what he said. He said, DC Comics reached out to me to write a few books for them, and they wanted me to write a run of Batman to be a little more interesting. And my suggestion on how I would create a new run of Batman to be more interesting would be to make Batman black. Make Batman a black man. Make him struggle with the fact that the prison system is very profitable, is racist and is for profit prisons and all that. Like, have him have to struggle with that fact. You know, that was literally something he talked about. Like, he legitimately would think about how cool would it be if I race swapped this character to be black, or this character to be a woman, or this character to be gay, and how interesting would that make the story? That was literally something he talked about, what he would do back in the 60s and 70s, and he admitted it, like, in the 2020s. Like, before he died. Well, no, he died in... No, it wouldn't have been at the 2020s. Well, the 2010s, but still, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, they'll try to do that kind of stuff, and it really is cringe. Thank you for the $5 though, One Piece. And Puffle Cakes, thanks for the tier 1 gift sub to One Piece as well. Says emotes for comrades, K comrade. True. Anyway, I did a lot of stun locking there, but the main, I guess, the main point of what I'm saying here is that what the right is doing here has always been the plan. This has always been the plan. From the beginning, this has been the plan. Going back as far as the preservation of chattel slavery, this has been the right's plan. You make it harder for the rights of minorities to be upheld by the federal government by eliminating laws and policies that ensure equal treatment and rights for certain marginalized groups. You get rid of those on a federal level, and then you give the freedom to states to take away those rights on a state level, as long as those states are obviously red enough. And that is their goal. Their goal is to secure enough red states, enough electoral votes, to push enough left-wing people out of those states, functionally, that they've basically got every election in the bag. I wouldn't be surprised if that's their goal. If they can push enough left-wing people out of purple states, that's more guaranteed red states for them. It's a big deal. The more purple states turn red, the better for them. And the biggest thing that turns purple states red is wealthy, usually wealthier, like city living left-wing people moving to larger cities on the coasts. That's a big part of it, right? It's where the term flyover country comes from. A lot of left-wing, like, I know this is a problem, a lot of liberal messaging is very discriminatory towards, like, working class people in rural areas. But I'm sorry, a lot of working class people in rural areas are fucking stupid, and if you're trans, gay, black, etc., they would, if they could, they would kill you. Good amount of them would. I'm sorry, but like some of the like rhetoric against like people out in the Rust Belt and in these like southern states, a lot of like the liberal talking points about that, the jokes, etc., quite warranted and deserved. Okay, I'm sorry. There are still sundown towns in America out there, okay? There are still towns where you don't go outside after dark if you're black, okay? That still exists here in America in the South. There are still sundown towns in the South where you don't go outside if you're black, okay? These are real things. These are real serious problems out there in the out there in these rural areas. And these are the states, these are the areas that have the strongest Republican hold. Classist Zan? Is it classist to acknowledge the fact that education tends to correlate directly with left-wing political beliefs? And education tends to correlate with money and infrastructure and being closer to a city? I don't really think it's classist to say that, because it's not. It's not. Like, I'm sorry, but the data shows the more educated you are, the more likely you are to be left-wing, to be progressive, to on the left in general. Like the more educated, the closer to a city you live, the better infrastructure, the more money there is in the area you live for the schools in the area to be paid for by property taxes, the better education you're going to get, and just frankly, the more likely you are to be left-wing, because reality has a liberal bias. It's bold to assume uneducated people are right-wing, though. I never said uneducated people are right-wing. I said that education and wealth and a locality close to a high-income area, usually a densely populated city or suburban area, tends to correlate with higher education, and higher education correlates directly with being on the left. I'm not condemning people for being uneducated. I'm simply pointing out the fact that in these areas where there is very little lack of good education, I mean, most of those rural kids are being homeschooled. A lot of rural kids are getting homeschooled simply because of the distance to the nearest school. Just because it's less work to homeschool your kid than to get them to the nearest school. There are a lot of rural kids that literally help their parents keep their property. Like they have to do work on the property throughout the day, can't afford to go to school, so they're homeschooled. I knew several kids like that. When I was homeschooled and I did FLVS, Florida Virtual School, back in Florida, and I do I talked to some of my classmates on there. Most of them were rural livers, like they were living out in rural areas, and the reason they were homeschooled was because they were helping their parents with agriculture stuff. A lot of farms, a lot of dairies, a lot of just generally cow-related farming in Florida. You go out in You go out in Florida, out into the middle of just some random like rural area, you're gonna see two animals: horses, if you're lucky, a lot of cows. You'll see some horses. I've seen a lot of horses randomly just walking around in like the... Okay, I should clarify, by the way. We're talking like you're driving down a road and there's like a barbed wire on the side of the road. And then you look past the barbed wire, big field, big fucking field full of either horses, sometimes, usually cows, and deer. Well, there's no deer fields. Usually the deer come into the fields with the horses and the cows to be there, and you just see them out there. But yeah, I mean, that's a thing too. Like, to be clear, a lot of people from where I grew up were living in these rural areas where they were homeschooled simply because of either they're too rural to get to a school, or two, they're so rural because their parents' main source of income is some sort of agriculture of some kind, and they literally have to be at home to help with it. And they have to have a stretchable and flexible enough schedule that they can, you know, go to school and do their schoolwork when they can. Yeah. I mean, these are real issues, and stuff like that leads to more conservatives. I hate to say it, but it does. Lack of education tends to pump out conservatives. There's nothing wrong with being uneducated. You don't get to choose where you were born or where you grew up or whatever. However, I will say, when uneducated kids grow up into conservative adults, you don't get to use the lack of education as an excuse anymore for being a conservative. I don't know if that follows through. That's so accurate, though. I know. There's a very common, something that's very prevalent among the left is this moral not a moral superiority, more of a logical superiority that a lot of lefties will feel by being maybe not overtly, but at least a little tiny bit class reductionist. Even if it's just a drop of class reductionist, I find a lot of lefties have a problem with certain things, right? Like, a few people in here got really mad that I said lack of money and education tends to pump out conservatives. Some of you genuinely got mad and thought I was being classist there. And it's because you guys get more offended at me criticizing conservatives because maybe my criticism might come from a place of like wealth privilege. Trust me, it's not, okay? Listen, all right? I don't make enough money to buy enough food to get my calories in to be in a calorie surplus, okay? I am not talking from a economically privileged position, all right? Regardless, healthy food, by the way. I can't afford to get into a calorie surplus with pizza, I guess, but like, I don't make enough money to buy like 5 pounds of chicken every grocery store visit, so I have to eat 2,800 calories a day to be in a calorie surplus, chat. My RMB, my RMB is so fucking high. It's insane. I've been doing my workout routine, but not getting my calories in as much as I need to. Do you guys want to know how much weight I've lost? I started about mid-April at 169 pounds. Nice. I now weigh 146 pounds. I'm not doing a good job on that calorie surplus, am I, chat? I've cut out junk food almost entirely, and I'm just eating like just healthy food as much as I can, you know, chicken, spinach, fucking rice, steak, etc. But eating nothing but healthy food makes it really hard to get your calories in, and I need to be getting in 2,600 plus calories a day to grow, and I can't afford that much chicken, steak, beef, rice, etc. I do be under that. I do be in a calorie deficit, and I do be losing lots of weight. Eat more? I can't. Like, I can't afford more of that food. I don't know what you want from me. Like, I could supplement it with unhealthy food, but that's going to add fat onto me, and I'm trying to get shredded. And that requires having to eat a lot of chicken and rice, and getting 2,800 calories of spinach, chicken, and rice in a day requires a lot of chicken, spinach, and rice. It takes a lot of chicken, spinach, and rice to get like 2,800 calories in a day, okay? It's very hard to do that. I don't hear no eating. True. Thank you, One Piece 34, for the $5. I appreciate it. Here's another funny video. Let me do my outro first. Thank you so much, guys, for the donos, the views, everything, the support. If you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, follow my social media, especially if you want to see me do more coverage about the Roe v. Wade repealing thing. If it does go through, if it does end up being as bad as many are expecting it to be, I'll of course be covering it. I will be following this story. If you want to see more, make sure to ring the bell icon and click that sub button and like the stream as well. If you're watching on YouTube, you're watching the stream or the video, please drop a like. It's completely free. It takes half a second, helps the channel more than you even realize. YouTube values likes more than ever right now. And, just having a high like to view ratio really helps the channel. So consider dropping a like. It helps a lot. Thank you. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. I will watch this Sonic video in just a second. And also, thank you for the $5, is also the right try to use Sonic as part of their BS culture war, only for them to get bitch slapped by Sonic with evidence proving Sonic is progressive and political. Okay, I'm sorry. You can't claim that Sonic is like right-wing or supports right-wing ideas when all Sonic fans are gay furries. Literally every single Sonic fan is a gay furry with autism. So it's kind of hard to claim that it's a right-wing franchise when that's true, you know? Though then again, I guess the FNAF creator has a community of gay furries with autism in his fan base, and he's very right-wing, so there is that. Wait, I'm not even being mean or trying to be ableist or lying here. I'm just saying, like, Sonic has a very large furry, gay, and autism following. Like, unironically, it's a big deal. It's like unironically, I feel like Sonic the Hedgehog at this point should be part of the culture of people with autism. Really. Autism as a choice, being a gay and a furry. Oh, God. I stole that joke from Boblax. I'm sorry. I stole that joke from Boblax. Credit goes to him, okay? He's the one that said it's a great month for him because he said, I think the quote from Boblax was, "This is a great month for me. Not only is it my birthday month, but it's also autism month and the new Sonic movie comes out this month." And he made a joke about them releasing the new Sonic movie during Autism Month being a very deliberate thing, I think. It was a good meme. It should just be our mascot. Yeah, honestly. Speaking of which, absolute king. I hear that fucking guy. The guy they do that does the voice of Robotnik in all these memes. They literally use that guy's voice constantly in all these meme videos. I assume it's from that one voiceover playthrough. Like people just take clips from that and then use those audio clips in these meme videos, I assume, is how it's done. I assume they're not hiring the same person. All right. Reza Sutra, thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the $10. Thank you. That'll help me afford more chicken and rice. Like, to be clear, I'm not starving to death or anything. I'm not I should clarify. I worry that what I said might give off the impression that I don't make enough money to survive. I am not dying of hunger or anything. I'm just losing a lot of weight because I'm in a calorie deficit right now. A calorie deficit basically means my body is burning more calories by me sitting here at my computer and working out every day than I'm able to eat and get into my body. That means I'm going to lose fat. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to get sick. I'm still getting enough calories to live. It's just getting as much healthy food in me as I need to get requires, 1, a lot of money, and 2, oh God, I'm going to be on the edge of vomiting once I get to the point where I can afford my calorie surplus, because the amount of food you have to eat every day is absurd if you're going healthy. It really, really is. Fitness is for the wealthy. Not necessarily, but if you're trying to get to the level of fitness I'm trying to get to, it really is. It really, really is. the average person can probably afford to like buy 3 meals a day worth of healthy food and cook for themselves if they have to. But like, I don't think the average person can afford to cook and eat 2,800 to 3,000, which is my current window I'm trying to hit right now. And I still have to add more. I'm going to have to add more calories. That's just where I'm starting. That's my base. That's where I'm starting. My calorie surplus. Getting 2,800 to 3,000 calories of chicken, rice, broccoli, spinach, lean beef, eggs, whey protein, shit like that. Getting 3,000 calories roughly of that a day means you are never hungry. And you are never at like, you know how there's like a good middle ground between full and hungry? That's like the ideal place to be. Like you don't even feel like you're full. You don't feel like you're hungry. You're neutral. Your stomach is neutral. It feels nothing. You don't get to have that. You are always in that feel. You ever eat so much that one more bite would make you vomit up all your food? That is the feeling I'm going to have to exist in persistently with this calorie surplus. It's gonna suck dick, but your boy's naturally kind of skinny. I put on muscle not too hard. Like, it's not like I'm not a hard gainer by any means, but I've got a fast metabolism. I don't hold weight like too crazy well. I burn fat quick. Muscle doesn't burn quite as fast for me, but it's that sounds great. What the fuck? But it's hard. But there's a certain point where it gets hard to put on muscle though. Like fat and muscle can be just as hard to put on, believe it or not. And there's gonna get a point. There's gonna be a point where it gets to be an issue for me, and I'm gonna be like on stream, and there's going to be a day that comes where I'm gonna be wearing my little Fitbit or whatever, and it's gonna beep, and it's gonna be like, all right, guys, time for me to eat another pound of chicken, and I'm gonna have to eat it with my bare hands on stream to get it down, because I've maybe gotten a couple of days of my calorie surplus in so far. It's very hard to do. I've gotten my calorie surplus in like 2 days so far. That's how hard it is to hit. And those 2 days that I managed to hit it might have been the most barfy I've ever felt. And I realized very quick the only way for me to get that much food in is to eat absurdly fast. Like if it's a steak, I gotta essentially pick up the steak and just go and get it down as quick as possible where my brain can realize I'm full. Okay? Like if it's like a big steak, a lot of rice, like a lot of food or something, like, or chicken and yellow rice, like a lot of that, I had to like grab the chicken breast in my hand, start eating it like it's a fucking chocolate bar or something to eat fast enough to get that chicken and rice in my stomach fast enough that day that I would not feel hungry before I had enough food in. Okay. So my vaping hurts that as well. Nicotine kills your appetite, and that makes it harder as well. But when it's time to cut, vaping is going to be my best friend. Vaping is going to be my best fucking friend when it becomes time to cut. I literally have it like a balancing act, okay? When the vaping gets rid of my appetite, I hit some weed to get it back. It's like, ooh, it's been a while since I've eaten. I need to eat, but the vaping's killed my appetite. Well, time to get nice and high. Get nice and high. There, appetite's back again. Eat. Nice. Time for more vape. Yeah. That's how I do it. The weed kind of kind of cancels out the hunger destroying effect of the nicotine. It's pretty cool. All right. We got a really interesting segment coming up next. All right. 3, 2, 1, action. I assume many of you guys are familiar with a channel called Spiritverse, aka Spirit Science. I have never covered this channel on my channel at all. Mostly because covering this guy is kind of like a Vosh thing. Like Vosh was the one who kind of started covering this channel as far as left-wing streamers go. And I get accused of copying Vosh enough for my own liking. But today, I found out something about this guy that made me decide I'm going to talk about him on stream today. Now, Assuming you somehow don't know about spirit science, my literal only way of knowing who this person is due to Vosh reacting to some of his videos. This guy is a nut job, just a fucking nut job. Cult leader, believes in just the most ridiculous pseudoscience bullshit. Believes in space Jews. Yes, the space Jews were a thing that he talked about. Yes, the space Hebrews. Definitely like just downright insane. Okay. He somehow surpassed the Jews or aliens from Earth feuder who weren't emotional enough. Yeah, he apparently did surpass that. Matter of fact, if there's a video that you guys would prefer for me to watch of his, just to demonstrate what he's like, you know what? The Spirit Science Hidden Human History movie. This is from 10 years ago. Let's see what this guy has to say before I get into his dark secret that we're going to be discussing. A secret that has not been talked about since 2017 on the whole internet. I literally searched the whole internet looking for any mention of this story. It has not been mentioned since 2017, and it is bad. So let's go ahead and watch what our boy Spirit Science has to say, and you guys will get a decent idea of what this dude's all about pretty quick.
Over the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history. Our stories of the past have been changed, altered, mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we rounded the curve on the precession of the equinox. Modern views of our history account for many things, but completely dismiss many very—
Okay, don't expect to understand half the words he uses here. Very much like conservative reactionary content, this is riddled with buzzwords that mean absolutely nothing. If you're not already part of the cult and not already aware, it'll make no sense to you whatsoever. But it is meant to sound smart and impressive to you if you don't know what it means, that maybe then you'll take this guy more seriously. He's going to use a lot of space words. He's going to use a lot of sciencey sounding words. The ones that are real, he's going to misuse, and the rest of it's going to be mostly made up shit. So let's go ahead and watch.
Very important pieces in the puzzle. For example, the pyramids of Giza. There is no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made. Individually, each block cannot be pulled.
Yes, there is. We're pretty sure we know how they were made. Very common trend among conspiracy theorists, especially the racist ones, is to insist that any marvel of the world created by brown people must not have happened. It must have been aliens or magic. Like, very commonly, literally any impressive structure that was made by brown people historically must have been made by aliens or some shit. It's very common. The History Channel is basically the same shit at this point. Their ancient aliens bullshit. It's embarrassing. It's just downright embarrassing. We can make a fucking pyramid, all right? The bottom starts wide, the top starts thin. We've been able to, we could make, they literally did a demonstration where they made a smaller version of a pyramid from scratch with nothing but the methods they expected the ancient Egyptians would have used, and they did it, and it worked. You just have to scale it up. It's known to be possible. It's I don't know, like, have you ever seen an igloo get made? It's very similar to the process of making a big igloo. Like only sandstone and snow blocks and ice blocks are very different. Very similar like igloos to me are more impressive than the pyramids are. Igloos are hollow. When you make an ice block igloo, I've watched how they do it. They literally use the pressure of all the blocks of the igloo pushing on each other to hold it up. And then they use like a little bit of ice, like a little bit of slushed ice on a below freezing day as like grout to grout the bricks together if it needs like a little bit more like filling in. But as for the structure, the main structure, the ice blocks are just held together in a completely hollow dome by nothing but the structural like the power that the dome brings you, and a nearly solid. I believe the pyramids are solid. I don't know if there's much inside of them as far as like room. I haven't really learned an insane amount of it. Listen, okay, most of my modern knowledge on ancient Egypt comes from Moon Knight and Assassin's Creed Origins. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is inside the pyramids. They're probably mostly solid. But yeah, I mean, probably not easier, but on in terms of the math, and if you were to scale it up, easier to make than an igloo. A little pyramid's easier to make than a little igloo. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah. Their whole labyrinths, the pyramids are the pyramids fully explored? I'm curious about that. I feel like It wouldn't surprise me if they aren't fully explored, if there's legitimately like rooms in some of the Great Pyramids that have never been opened or seen by a human in 4,000 years, it would be. Yeah, they're ceremonial tombs. Oh, I know that, but... Are there booby traps? Probably not active ones. Probably not. I mean, these weren't the... Well, yeah, actually, there probably were. There probably would have been, right? Were there booby traps in there? Would they still be active? What would they have been like? I don't know. Fuck, this is confused. This is not confusing. This is interesting. Regardless, very dumb take from our boy. I do know how the current theory on how the pyramids were made. I watch a lot of weird videos about stuff like that.
Even with 50 men pulling it, let alone drag it for hundreds of miles and then stack them on top of each other 450 feet in the air in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve. Not to
But it can though. I saw guys do it. I guess this was 10 years ago, but still, this guy's insane, by the way, and a liar. So it's not like this person. I shouldn't format this like a response. I'm just gonna let you guys watch for a few minutes to see how insane he is, and then I'll get to the segment.
To mention having lined up precisely with both Orion's belt, a golden mean, and Fibonacci spiral, and be a primary nodal point of every sacred site on the planet. And that's just one example. Our history is not what we think. Many things that we've been led to believe to be true simply...
Okay, for those of you guys that don't know, the Fibonacci spiral meme is probably one of my favorite things ever, okay? Do you... Okay. Can I... It's such a stun lock. I'll show it after stream. Remind me... You guys need to remind me of 2 words after this segment is done. MILFs... and the Fibonacci spiral, okay? I promise you these 2 topics are related, and I'll explain why at the end of the segment without getting stun locked. You guys just have to remind me, and I'll explain it.
Is not. This has got to be the biggest. The field of archaeology recently saw some monumental discoveries that are rocking the foundation of what we think we know about ourselves. Many ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad that were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths because no one could prove...
Fibonacci spiral? Does he mean Archimedes spiral? No, I think a Fibonacci spiral is real, isn't it? Am I thinking something else? Did he say something else? I don't... Oh, my bad. Maybe I'm using the wrong term. Fibonacci? No, it's a Fibonacci spiral. It's this thing. This spiral thing here. In geometry, a golden spiral is a logarithmic spiral whose growth factor of... What is that? I don't know what that symbol is. It's a little bit high level for me, dog. The golden ratio... This is the golden ratio is what it's nicknamed. The golden ratio is supposed to be this, like, perfect... The joke is that the location of the pyramids, or not the joke, the meme is, the conspiracy is that, like, the positioning of the Great Pyramid of Giza is located in such a way in which with certain constellations, it's lined up somehow. I don't even know how the fucking... like the graph he used there, the graphic he even used there was supposed to demonstrate this with a Fibonacci sequence, and that's the golden ratio, and so that must mean that there's more significance to the location of the Great Pyramids than just whatever. It's a really weird explanation for how there could be some level of spiritual higher power significance to the creation and location of this wonder of the world, which he claims isn't even possible to achieve today. Do you really think we couldn't build one of the Great Pyramids of Giza today with modern technology? He said you can't move... How many tons did he say? The bricks that moved the... Here, how heavy is a block from the Great Pyramids? I think he said it was like 2.5 tons. You know that, like, trucks can carry that much, right? Like, a school bus weighs about 1 ton, doesn't it, right? Wasn't there a guy who was able to pull a full school bus with chains on his back over his shoulders? That alone is like 1 ton, right? I'm pretty sure a school bus is like exactly a ton, right? Cars are about a ton. People can lift cars when they have enough of an adrenaline rush. How is he going to say that 15 full-grown men can't drag 2.5 tons on like the systems that they built. The idea of like the systems they built was they were using logs to roll a lot of these to take away from the amount of effort it would take, because believe it or not, just because the ancient Egyptians tended to be brown does not mean they were too stupid to know that if you roll something heavy on something, that significantly reduces the amount of energy you have to put into moving it. It's a pretty like, that's something we figured out way before the pyramids were built. But you know, yeah. I don't think I need to explain why this is stupid, but
They
just
existed.
watch.
Then, one of them was found. This led to finding another, and then another. Inside one of these cities, archaeologists found thousands of cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth under this ancient city. The tablets were completely covered in text written in cuneiform and tell an ancient story that spans back over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, describing the history of the earth and the origins of the human race in great detail. Now, the first thing we all want to do is just say that they were making things up. They didn't know
This didn't happen.
the history of Earth, and they were simply creating tales to explain where they came from. However, if this was true, how could...
If you're looking for like an actual takedown of this video, go watch Vosh's response to it. I'm pretty sure he's watched this one before. I'm not here to respond to this guy. I'm just giving you guys that may not be aware of him a decent understanding of what he's like before we talk about the reason I'm here today.
Can we explain how they knew so many things about the universe that would seem impossible to know? Not only did the Dogons know all about the distant planets in the solar system, but so did the Sumerians.
We're gonna get to some interesting stuff pretty soon.
They describe them all in great detail in these Sumerian records. They also knew about the precession of the equinox. That's a tough one for a historian to understand, because it takes over 2,000 years of continuous observation to actually learn that the Earth has a wobble. The Sumerians had this information from day one of their civilization.
I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Wait, the vast majority of tendencies that we know when it comes to the Earth globe model are testable with going back as far as like the 12th century. Like, I'm pretty sure we've been able to detect there's been a wobble to the Earth. Wait, the wobble to the Earth is how seasons are explained. If they were able to figure out that the Earth was round by then, they would have known that the Earth's wobble would be the explanation for seasons. That's all they'd need to know, is that seasons are a thing and the Earth is round and it spins and it circles the sun. That's all they would have need to know to figure out, oh, the Earth is probably like wobbling on its axis to cause seasons to occur. You can figure out the Earth has a wobble in 1 month. Constellations aren't there every day. Yeah, the night sky moves. Like we see like that star's in a different place than it used to be like a month ago. We don't need to look for 2,000 years to notice a difference. I mean, there are very small changes we notice that we can figure these things out with. Like a lot of these measurements are literally like measurements taken on a much smaller scale and then scaled up to the scale of what that is trying to be measured. Very commonly, that's what's done as far as like being able to see these things. Like a very good example of a Earth is round experiment you can do at home. Dig a hole, okay? Dig a hole in like New York City, all right? Dig a hole in New York City, about, I don't know, 5 feet deep. Who cares? Look at put a ruler down in it and see where the shadow falls on the ruler or the yardstick or whatever. Then have somebody over Discord at the exact same time in, I don't know, fucking California do the exact same thing and measure where the shadow begins on his rule stick. Well, yeah, a lot of you might have done this in like college classes because it was one of the very, very first ways that we figured out the Earth is round. It was one of the first experiments that proved it. Very easy to do at home. You can literally do it with like a pen pal across the country or across the world or anything like that, or across the state. I think it's I think even across like if you're on like one side of like, I don't know, Tennessee, and your friend is on the western side of Tennessee, that might be enough distance to determine a significant enough difference in the shadow to determine, oh shit, we're on a round object and the sun is hitting that part of the Earth in a different way than it's hitting this part of the Earth. Like that'll do it too. Just ride a plane. No. The measurements have to be taken simultaneously though. That's the thing. They have to be taken simultaneously in order to be able to be sure the Earth was in the same exact place when the measurements were taken. The time having passed between measurements will obviously change the results of the experiment. it could be from different cities. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take that much distance, but I mean, it's like even, I think it's the Brooklyn Bridge. The Brooklyn Bridge was built with the curvature of the Earth in mind. One side of the bridge is slightly raised to the other side of the bridge to account for the Earth's curvature, specifically, because even across like the Hudson River, there's enough of an in like between like Manhattan Island and Brooklyn, there's enough Earth curvature that bridges have to be built considering it, just by a little bit, but enough, you know. I gotta pee really bad. I'll be right back. It cuts my mic out constantly, but I'll figure it out. Insert toilet seat sound effect. I really slammed that fucking thing down, didn't I? Didn't mean to. It just kind of fell before I could like catch it. Of course, due to rotation, the Earth deviates from sphere by about 0.3%. How often, Homo sapiens? Like a year? That sounds insane to be happening over the course of a year. Jesus Christ. But I mean, like, you can probably like, of course, the Earth, the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. The Earth is, and I think the term is oblate spheroid. It's a little bit ovular, you know? It's like an egg, almost. Not egg shaped. It's more like, what's a better thing to compare it to? Like, it's really like an oval, you know? Like oval shape, more of a shape like this than a shape perfect circle. Because, yeah, an oblong spheroid, maybe? I don't know what the term is. Oh, yeah, we do have a Nazi in here. Little does the Nazi know, though, I like banning people. And I also like having their IP addresses. All right, let's continue.
A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and have put them all together in his books, but many others have also done the same, and the interpretations are always very similar. Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information about this with us, and his account—
I would never dox anybody, but I do love telling Nazis that make accounts on my website that I now have their IP, because I do, and it scares the shit out of them, regardless of whether or not I do anything with it.
Matches the Sumerian records. Adonis and other channelings discuss it as well. If you see all of these records and
Hail Sobek, true.
There's a huge connection between the stories.
Now, honestly, hail Khonshu, all right? Khonshu's where it's at. Khonshu gives people moon powers. That's dope.
Now, this story spans back hundreds of thousands of years into our past. It talks about Tiamat and Nibiru, the Nephilim, seeding the human race, Adam and Eve, and the children of Lemuria. This portion of the story is really interesting, but not the most—
This motherfucker starts going on about how Moon Knight is real. I'm gonna lose my shit.
Crucial to know. We're not going to be covering this at this time. We are, however, going to be picking up the story at the end of Lemuria and discussing the events of Atlantis up to present day. What I'm going to tell you is a mix of what these records—
He believes in the lost city of Atlantis. Are you going to make scrambled eggs, Xanderhal? Do you want any? I'm good for now, Lonnie. It's okay. Thank you, though. Hopefully you enjoy yours. I can probably like make some food after stream. I'm just I'm in the zone right now. I'm in the zone, the auto zone.
Say, along with what Thoth has told us for some finer details. Please have your own experience while watching this. I'm not going to tell you that this is fact. I am simply saying, decide for yourself.
Okay, that was the intro sequence of the video. This is what I'm going to be talking about, okay? This story came out in 2017, okay? I was able to find a lot of Reddit posts, a few Reddit posts about it, I should say. You know, it was a drama that happened a long time ago, back in like 2017. Spirit Science hasn't really gotten any shit for it recently, hasn't really affected their channel, and it never really got that much attention. In fact, it was really just covered up and sort of buried, more or less, and it is bad. So this comes from evonews.com. I don't know, maybe this is like a... it's possible this story doesn't have as much validity to it as it's said to, but people have sent me this, and the stuff that I read about it seemed pretty legit, and the way the story and accusations go seem pretty damn legit. Creator of Spirit Science, Jordan Duchinks, I believe his name is pronounced, admits to rape, and Blake Dyer, member of Teal Swan's team. For those that don't know, Teal Swan is a fellow cult leader and crazy person. Teal Swan is an American spiritual teacher. Swan's teachings on how to manage mental health issues have often been described as unconventional and potentially hazardous, and has received criticism for how she attracts fans. If a Wikipedia article starts with, this person is very controversial and has received criticism for blank, then we might be dealing with somebody that, because like Wikipedia can't just say this person is a horrible human being. All they can do is sort of objectively report what they've said and done. So when they mean this person's horrible and they're hated by most of society, and rightfully so, they'll just say, this person has received much criticism for this, and this. And here's why these things are also been fact-checked as wrong. And they'll like say this person is like a peddler of misinformation, a piece of shit or whatever, but they won't outright say it. Like, Wikipedia is usually formatted that way. Anyway, creator of Spirit Science, Jordan Duchinks, admits to rape, and Blake Dyer, member of Teal Swan's team, blames survivor. In 2012, Laurie McKellen was coercively raped by the creator of Spirit Science, now Spirit Verse. He's rebranded, which is understandable following this. In 2012, Tori McLellan was coercively raped by the creator of Spirit Science, Jordan. When she spoke out, Blake Dyer, a disciple of spiritual leader Teal Swan and COO of her company, blamed Tori publicly. Student of Teal Swan Cassie Larson advocates for Tori and other survivors of sexual violence and explains her perspective. When Tori McLellan told her former friend and self-professed spiritual healer Teal Swan that she was raped by the creator of Spirit Science, Jordan Duchinks, she was greeted with sympathy that later turned into victim blaming and denial. On July 2017, Blake Dyer, COO of Teal's company, Teal LLC, continued this trend, stating that Tori had poor boundaries and that Jordan was innocent of this crime, despite Jordan's taped confession. In his article, Dyer broke Duchinks' anonymity by mentioning his name and credentials in conjunction with this case. The rape occurred as a result of coercion, which is not included in the state of Oregon's legal definition of rape. Yes, coercion in the state of Oregon is not legally considered rape. Yep. Thus, because Tori eventually consented... Oh yeah, by the way, when people say we don't live in a rape culture, you point that shit out. Thus, because Tori eventually consented, albeit involuntarily, the courts failed to prosecute. In the light of this, Swan and Dyer's victim-blaming narrative emerged. Remedying this act of injustice requires us to listen to Tori's story and reconsider the way the state of Oregon and other states define rape. Tori's story. In 2012, Duchinks and Tori were traveling together. While in Portland, Tori shut herself in a room to be alone. Duchinks entered the room and sat next to her. He turned her head to face his and uncrossed her arms from her chest. He removed both of their clothes and initiated a chakra healing in which he kissed each one of Tori's chakras from her head to her vagina. In case you're wondering where the chakras happen to be, my friends, in case you happen to wonder where literally all the fucking chakras are, they're in the spots that you would most want to put your mouth on a woman if you're like a straight guy. So, yeah, it was definitely sexual. Kissing, so you got the pussy, the stomach, like belly button, the titties, the upper titties, the neck, the face, and the head. Like the head is the least, like the top of the head's like the least sussy area to be putting your mouth on, you know? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so the just clarifying where the locations these areas are, by the way, you know? Tori states, I didn't want to be touched. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I wanted to be alone. Dunix asked Tori to have sex, telling her it would heal her root and sacral chakras. Tori said no, but Dunix continued asking until she involuntarily consented. I like that term, involuntarily consent. I don't know if I like that term. I feel like the term consent needs to be left out of it. It's like the term child porn is one that like a lot of people are trying to phase out when it comes to like the anti-child trafficking and like the figures that are most engaging in advocacy for victims of that kind of stuff are pushing for the term CSAM, child sexual assault material. I agree with that wording more because porn kind of implies consent and like payment, and there's the porn industry exists, and I feel like drawing comparison, I don't know. It seems like it could be a somewhat unhelpful definition or word to describe this type of material, child porn. So CSAM seems much more effective because it leaves out a term that sort of implies consent in an act that can, by definition, never be consensual. So yeah, Tori cried during the entire act. That's usually not a good sign of consent, but Dunix continued until he climaxed. I guess we know what he's into. Tori gathered evidence between August and September of 2013 via Facebook. A friend of Tori saved all the information and sent it to Tori in 2015, who presented the evidence to police in July of 2016. The evidence proved sufficient enough that Tori was given an advocate and a detective to investigate her case. After several months of investigating, officers of the Portland Police Department recorded a conversation between Tori and Dunix on February 7, 2017. In this pretext call, Tori asked Dunix why he continued pressuring her after her repeated refusal. He replied, I was possessed. I mean, that's a creative one. Tori asks Tori asks by what, and he states desire, lust, greed, power. The way people were treating me. It was as if I was on cocaine all the time without even having tried it. Pussy. This portion, no, don't try cocaine. This portion of the conversation, transcribed from a second audio recording on February 10th, also in cooperation with Portland police, features Dunix's admission of guilt. All right, let's read the exchange. Tori, after all of this, how do you think I felt that day? Like the worst day ever. Try again. I like you wanted to die, like you wanted to kill me. I don't know if I'd go that far. I wouldn't blame you. Well, how do you think I felt? Traumatized. Yes. I didn't, looking at it now, I can't see very clearly, but traumatized is the answer. If you would have asked me that day with the awareness I had at the time, I would have said, I would have hoped you felt supported and loved. Tori, why do you think I felt traumatized after that day? Well, that's what I'm saying. I can see very clearly now. Tori, but I want to know why. Why do you think I felt traumatized? Because you were raped. Damn. Him just outright admitting that he raped her to her in text. That's some red-handed type shit. After the attack, for 4.5 years, Tori remained silent. She didn't report the rape because she feared being demonized, losing relationships and friends, and having her sanity questioned. This is all what proceeded to happen when she came forward, ironically enough. In an article on her blog, the Ghost, the G-O-H-S-T, that is not how you spell ghost. But I guess it's a way to spell ghost, I suppose. The Ghost titled, Sue Me, I waited to report. Tori writes, between the thousands of followers, some really intense, all his manic ids, I wasn't about to tell anyone. I was paranoid. All his manic ideologues, sorry. I wasn't going to tell anyone. I was paranoid that he was more powerful than what he'd already proved. I was paranoid he's come out to my state again to do something worse. But in 2016, Tori discovered that Dunix was publicizing Teal's work and that Blake Dyer had set up a meeting between my rapist organization and Teal Swan's organization. Tori confronted Swan, who is alleged to have responded, "It's business, and besides, I don't believe you were raped." This was the final straw that pushed Tori to speak out and stand up for herself and others who have been victims of rape by coercion. Blake Dyer blames Tory. On July 2nd, 2017, Blake Dyer published the art. Okay, well, I mean, the Blake Dyer Teal Swan person that's working with Teal Swan is not really relevant to this, but just outright stating that he doesn't believe she was raped, engaging in victim blaming, made a Facebook post claiming that Tory was just lying. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much else to this story other than, like, here's who spoke out in favor, who spoke out against. The main point of the story is that this spirit science person is a rapist. I know. You guys probably didn't expect the dark secret spirit science has hidden to be that he raped a woman, huh? I imagine most of you guys watching this video today did not expect to be where that was going. But yeah, if you were a fan of Vosh who happened to have discovered the Spirit Science channel from the hilarious videos of him dunking on this guy, just know that even more derision is warranted towards this individual. Not only are they a psychopath who is spreading pseudoscience and misinformation to millions of people, or not millions, but over 1 million people, hundreds of thousands to be more accurate, but they're also a rapist who is continuing to make money and prolong their career on the very platform that allowed them to get into the position in which they raped that woman. I come back and Zan said Spiritverse what? Yes, Spiritverse raped a woman, admittedly, back in 2012, I believe it was. Yeah, 2012, I think, was the year, is what the article said. So yeah. Pretty fucked up shit. Pretty damn fucked up. Didn't Vosh already say that Spirit Science was a rapist? Did he already know? Fuck, I didn't know that he knew. I thought this was going to be a surprise to him as well. Regardless, though, took a little bit of digging to find the whole story about that. Some people just like told me, hey, Zan, did you know the Spirit Science guy that Vosh covered is a rapist? And I was like, what? So I Googled it, and I did some scrolling, did some reading, and I found out about all of that, and I thought it'd be a good thing to cover. More to that guy than you could even realize. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the crazy Nazi space Jew believing spirit science guy would also be a rapist who would use his position of power as essentially a cult leader to coerce women into having sex with him? Who would have thought? Who could have possibly predicted something like that? It's not like that's what every single cult leader who talks about this kind of shit, going back to as far as we've categorized that kind of stuff, hasn't used their position of power as leader of a cult to get sex and coerce people into giving them sex. It's not like, Jared Leto? Never heard of him. You guys do know that Jared Leto is a cult leader, right? Like, he literally has people pay to sleep in the same bed as him on a private island where they do days where they all wear white. They do kumbaya circles, and they get tattoos of his, like, symbol on them. And it's all just a big cult retreat type thing that he does for his fan base, yeah. No, it's really fucked up. I believe he's also been accused of some fucked up shit, but yeah. Jared Leto is, like, a really bad person. Like, a really, really bad person. Space Jews from the future, the elite are from Mars. Oh, yeah. The space Jews are time travelers as well, in his theory. God, I almost want to watch that video now just to laugh. We got other stuff to cover. Regardless, though, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon if you want to see more from me. Follow my social medias linked down below. And of course, if you want to support me financially to help get me into that Shadow the Hedgehog onesie, you can donate, subscribe, gift a sub over on my website, Xanderhal.com, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But it's up to you how you support me. Liking the video and the stream is completely free and does a lot to help me as well. Thank you all so much. Excuse me. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see all of you later. Dope. That was a good segment. Subscribe. Puffle Cakes, thanks for the tier 1 gift sub to Ghost of Zero. I appreciate that, homie. Very kind of you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. I forgot to update it before. Uh-oh, I gotta change the date. Boom. Boom. Damn, we're close. We're close to the Shadow onesie. The Cavernacle had a good video on Jared Leto. I watched a different video on Jared Leto, but yeah, it was pretty... I've seen some pretty good content on that guy. He's a pretty fucked up guy. All right. Wait. You guys forgot to remind me of the Fibonacci spiral and MILFs, okay? What's the guy's name? This video by Professor Lando is called The Real Reason Why You Like MILFs So Much. As you can imagine, I clicked this video the instant it popped up in my recommended.
I'm Professor Lando, and I see we have some new students here at Ligma University. Got him. What are we talking about today? Title of the class is MILFs 101, a holistic approach to the question, why does Pixar animate their moms like that? Why are they so thick? And you know, Pixar is kind of, listen, it's the name grab, I know, but not just Pixar, but a lot of mediums, animated mediums. And I just want to say, I know some of you are taking this class because it's a requirement. I know a portion of you are here because you're majoring in pogology, right? We have some pogology majors, some thickology majors in here. This is one of the intro classes that
It's P-A-W-G-ology, by the way, not P-O-G-ology. P-A-W-G, fat-ass white girl-ology is what he's referring to here.
Everyone has to take with the MILF 101 class. P-O-G, no, sorry.
MILF 101 is a required class if you're going to have a major in thickology or fat-ass white girl-ology, of course.
Common misconception with the pogology major, it's P-A-W-G. Okay, so I think with all my lectures, I think we have to, where do we start? What is a MILF? Huh? Is that milk with an F? Is that what you call spoiled milk? Right? Urban Dictionary says, it's a mom I would like to frick. I think this is the most generally accepted definition. Or mature. There is also a second definition. You know, it's important to cover misconceptions and alternative interpretations, even if it's not related at all, because you want to be sure.
He's gonna get really based here, okay? When people say, blank can't be a MILF, she's not a mother. That shit makes me have a brain aneurysm, okay? Motherhood is not the distinguishing principle of a MILF. MILFs are hot, mature women, okay? Personally, I think all women get hotter as they get older. I think women objectively get hotter the closer to 45 they get. I feel like 45 for me, for a lot of women, is probably like the peak of attractiveness in my mind. Like 45, somewhere around there, 35 to 45, somewhere in there. I've seen like some of the hottest women I've ever seen in the world were in that age range. That's just my area of preference, okay? 35, 45, that's like the golden zone, okay? That's when I believe women reach the peak, like wine, you know? Aged perfectly. Now, of course, this is quite common among fellow MILF connoisseurs such as myself, but many people don't understand. It is not the motherhood that is the interest. You would never call a teen mom who's 19 years old a MILF. I'm sorry. If you think a 19-year-old mom, just because she has a kid, is a MILF, then you're insane, okay? You're insane. No cougars for Zan. He likes pumas. Listen, cougar and MILF are also not interchangeable. A cougar has a very specific definition. A cougar is a MILF who goes after young guys. A cougar is a MILF that specifically wants to fuck young dudes, all right? A MILF is simply an older woman who is very attractive. We need to just get that out of the way right now, all right? Nothing about MILF requires motherhood. It can also just mean mature.
Sure, if you're talking about MILFs, you're talking about MILFs, okay? Because the second definition is...
I do consider any woman like 5 years older than me essentially as a MILF, but I mean, that's because I'm so young. It's great. Listen, being a MILF chaser at 22 years old is great because most women are older than you that are in your dating or potential fucking pool, I guess you could say. I like to call it the fucking pool. The potential dating or fucking pool. And, you know, it just means that a lot more women in that category are MILFs. Hey, Zan, just watched your Tim Pool video, but because @space and what's a femboy? What's a femboy? You'll learn that when you're older.
the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, who are based in the southern Philippines and were created in 1978. Their primary goals are to establish an independent homeland governed under Sharia law for the Moro peoples. That is not what we're talking about today. We are not talking about the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. And probably we will never...
That's not what you guys thought I was talking about when I would say I like MILFs, right? You guys didn't think I was talking about the Moro Islamic Liberation Front? I'm just making sure you guys weren't confused.
Ever talk about the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. But it's important to note that MILF also stands for that, and we might get confused. One night, you're by yourself, you're Googling, or you're searching up MILF. Eventually, you find yourself on some kind of watch list. I don't know. MILFs. Okay, well, actually, let's start there. Did you see? Classic mistake. You can't fault anyone for it because I make the same mistake. I just made it right now. I said MILFs. I think what the plural is...
MILFs.
I think technically speaking, is it MILFs or MILFs?
Yes,
Mandela
MILFs.
effect? Perhaps. I want to say MILFs, but I think technically speaking, it is MILFs. Let's use something that is...
this is very Tolkien. This is the Tolkien version of MILFs, plural. You'll understand that elves used to be elves and dwarfs was the original plural of elves and dwarves. It was Tolkien, actually, and The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit that popularized using elves and dwarves to refer to those groups in plural. That was actually Tolkien who brought that. Tolkien was, of course, very, very into language. He was a linguist, I think was the term. Very into language. It was really big for him. I mean, he wrote the languages and lore for most of the species and races in Middle Earth before he wrote The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, or even the Silmarillion. Tells you a lot, like Elvish, Dwarvish, and what else? What other languages can I remember from? Obviously, Orcish, Black Speech. Didn't the elves of the way off in the west in not Arnor? I'm trying to think, what's it called? Fuck, it's where they sail off into the west. It's the Elven kingdom that the Silmarillion takes place in. How am I blanking on it right now? Frodo and Gandalf and Galadriel and Bilbo and Elrond, they sail there at the end of The Return of the King. The Undying Lands is a name for it. I'm trying to remember exactly what the name for it is called. It's got a very specific fantasy-sounding name, but that language existed. Numenor, yes. He probably wrote the Numenorian language, if that was its own thing, before he even wrote. Arnor is the planet that is Middle Earth is on Arnor. Like the realm of the planet of Lord of the Rings is called Arnor. But yeah, really, he was super into like language and speech and stuff like that. So like that should give you an idea. I'm very much a subscriber to the Tolkien perspective on this issue. I'm gonna go with MILFs. All right.
Transitive in nature. Elf. Plural.
I actually totally forgot he used the elves example here. Like, I haven't seen this video since it came out, ironically enough, so it's actually pretty funny that I ended up, like, using the elves comparison. I didn't even remember he uses it.
Elves. You can't say elf is elves and at the same time MILF is MILFs. It's gotta be MILFs. It's gotta be. We don't want to be an appropriator of MILFs just to be hip with our MILFs. To truly appreciate versus appropriate MILFs, we need to understand the history. So we're gonna start with a little bit of history, and we're going way back. Oedipus Rex is the title of a tragedy written by Sophocles. I maybe think is how you pronounce it. It might be. Who
it's actually
was
Sophocles?
I believe he was Greek. A tragedian. Tragedian? He wrote tragedies. And Oedipus Rex is a tragedy. About what?
Isn't the term Tradigian? Tradigian. I'm pretty sure that's the correct one. Valenorzan, not Numenor. Oh no, it's Valinor! I fucked it up. Thank you, Sunlight Huntress. Thank you for correcting me. We've got a fellow base Tolkien fan here. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody who's a fan of Lord of the Rings needs to have another friend who's a bigger fan of Lord of the Rings than them to correct them when they get things wrong. That is how you become a true Tolkien scholar.
A small excerpt from Wikipedia. Oedipus accidentally fulfilled a prophecy.
I am far from a Tolkien scholar, okay? There are legitimate scholars of Tolkien out there, and they are, I actually met somebody who was, like, a legitimate Tolkien online, and I was like, I'm like, this dude, you could ask him anything about like, the lore of Lord of the Rings and Middle-earth. This guy knew it, okay? This guy fucking knew it. This guy knew fucking Morgoth's dick size, all right? This guy knew how often Gandalf takes a shit, which is never. But yeah, it was nuts.
He would end up killing his father and marrying his mother. Yeah, tragedy, maybe, depending who you are.
Gandalf doesn't poop.
Or maybe not so much a tragedy. Oedipus Rex, again, title of a Greek tragedy, Sophocles, where he married his mother and killed his father, Jocasta. And what's the takeaway here? Jocasta may be the progenitor MILF, the very first MILF, the progenitor MILF herself, Jocasta. Oedipus is the name of the character. You know what Oedipus means? Let me tell you, swollen foot. And I think we know what that means. That's not the only thing that's swollen. So we have Jocasta. And this is the starting point here. That was the past. We're moving into the present, and we're kind of getting more into the meat of what I'm talking about. The focus of this class is the animated Pixar films, animated cartoons. I'm a visual learner. So I'm going to show you some examples of what are commonly agreed upon MILFs. Okay, so we have some MILFs here. We have Mrs. Turner from
I never
the
thought
Fairly
of her
Odd
as a
Parents.
MILF.
We
I'm
have,
sorry.
Judy Neutron,
She
Jimmy
is.
Neutron's mom. We have this one. This one's a little
She
rough.
is
I
too.
know. This is Danny
Phantom's mom. Yeah.
This is
yeah, and of course,
that's Mrs. Incredible from The Incredibles.
Yeah.
This one you might not
I'm gonna be honest. I'm
recognize.
sorry, guys. Hot take: Timmy's mom's not a MILF. All right, I'm sorry. Timmy's mom's not a MILF. It's just she's not. I mean, her ass was fat and everything, but like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Never really saw it there. Maybe it's because her hair's like brown. I don't know. There's hot brown-haired MILFs though. I'm sure. Not really my like preference, I guess, but you know.
Maybe it's hard to get this one across. By principle, I know the drawing's a little rough, but this is Aunt Cass from Big Hero 6. So what do we notice? What is a MILF? It's the haircut. There's a general shape. I like to describe it as a bulbous shape. That ain't anything
Here
that's
it
gonna be
comes.
bulbous. Know what I'm saying? Sheesh. A bulbous shape in the hair. It's got to be the hair. Dare you say the MILF cut? This is the foundation for the theorem I'm about to present. What makes a MILF MILFy? There's a concept. What is this right here? This right here is what is in mathematics, the Fibonacci numbers, commonly denoted as Fn function, form a sequence called the Fibonacci sequence, such that each number is the sum of the two preceding ones, starting from 0 and 1. Yes, I see you guys in the chat. You've done your reading ahead of class, like I told you to. This is also known as the golden ratio, as in, yes, this is a mathematical sequence, but they also, coming from Wikipedia, again, they also appear in biological settings. Surprisingly, time and time again, the Fibonacci sequence right here. Such as branching in trees, the arrangement of leaves on a stem, the fruit sprouts of a pineapple, the flowering of an artichoke, a nautilus shell, an uncurling fern, and the arrangement of a pine cone's bracts. What the logical conclusion is that, where do we find it? My God. The MILF haircut is the golden ratio. It is ingrained biologically in our nature, as the Fibonacci sequence is ingrained in biology. It's in nature, inescapable. The MILF haircut is the golden ratio. MILFs are biologically ingrained in our nature, okay? And this is surprising. We can extract this. We can go even further beyond. Amongst most enlightened academics, what is generally accepted to be the most attractive Pokemon? It's Gardevoir. Don't deny it. Whether or not you are a proponent of the Gardevoir being the most attractive Pokemon, you cannot deny that Gardevoir is one of the most commonly accepted to be attractive Pokemon. And what do we see here?
I guarantee Shu said smash on that Pokemon.
This is the connection. This is the aha moment. Gardevoir has the MILF haircut. And this is the connection. Why do people think Gardevoir is so hot? It's because they're subconsciously being MILFed. Gardevoir has the MILF haircut. And going further, behold, the Fibonacci sequence prevails. You can't fight science. You can't fight science here. Why do we like MILFs so much? Why does Pixar animate their moms like that? What is the exact opposite of a MILF? Our own mother, ironically enough. And I would postulate that there is some sort of forbidden fruit type effect happening here. And much like Oedipus.
A dead one. Someone answered a dead one. This literal motherfucker's response was, the only MILF you can't fuck is a dead one? Oh no. Wait, what? Okay, well, you know, to be fair, hopefully he doesn't consider his own, hopefully none of you consider your own moms to be MILFs. That's the only MILF that is, the only mom that isn't a MILF is anyone's own mom, essentially. Unless you're into incest, I guess, in which case, I've got a streamer named Destiny I should refer you to. No, that's an old meme.
We can refer to another ancient story / myth / poem, a hymn, an ancient hymn. It's a hymn called Stacy.
Destiny's about to watch your video if I want to beat him to it, but it's next. Your video's literally next. All right, we're gonna speed this one up so we can watch Old Man Landre's video before
Mom,
Destiny does.
By Fountains of Wayne. Quote, Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're not.
The lead singer of Fountains of Wayne died of COVID. So the genius that brought us Stacy's Mom's Got It Going On died of COVID a couple years ago. Back in 2020 was pretty bad news to hear as a MILF lover. That song is basically our anthem, more or less, and it's tough. It's tough. Also, I really like Fountains of Wayne. Really good band.
Not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom. Taboo, you notice, I know it might be wrong. And this is one of the most popular hymns across human civilization.
I think the forbidden fruit factor is more so the conception that you should date close to your own age, but young guys pursuing MILFs is really not like a negatively like viewed thing by society. And so it's like, yeah, there is an aspect of forbidden like fruit to that, because I guess most older women aren't looking for a guy who's like in their 20s or their early 20s. But if you can score that, though, it's like, nice. I think that's more so the forbidden fruit aspect of it. It's more so the idea that, like, I mean, if you're like a 20-something-year-old dude and you can, like, you know, date a woman who's like in her 30s or something, then I mean, that's like an achievement, I would guess. I mean, that's the way I would think about it, at least.
And what is astonishing, you can go. There are these secluded. You know, it's commonly known as primitive. You know, it's not exactly correct to call one civilization more or less civilized or primitive. That's a very outdated way of thinking. However, generally speaking, you know, it's known as quote unquote primitive societies. These societies, they're secluded. They live on islands completely detached from other societies. They haven't interacted with any of these societies. They're completely secluded. And when MILFologists go to these islands to perform research for the first time, what were they singing? Stacy's mom has got it going on. Blah, 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 blah. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom. It's in our nature, biologically so.
You pull up, some MILFologists pull up to North Sentinel Island and they're singing Stacy's mom.
And it is the taboo that makes it so much sweeter. Much like the prohibition in the United States, the constitutional ban on the production, transportation, and the sale of alcoholic beverages via Wikipedia. There is a sort of mental prohibition, and also like legit laws that discourage motherly love. But another person's mom, Stacy's mom, Timmy's mom.
Also, the best part is if you can fuck your friend's mom, that's just a power play that you can always just have, you know? Like if you manage to smash your buddy's mom, it's like you're gonna have like you're like, imagine you're just hanging out with your friend in VC and you get into an argument and you can actually say, I fucked your mom, and it's not a meme.
His mom. Aunt Cass.
Of course, when I say it to you guys, it's not a meme, but still.
That's a whole other story, and I think we're getting into the root of it. What is the main demographic of cartoons and Pixar movies, especially in the 90s? There is an argument to say cartoons aren't so much aimed at kids anymore, but definitely back then, the main demographic, kids. This is some messed up psychological manipulation that's going on here, but I'm recognizing it, and I think my paper on
straight propaganda
mythology that's going to expose this is going to get me black bagged. However, it has to be said, who is the most important person in a child's life? Their mother. And after years, again, not in an attractive manner, not in an intimate manner, however, after years of consuming milfy media, you know that scene where Mrs. Incredible gets stuck in the door? What's up with that? I was like, how old was I? I was a kid when they did that. But now I know. But after years of consuming milfy media, these kids, these childs of Pixar, that's the name. That's it. Then that's the name of the Netflix documentary based on the lectures of Professor Lando coming to Netflix. The Childs of Pixar.
You know, I mean, honestly, even Turning Red kept this up. Like, as much as like we may hate the mom from Turning Red, I mean, they kept the trend going. They don't stop that trend.
They grow up to be MILF lovers. And the cycle repeats, and we come full circle. And
I did watch a fair amount of Pixar movies growing up. Like, I watched everything. Well, I didn't really watch much Pokemon growing up. Not much. But, I mean, I watched all these shows. So, I mean, he's actually making some good arguments here.
And
I never watched Big Hero 6, though.
We've gotten to the crux of what a MILF is. However, there is another question. And this is, maybe we should have included this in the beginning of the lecture. But does a MILF have to literally be a mother? I'm very proud of you, Asteroid. I'm very proud of you. Extra credit. If you remember at the beginning of my lecture, the definition via Urban Dictionary of a MILF, mom I'd like to frick or mature. And if you're paying attention, Aunt Cass from Big Hero 6, not Mom Cass. So basically, let me just say it explicitly. I do not believe that they literally have to be a mother to be a MILF.
Thank you.
Let's apply this to real life. Aunt May.
Marissa Tomei is
from
really
Marvel's
hot.
Spider-Man with Tom Holland. Marissa Tomei.
One of the current. Okay, never mind. There are hot brown-haired MILFs. Okay, you guys got me.
May. If that ain't a MILF, I don't know what is. Marissa Tomei. Sheesh.
Sheesh.
And I think that just settles the deal right there. Is a definitive answer to, does a MILF have to be a mom? No, aunt. God damn. Okay, what's going on? On another note, not just, like a MILF doesn't have to be a mom. However, not just any attractive woman is a MILF. We need standards, we need boundaries, we need to draw the line. Maybe I can't be the one to say exactly where, but I can say there needs to be a line at least. A somewhat contradictory concept here I'm going to present to you. MILFs are not directly, intentionally created attractive, first and foremost. It's an underlying attractiveness. The maturity acts as a veneer for the beauty underneath. And I know that sounds contradictory because, listen, the people animating Mrs. Incredible in that scene where she looks in the mirror, if that's not intentional, I don't know what is. But it's more about the entire package. I think, firstly, we have to say that the main part, you know, of course, the haircut is a must. Fibonacci sequence. Nurturing motherly figures. Who is that? Jimmy's mom has got it going on. Carl Weezer, our king. And it's not just for funsies. There's an important point to make with Carl Weezer. His desire for Jimmy's mom is anything but veiled at all. And he's thirsting for it. It's very meta because MILFs and cartoons are meant for the viewer. They know it's a thing. Mrs. Incredible, you know, Big Hero 6 comes after The Incredibles, but they're like, we got our MILF. But here we have the MILFer within the same cartoon acting as our proxy.
I forgot. MILFer is the term he refers to people who love MILFs as. I forgot. I'm a MILFer.
As the viewer, very meta, very important to recognize that Carl is just definitely just an important part of MILFology as a whole. We're going to be doing a pop quiz class. I hope you're paying attention. Miss Bellum, also from the Powerpuff Girls. I am very disappointed. Not a MILF.
Yes, no, she is.
Not a MILF.
She is.
No, it's the intention.
She is.
It is the intention. It's hard to describe the feeling. But first and foremost, dangerous territory. Just because she's thick does not mean she's a MILF. It's not the MILF.
Isn't she like 30 though? Isn't she in her 30s? I mean, that was the vibe I always got from like her sort of like, I don't know. I just always thought she was like definitely like somewhere in her 30s or something. Like definitely older. We can't see her face, and not like cartoons are very good at that, but I mean, bruh.
Vibe. She's sexy, but not, she doesn't have the vibe, the nurturing. She may be nurturing, but she doesn't give off that motherly vibe. She's almost too sexy. Not that that is a problem. You don't have to be too sexy to be a MILF.
Nah.
I mean, I think that's obvious. But in this case, the intention matters, and the intention is not to be MILFy. That's what more can I say other than that?
Nah, that was the intent. Nah, I feel like that like the sort of like the pantsuit type thing with the skirt and the high heels. I don't know. That's a MILFy aesthetic to me. That's a MILFy aesthetic. All right. We learned about MILFology. That was our goal here today. That was our goal. I need to make sure you guys saw this. It was very important. All right. It's time. 3, 2, 1. Action. All right. Listen up, guys. Big trigger warning at the start of this video. Some pretty spicy topics are about to be discussed. We've got disturbing footage and imagery. We got domestic abuse, sexual assault, exploitation of minors. Love having a little bit of that thrown in. Bestiality, spice things up a little bit, and more. There's definitely more. So we're going to be looking at some pretty sussy shit today. Now, the person in question we're going to be talking about is a guy by the name of Mr. Girl. Now, this Mr. Girl person has really kind of gotten a little bit more prominence in the online debate bro space lately. Though, funnily enough, my only real knowledge of him prior to, God, I'd say a year ago, 2 years ago maybe, was this one video by Moist Critical, that went over his review of Cuties. That was how I became aware of him, and I certainly came out of that video with the perspective that he was probably a pedophile. Though, as his content has started to, get a little bit more popular and he's started to gain more of a following, as he's gotten to get platformed by more and more of these large figures that are in this community. He's going on a lot of, like, Destiny's become pretty good friends with him, it seems. He's constantly getting shouted out and platformed by a lot of these figures. Honestly, it does give me vibes of how the right treated Amos Yee when he was coming to prominence. The excuses were always Amos Yee was just memeing, he's just making jokes, he's just fooling around, he'd never actually do anything, even if it wasn't a meme. Basically, like, the same sort of way that Mr. Girl's been treated was how they did it with, like, Amos Yee back in the day, and we know how that ended. So I've been quite hesitant to really even, like, touch the topic of this guy, because one, accusations of pedophilia are common online and rarely true. Accusing someone falsely or truly of being a pedophile is a pretty easy way to just completely discredit somebody and try to destroy their career or whatever. So it is understanding that one might want to approach accusations like this towards a large figure with a bit more cautiousness than you would otherwise. So yes, I'll admit that I haven't really touched this topic, either to confirm or deny these accusations, on my channel. Mostly because I don't care enough about this guy, really, to, like, do that much research on him. But guess what? Good friend of the channel, who you should subscribe to, and I'm going to drop a link in the chat to subscribe to right now, and I expect him to be at 800 subs by the time we finish this video. I expect him to be at 700 subs or 800 subs by the time we finish this video. Less than 60 away. It should not be hard for us to bring that many new subs to Old Man Landre's channel. So go subscribe. Go get Old Man Landre up to 800 subs, because his channel is criminally underrated. And we're going to go ahead and react to the Mr. Girl expose. Let's go!
Warning.
This is going to get real dark, though. I haven't seen it yet, just to say, but it looks like it's going to get dark. We're going to watch it at normal speed as well.
Following video exploring the deep depravity of Max Carson, also known as Mr. Girl, contains extremely disturbing
I would have never like dug down this rabbit hole if someone else didn't do it for me, so this helps a lot. This helps a lot.
footage and imagery, including depictions of domestic abuse, sexual assault, exploitation of minors, bestiality, and more. The producer of this video does not.
I think this is the voice that you're hearing right now is the Honest Trailers voice guy. By the way, I think sounds like it at least. Did you like Fiverr the Honest Trailers guy, Old Man Landre? Because I'm pretty sure this is his voice, unless you like know him and it's like, hey man, want to record a segment for me? Record a little audio clip. You probably Fiverred him though. That's pretty cool that you got him to read out the beginning though. That was dope.
Endorse any of the views expressed or actions taken by Mr. Carson.
If you know anything about Max Carson, also known as Mr. Girl, it's probably the common belief that he's a pedophile. Or at least to this point, what some people may call a NOMAP, which is an acronym for non-offending minor attracted person. In other words, a pedophile who hasn't yet been caught acting on their pedophilic predilections. But unlike a lot of other videos looking at Max, that is not where this video is going to start.
I feel like people might call you out for that little bit. No, I use a special AI voice program. Oh, you have to. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. That guy probably would have like a pretty robust amount of voice clips around to make an AI text to speech thing. That's like crazy though. The fact that AI's gotten to the point where we can create pretty damn realistic text to speech of somebody without needing them to like go into a studio and record themselves saying a bunch of words. Like that's the AI stuff's what's made text to speech sound so much smoother. That did not sound like text to speech. There was no clips between words or anything, no cutting. And the reason for that is it's the AI shit. It's scary. It's so scary. Like I probably will, like my goal is to retire from live content creation before deepfake technology gets to the point where anyone can make a video of anyone saying anything. Because being a political content creator, I know that the second that technology is like available, I'll be one of the first people that someone's going to try to ruin the career of. So yeah, pretty scary that this technology is getting advanced as it is, because it won't be long till someone can use all the audio of me to make God knows what deepfake, God knows what fake audio or footage or whatever. I want to fucking retire before that happens.
That's because Max's favorite defense as of late to being labeled as a pedophile is that there's a difference between thoughts, fantasies, and actions. And because while he speaks openly about his extreme...
Okay. I feel like this is something that needs to be argued a lot more when it comes to these when it comes to pedophiles, okay? There is no such thing as a no map or a non-offending pedophile. Pedophilia in and of itself is the simple attraction to those with a body or mind of that of someone who's underage, right? Like we obviously like consider people who are attracted to lolicon to be pedophiles, people who are attracted to characters that we maybe won't call somebody who's like a character that's essentially a child that's sexualized in media. We usually like mentally, anime has a big problem with that, where like anime will depict a lot of women that look like they're of age as being mentally essentially underage, like they act like children. And then you'll get characters in anime that are like of age and act like it in lore, but are physically children. There's some weird stuff when it comes to anime, and we consider especially the attraction to lollies or what's the male version? There's a male version of lolly, Shota. Why we consider Shotacon and lolicons to be pedophiles, and it's because the act of being attracted to that is the pedophilia. The act of engaging in those actions is the actual rape, sexual assault, child abuse. So there's no such thing as a non-offending pedophile. A non-offending pedophile is not a pedophile, not someone who isn't attracted to kids, or sorry, a no map or non-attracted minor person. Like I don't know, It's weird. A lot of the terms they'll use to like say like a lot of these terms like non-offending pedophile. Like what do you mean? Like non-acting pedophile? Like, you mean? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. A lot of like these communities online try to make the distinction blurrier as to create an environment more, maybe a little bit more friendly to these concepts. That seems to be a lot of what has been the accusation towards Mr. Girl, that his popularity, that his prevalence online right now is a attempt on his part to normalize pedophilia. That's a little bit of a claim I can't make with my current knowledge, but we'll see the video, I guess.
Extremely disturbing thoughts and fantasies, there isn't any evidence yet that he would act on his most horrifying thoughts and fantasies. But as you will see, that's not true.
Okay.
This entire video is very disturbing, but perhaps most disturbing of all is where we're going to start, which is not in Max's past or his theoretical future, but in the present moment where Max has proudly broadcasted for the world to see his horrifying and relentless abuse.
Well, yeah, the pedophilia part is the attraction. Like, if you're a if you're not actually like hurting kids, I guess that's ideal. You know, we try to make it so that if somebody's a pedophile before hurting a kid, they would go seek help. And I've heard people defend Mr. Girl by saying that what he advocates for is for more knowledge about these issues to be out there so that people who potentially do have these feelings will seek help before hurting a kid. That has been the broadest and most common defense I've heard of Mr. Girl. I have never once heard him, though, like, advocate for those things, though I don't watch his content, so I guess there's that. But I've never once heard him for, like, advocating for more, like for people who have those predilections to get help, and I've never seen him do that. Maybe he does, just don't watch his content.
Of his current girlfriend, Shaylin. And as disturbing as the next hour will be.
I saw some clips of that on Old Man Landre's Twitter. I'm curious to see the context.
I hope that you will sit through it, because the only way we can root out evil in our society is by facing it and witnessing it as it unfolds.
Damn, right into it.
I just don't have any money.
You don't
Same.
have $100.
I won't have it if you want me to pay rent to you.
You have exactly enough money.
Wait, he's
Money
making
to
his
pay rent.
girlfriend pay rent?
But not $100 more.
I don't have enough money to pay rent yet. I'm waiting on.
You're not answering my question.
Yes, I don't.
You will have exactly the right amount, but not $100 more.
I don't know, Max.
You know what? They're not here. Let's just take a look. Normally I would never violate someone's privacy like this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I will fucking do whatever I have to survive. And I looked in her room, and oh my god, this is how fucking explorers must feel when they find treasure.
Oh, I can use the. If I don't need to use the mic, I can use the other phone, right?
I'm not responding to you.
I just don't think to use these. I don't know. You are often using them. What thing do you feel I'm not responding to?
No, nothing. The reason I'm talking, you're not responding to me. You're not responding to the fucking point of what I'm saying.
Which is what?
Why is he recording this? Is she recording this?
Okay.
Can you turn subtitles on, Zan? They're probably not manually put in, so they're probably not going to be too accurate, but unless, Old Man Laundry, do you have somebody doing subtitles for your videos? I don't even have anybody doing subtitles for my videos, so I'd be surprised. It's usually bigger like really big channels, like very big channels that do that, but I guess maybe they're actually pretty good. Okay. All right, let's see.
Are you aware that I'm very angry at you, generally? And are you aware that it's your fucking arrogance and refusal to admit when you're struggling, bad at something, ask a question, or you don't know something that is, at least from my point of view, creating or partially creating a rift between us?
Yes, I do know that.
So you already know that.
Yes.
And you aren't sure why I would bring up your stubbornness and arrogance right now. You think I'm just asking you about headphones and Bluetooth?
No, I can see why you're bringing it up, but I feel like you're inserting it into a conversation and without really knowing whether or not that's true, and I'm trying to answer
It doesn't matter if it's true. You don't know if it's true.
What?
You don't know why you've never used those headphones.
Yes.
Why?
So you can't say that it's true or not true.
Is he getting mad at her because she didn't know how to use Bluetooth headphones that I'm assuming he got her and he's mad she didn't use them? What you referred to this person as his girlfriend, but fucking Mr. Girl said they. So does Mr. Girl's partner by any chance go by they them pronouns, or they she or something? Because I just want to clarify. This guy's brain's actually broken. Kind of reminds me of like trying to debate bro a relationship argument, like an argument in your relationship, which is just not the way to do things usually. Is this Amber Heard and Johnny Depp? No.
It's just something to discuss. It's an idea. It's a lens through which to view the conversation or view the conflict or view the interaction or whatever. But you refuse to look through that lens. And that's why I can't fucking stand you. Because I present a lens and you're like, well, I think if I look through that, I'll see something uncomfortable. I don't want to have to see what you're seeing, so I just won't. Even when I'm telling you, you're not thinking about it from my point of view and you're not listening to me. You still don't give a fuck. You're just miserable?
Why is he recording this?
Why?
Because it makes me enraged when I'm trying to do work to help you with your channel, and I feel like you and Jimmy are annoying and bossy, and then you are acting like it's inconvenient for me to ask you for help to pair them.
No, it's not inconvenient for me. It's inconvenient for you because you're fucking arrogant. I like showing you shit. I like showing you how to use shit. I like sharing my stuff with you.
So my understanding is she had a pair of Bluetooth headphones that I guess she couldn't figure out how they work. You don't really blame them. I mean, Bluetooth headphones took me a while. I still can't get those things to fucking work. Like, they disconnect, run out of battery, especially if you've got two, like, different buds and they got to be charged separately, like some AirPods or whatever. I don't have AirPods. I have some, like, knockoff. Like, I have some, like, alternate brand, like, Raycon things. And they're pretty good. They get the job done. But, I mean, like, charging them is hard because there's two different ones. They go in a case that itself has to be charged. This is very common with these things. I don't know. Bluetooth technology still confuses me, and I'm 22 years old. I don't blame them. I guess so much worse than.
I mean, you can say that, but what you actually said made it seem like it was inconveniencing you. And
like my understanding is he's mad that they didn't ask him for help with setting up the Bluetooth earbuds, and Mr. Girl, I guess, saw this as a representation of his partner's arrogance, and it just sounds like maybe they've got a hard time asking for help. Maybe at worst they've got like an issue with asking people for help, which is far from like honestly, I can't say into the relationship, but like recording this kind of stuff and like arguing over that on recording, and it's clear that like he's the one who's trying to keep the argument going. I mean, if you want to like end an argument like that and you want to like chill, you usually like go cool off, you know, you go hang out in another room, you spend some time alone, you give your partner some time alone or something to cool down. Usually it's usually the best way to do stuff like that, I've found. But that definitely not recording it. And what is the purpose of recording this? So for one, if this was recorded by the partner, then this is like clearly a beg for help, right? Like this is being recorded to expose an abusive partner. The alternative is Mr. Girl recorded this, which seems most likely because he's the one holding the phone in most of these videos. And I cannot imagine why he would record this. There's three possible answers to why he would ever record this. One, he's just as delusional as like Onision, believing the stuff he's recording makes him look good. He's that narcissistic and that crazy that he believes this stuff makes him look good. By the way, your video is getting mass disliked by Mr. Girl Stands. Chat, go like the video. Go like the goddamn video. I'm dropping the original link in chat too. Go like the video, give it a view, give it some, leave a positive comment. YouTube likes when you leave a positive comment, so go do that. There you go. Go mass like the video.
There she goes. They're leaving. What do you mean, what's going on?
I'm frustrated that we're like fighting and then you keep switching back and forth on whether or not you're filming.
Oh, she's coming back in, she's coming back in. Filming or fighting? I'm doing both.
I can see that.
Your question is going to be stupid.
How do you know? I haven't said it.
Because you don't have a fucking question about this. Just express your fucking feelings. Why don't you err on the side of caution? Why don't you think, well, since I'm probably feeling emotional about this, I'll fucking talk about that first, like we just fucking agreed.
Fine, I can talk about that first.
Just leave the video unmuted in the background? Why? Wait, why would I mute the video and just have the subtitles on screen? That completely removes the ability for anyone to listen to this video without having audio. Tons of people watch my content in the form of a podcast. I can't ever, like, take away the audio format of my stream. That would really hurt the ability for people to watch my content, because, like, if most people watch my content the way I watch content like my content, it's usually like on my second monitor or in the background or on my phone or like while I'm doing some chore or something. Like, that's usually like what I do. Isn't this the guy who made the Cuties review? Yes, it is. He's gotten pretty popular now.
That you express your feelings and stop injecting them into your fucking retarded questions, or that you have a mild intellectual curiosity that needs to be satisfied. I told you I'm going to go film at the testing center, and your first question is if I'm trying to get tested for coronavirus. That's a stupid fucking question, and should tell you that what you need to do is talk about your feelings. Not ask more dumb fucking shit. Would you like to fucking talk about that?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Let's... Do you think we should have a conversation about that?
Yes, Max.
You're being fucking
Oh, you meant for people to open up Old Man Laundries in the video while watching. Okay, so the way YouTube works is like watch time that's muted doesn't count, I don't think. I believe YouTube and Twitch both have this in their algorithm. I know Twitch does, and I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube does, because YouTube's got a much better like sort of thing going on with that. Like if you're watching a video muted, it doesn't really do much. If someone was talking to me like that, I'd be done for life regardless over what it was over. Yeah, but that's you though, right? That's you. It's victim blaming, essentially, to say that, like, I'm not saying you're victim blaming, but, like, I know some people are probably thinking it, but it is not this person's fault for not leaving the relationship. Like, a lot of people, especially because, obviously, we saw them mention before, they don't have much money. They are somewhat, from the looks of it, financially dependent on Mr. Girl here, and that plays a really big part in whether or not you're even able to practically leave a relationship, much less like any emotional manipulation happening in the relationship. I mean, that's going to play a big part as well. But even outside of that, we already know that this is a person who has money problems apparently, and probably can't afford to live on their own without the support of somebody else's income, especially if there's, because I believe they're still together as well, which is the sad part. They're still together, and I think so, right? Like I saw you linked her Twitter, and like on her Twitter, it seems to say that they're dating, right? I saw indications that they're still in a relationship from their Twitter when I looked from your videos, because you were like adding the related Twitter thing, or in your Twitter posts. Yeah, like that. There's a lot that can prevent you from leaving an obviously abusive relationship than just, you know, like not wanting to leave or whatever. It's surprising. I know a lot of people who've been in long-term abusive relationships that, like, I would be thinking from my perspective, I would have gotten out of that shit so long ago. But not always that easy. Not always that easy. Can't ascribe your own moral, your own emotional, your own psychological positions and state onto other people. We're not talking about someone who's in the same mental state as you. We're not talking about somebody who's in the same financial state as you, or in the same, emotional state as you, or whatever. We're talking about somebody who could be going through who knows what in terms of their personal life and whatnot. I'm not shitting. I'm not talking to you, Natty 411. I just know inevitably someone's going to watch this, and their response is going to be, if this relationship is so abusive, why doesn't Mr. Girl's partner just leave? It's going to be a question. It's going to get asked. How could she not? Hey, there we go. Hey, look, Mr. Rose Grows right here in Twitch chat saying exactly what I was saying. Could she not? Sorry. How could she not see that? She should dip the fuck out. Yeah, see, like already. See, getting right out in front of it. People are going to be very quick to blame the victim in this scenario. And we all want to be the person to blame the victim in this scenario. Like everybody kind of wants to be the douchebag that gets to say, well, you should have done this, this, and this, and it would have gone much better for you. Everybody wants to be that douchebag. Everybody wants to be the douchebag that feels better than the person who's venting to them about how something in their life fucked up, and you want to say, oh, well, I've done this, this, and this, and feel so much better than them. Everybody kind of wants to feel like they're that better than everybody else asshole, but you don't do that. If you're a decent person, a person that, you know, I won't even ascribe moral judgments to this. If you're the type of person that leave your partner in this economy, if you're the type of person, also Xanderhal, this is why I put the call for help info on screen so she can see it and maybe get help. Yeah, unfortunately, Old Man Laundry, I would not expect the partner in this, the person in question to leave this relationship, even if they see this video. I would like that outcome from the looks of it. I mean, I guess there could theoretically be context to these clips that makes them less bad seeming. I suppose I've seen some pretty bad clips that with context change the scenario, but I trust you pretty well, Old Man Laundry. I've seen your videos on other figures in the past. You clearly don't have like I don't even think you knew who this person was before your video, like research on them. You don't have, as far as I'm aware, like any type of stake in this guy's career getting like nuked. I mean, especially not like with the Destiny aspect of this, because like I know that you're probably a pretty big fan of Destiny from what I've seen, and Destiny does platform this person, and some of this video is a condemnation of people who platform this guy. So if anything, you have a motivation to be more charitable to this guy, from my perspective at least. You've got to, like, it is in your best interest to be more charitable to this guy. So from my view, it doesn't really seem like you have any reason to dishonestly edit these things or clip them in ways that would make it look bad. I personally trust your editing, but whether or not people in the audience do, I'm sure you should be able to find these clips online on your own. Probably isn't hard. Maybe Old Man Laundry even linked a lot of these clips and sources in the description. But yeah, highly recommend, if you don't believe this yourself, you need to see the context, go check it out. Can't hurt. So yeah.
I don't think that wearing a pair of shoes that's easy to put on is being awful to you.
You're a fucking idiot.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh no, let me guess. She wore like flip-flops or slides or like Crocs or something, and he expects her to wear sneakers or closed-toed tie-up shoes to anywhere public, I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's what's happening here. I'm gonna guess this is a whole like this is a power play of controlling what his partner can wear and what they can't. and it's all about you wore shoes like Crocs or slides or something, or flip-flops when we're going to the grocery store, Vons or whatever the fuck a grocery store. Isn't Vons a gym? Pretty sure Vons is a gym, isn't it? I don't live in a place with Vonses. Oh no, it's wait. We do have Vons. I've never seen a Vons before. Vons is a Southern California and Southern Nevada supermarket chain owned by Albertsons. I've seen an Albertsons before. I've seen a Safeway before. Okay, so they're offshoots of Safeway and Albertsons. Okay. We got vaccinated at Vons? We did? Huh. I guess I didn't pay attention to the name of the place. I'm sorry. I grew up in Florida. I know Publix, Walmart, and yeah, basically Publix and Walmart, and like, there's you know what there used to be in my area that I haven't seen since it shut down in my area? There was one in Tampa, and it shut down, and I've never seen another one again. Sweet Bay. Does anybody here know of or remember Sweet Bay? I think it was like a really budget grocery store, because I remember my grandma and my mom shopped there back when we were at like our brokest, so I'm pretty sure it was probably like a really cheap grocery store. Yeah, I don't know what Mr. Girl's partner's pronouns are, because Mr. Girl used they earlier.
That's not the part I'm talking about, you fucking moron.
Oh, okay.
And what part are you talking about?
Fuck you.
The denial?
Now they're recording.
The being a fucking asshole part. The part where you are being a mean bitch.
Hi, where would you like me to put your items?
Just leave them there.
Leave them here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they're recording.
And the last four numbers on your card?
I think
It's his card.
I left the card over there if you want to look at it. I think it's $10 for you.
No, we don't take tips here. Thank you, though.
Liz.
Yes, sir.
You have to take it.
I am not taking it.
Okay, dude. Okay, that's all right. I think I get what his deal is. It's all about power, isn't it? He sees a woman, and regardless of what it is, he needs them to do whatever he tells them to. That was a power play. I insist you take the tip. No, Liz, you gotta take saying the name over and over again. The insistence, that wasn't I insist you, or like I insist I pay the bill for our dinner we're having together. It's not like I'm insisting on being nice and doing a thing for you, and you're being humble, but if I insist a little, you'll take it. It'll be like it's not one of those things. This is very clearly no, I want to see you take my money. I want you to know that if it weren't for that money, you would be $10 poorer today. And I want you to think of me as well when you spend that $10. That's what he's thinking. I guarantee it. Listen, I've known dudes that behave like this before. And I always got the feeling it was about controlling people. Like whenever they act like that in public, that behavior right there with the random Vons employee that was bringing out I don't know who Onision is. Oh my God, old man laundry. You don't know who Onision is? Oh, I God bless you. God bless your boomer heart. God bless you. I am fucking jealous of you that you don't know who Onision is.
Was I being mean the whole time, or just since we got in the car?
I think you were being unkind and callous at first, especially given how much we've talked about how you are going to step up and stop acting like a fucking teenager.
I don't think you understand why my reaction to it is not just, oh, yes, of
You're
course.
a fucking defensive bitch.
No,
I do understand.
I mean, sort of, but that's not why.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is. I understand that you have some other fucking retarded argument you want to make that has nothing to do with that. That's not why I'm screaming at you, you fucking asshole. That's not why I'm calling you a mean bitch. That's not.
Hey, at least he's admitting he's screaming. Usually people like this will say, I'm not screaming.
Why I'm saying you're being passive aggressive like you always are. I'm saying that because you're being passive aggressive like you always are. There's nothing you can say about your fucking boots that's gonna make me not feel that.
Right. I'm just trying to explain my point of view, but I can see that
I
it's
don't
not
fucking
helping.
care.
Yes.
I'm not once again, I'm not angry about your point of view. What I'm angry about is that you don't fucking care.
All right. I had this take on Twitter with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, and people got fucking mad. But I do think there's a certain degree to which... So people in the comments of this tweet I made kept on trying to argue that what Johnny Depp was engaged... So there are some clips that have come out of Johnny Depp engaging in behavior that's a little bit reminiscent of these clips in ways. There's no clips or anything of Johnny Depp hitting Amber Heard like there is evidence of Amber Heard hitting Johnny Depp. And my take on this has been that I think Amber Heard is probably a narcissistic piece of shit who's most definitely abusive. I understand where why people get that feeling. I've seen the evidence. I've watched a lot of the trial footage, and I've seen like the behavior bits of like the clips and stuff and how she acts. I have no doubt she's abusive. I also don't believe that Johnny Depp is this completely innocent victim in the scenario. The clips I've seen suggest to me that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard have an extremely mutually abusive, toxic a mutually abusive toxic relationship. I don't think one person abusing the other person back makes the first person's being a victim of abuse like a bad thing. I feel like a lot of these situations can be less cut and dry than we make them out to be, but I don't think that changes the way we should engage with these things that much, right? Even if what we're seeing him accuse his partner of in this clip is true, even if they are a really passive-aggressive person who's just doing all the horrible things that I haven't even really heard him accuse them of doing anything horrible, but like, let's say all these things that he is accusing his partner here of being true, right? Even if she's an asshole who's passive-aggressive and acts like a teenager. Just list off the things he said so far. That, in my opinion, does not justify the response from Mr. Girl. Even if this person is just the biggest piece of shit behind the scenes and Mr. Girl is just being dragged into the arguments and the pettiness and whatnot, which probably isn't the case, okay? I don't think that justifies his behavior back, even if these actions are retaliatory against his partner. Even if these are I think the quote that was used when I had this take on Twitter was retaliatory abuse. Retaliatory abuse was the term that I heard on Twitter, and I heard it from a fan of mine. And they were making excuses for Johnny Depp, saying, I saw what he was doing more as a retaliatory abuse. Amber Heard's the real victimizer here. I was like, bro, that's not how relationships and abuse works, okay? If you're being abused by your partner and your response to that is to abuse your partner back, I don't think that makes the original instance of abuse wrong. And I don't think it makes the retaliatory abuse or justifiable. And I don't think it makes the retaliatory abuse justifiable. I think that in this situation, when you're the aggressor, as it seems Max here is, you do have a level of responsibility here. Even if you want to make the retaliatory abuse argument, even if you want to make the excuse for Max that he's in a mutually toxic, abusive relationship, and he is just giving back the same energy that his partner is, and his partner's just really good at holding it back on camera, you can make that excuse, right? That still, I don't think, justifies the behavior he's engaged in here, especially when you consider the fact that even on the camera, his partner is not, like, reciprocating this level of anger and screaming and derogatory language. I've yet to hear his partner insult him. He has insulted his partner several times throughout this video with accusations such as stupid, retarded, accusing them, I don't know, of being acting like a teenager and being childish, just really belittling, talking down to, we saw some gaslighting, literal gaslighting. You wouldn't even know if you were wrong. Yeah, it's a little bit of gaslighting right there. Literal gaslighting, not the misuse of it that the internet loves to do. The actual abuse tactic, pretty bad. I don't even think that if in some unseen off-screen scenarios where his partner's just as bad back, I don't even think that makes this justifiable.
Care about my feelings, and that you are mean. then when I call you out on it, you're like, yeah, you're right. I'm a stupid, worthless fucking moron. You're absolutely right, sweetie.
No.
Which is also patronizing and fucking annoying. Is that honestly what's in your fucking head? An endless parade of stammering, yeah. No. I see it. As
Jesus
soon as
Christ.
you think, oh God, the thing that Max thinks about the website is different from what I think.
It's not
Pick
fucking
up.
retarded.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Whatever you're about to blame on me for your passive aggressiveness and your constant conflict avoidance, your constant desire to just be like, I'm not sure. No. You're a fucking coward.
I don't know if you're actually gaslighting me, but telling me that I'm stupid and then me second guessing whether or not that's true.
I don't know. What do you mean by what's your definition of gaslighting?
You telling me that I'm insane for thinking something, and then me.
Well, no, okay, to be fair, they're not in a position right now where they're going to be able to argue at their peak, considering that they're, being abused by their partner. But I'll go ahead and I'll answer the question for you guys in case it wasn't already obvious. But the bit where Max says you're a fucking idiot and you're defensive all the time and you're always he literally accuses them of being defensive, and then the next minute accuses them of being like, yeah, you're right, I am stupid, I am dumb, and I guess patronizingly agreeing with the horrible things that he's saying to them. I don't that's not what we saw occur. If maybe that happens off camera and we don't see it, but as far as what we've seen here, that does look like gaslighting, because he's accusing and trying to convince them that they did something and said something that they did not, as far as I can tell. That would be the example of gaslighting that I saw. Gaslighting, for those that don't know, is an abuse tactic in which you get someone to question their own sanity, their own memory or recollection of events, their own understanding of a situation. And you basically, what you're doing to them is feeding them bullshit to the extent that they believe the lie. They've questioned their own ability to remember, recollect, or understand a situation, and you're basically trying to manipulate them through making them question themselves into believing the reality that you have built, one that generally would make you look more favorable, I guess. The vape is making noises again. God damn it! I'll turn on the filter, but it's gonna do that cutting thing again. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't do that cutting thing.
Questioning whether or not my experience is.
Well, you react to everything by questioning your experience to try to frantically align yourself with whatever anybody's telling you. So it's
Right.
kind of impossible to not gaslight you. Gaslighting is when a woman questions herself. God fucking forbid. Gaslighting is when a woman questions herself and then can't come up with a fucking answer. And then she lets someone else answer for her, and,
Okay, I guess it is she, her.
and doesn't take responsibility for that.
That's not true. You
And
just
then
hate
blames
women.
No, I also hate women, but that's not what we're talking about. When a woman blames a man...
To be fair, I've said that before. I have made jokes about hating women, but we don't know. I'm not entirely sure it's a joke when he says it, though. I like making ironic jokes, like, haha, yeah, women suck, yeah. But I don't then go harass the random lady that's helping put my groceries in the car by insisting they take a tip after declining and then saying, no, Liz, I need you to take that tip. I want you to take that. Yeah. Also, I have no doubt in my mind the fact that take the tip also can sound like saying just take just the tip, like during sex. I have no doubt in my mind that played a part in his mindset there. This isn't a joke, as you'll see later. I don't believe it's a joke. Well, it's definitely a joke. Or sorry, it's definitely a meme. It is not a joke, though. I think there can be truth behind jokes. I think that, sorry, I think there can be sincerity behind jokes, not truth. Or of course there can be truth, but there can be sincerity behind them as well. People say it's just a joke as a way of arm waving the sincerity behind a statement sometimes, but the best jokes always have a message. Even if the joke is outright saying the opposite of the message of the joke, every joke still has some level of a message, right? Even like the iDubbbz used the example of the post-irony eating shit thing. I mean, the joke there, the message of the joke is eating shit is gross, and you ought to be morally judged if you're somebody who likes to eat shit all the time. Is that true? I think eating shit is gross, and I do morally judge people who eat shit all the time. I don't care if it's your kink, it's fucking weird. But like, that's the messaging of the joke. That's the sentiment behind it, the sincere belief behind it. He's not making a joke like I would make that joke, I don't feel like. I think he's making the joke like, oh, well, I do hate women. He does probably hate women, but it's also like funny to say that, so like ironically, so I think that's the core of it there, you know?
And
no, you constantly tell me that I'm gaslighting you, so that's just false.
My balls are itchy. That's also gaslighting. If you tell me that they're not.
The video.
Why is he shirtless?
Horrifies me. I hate it. I think just watching the video makes me just feel like everything is a horrible disaster and like I'm a huge failure and I just like hate it and it just makes me feel completely miserable. And my immediate.
It's not a good response to have to your partner opening up about how they feel, especially not something as negative as that, is a chuckle. It's not how I'd respond personally.
Reaction to it is like, this is bad, this is hurting you, this is hurting me. I can come up with reasons why it's hurting you.
The video or a relationship?
The video.
Okay. No, we should what?
Stop.
Filming?
Yes. I want to cut myself out of the project entirely so that I don't have to deal with the pain of reliving it and like watching it and reading the comments. So I don't know, so I just have like a really bad reaction to it and like want to stop production. But then I also freak out because I don't know. Like one of our problems that we've also established with me.
Is this supposed to be like a behind the scenes of like the behind the scenes video of like some project they did? Is that where this audio or this video comes from? Because it seems like they're talking about a project and I feel like that has something to do with the recording happening. Did he upload these videos on his channel? Warp. He made a video where he, quote, murders her? Ah, well. It's still on his channel? Well, I guess he's not trying to hide any of this, I suppose. Is it still on his channel? I guess he could have just been responding to me asking, did he upload it? But deleted, I believe. Then I found them. Oh, okay, so they're deleted. He is covering them up. He did delete these videos. So these were originally uploaded on his channel and he since deleted them? Ooh. So that sounds like he's trying to hide something. You don't delete videos unless you've got something... Like, listen, guys, I'm sorry. Even if a video has 10 views on it, deleting a video off your channel, as far as YouTube and the algorithm know, is you getting rid of those views. Like, when you delete a video that has high views in your channel, you go to fucking Social Blade, and it shows your total views in your channel as being minus however many was on that video. So, like, when you're deleting videos off your channel... it's usually because you're trying to hide stuff. I guess I did private, like, my old gaming streams and stuff, because I had, like, 200 gaming streams of Fortnite and Minecraft that I just had, like, on my channel, and I didn't want YouTube to, like, get confused and think that this is a gaming channel. I wanted to make sure that YouTube knew to advertise this channel to other viewers as what it is, not like a gaming Minecraft Fortnite channel, but as a now live stream political, like, commentary channel, because, you know, I kind of changed what I was doing. But I mean, I assure you there's no There's no video in my Fortnite streams when I was 17 of me abusing my girlfriend or anything. I didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Or, well, I guess I technically did at, a couple points in my YouTube career, but never on like stream. The archive videos are here. Well, thank you for dropping the link. If anyone wants to see those videos, Old Man Laundry, who created this video, just dropped the link there. Not this video, the video highlighting all this. Yeah, Old Man Laundry is cool. Go subscribe. Go send support. Go get Old Man Laundry to 8. Hold on, how close is Old Man Laundry to 800 subs? I told you guys to subscribe. 760, 40 away from 800. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. We can get this channel to 800 right now. Come on. Come on. Go subscribe. Come on. You've been seeing the video yourself. Go subscribe. Go subscribe right now. I want to see number go up. I want to see number go up. Well, not every video Old Man Laundry makes is like the one we're watching now. This one's just a more dark... This video in particular is just much darker. They made a pretty good video on non-compete and exposing that non-compete is hiding some stuff about his past. Hiding a few things. We watched that video on stream a while ago. It was a good one. But yeah, our boy American Johnson has a bit of a history. He's gone out of his way to cover up as far as the online left is concerned. If I remember correctly, the guy was like a he like owns multiple American companies, and like currently I believe, and he's like profiting from them. If I'm not wrong. Old Man Laundry, correct me on this. You're the one who made the video. If I don't recall correctly, does non-compete not currently own like 2 companies or something that are here in America that he profits from? Or was it just one? I know that he owned 2 companies at one point. I don't remember the exact details of the video because it's been like a month or 2 since I watched it. I didn't watch it since it came out. But like so yeah, and does business with military and major corporations. Yeah, like his company was like did business with the military and stuff. Yeah, it's like the guy has a history both financially and ideologically that he'd much rather not know. And it's really funny too because the guy's like the biggest gatekeeper ever nowadays. The guy's super big on gatekeeping the left. I mean, you saw his debate with Bosch and how cringe his fucking takes were. So yeah, I really liked the Old Man Laundry video on it. If you want to see some really good shit, highly recommend you go watch Old Man Laundry's video on American Johnson, aka Non-Compete. Non-Compete's a way bigger piece of shit than you ever would have guessed.
Is that I have like no idea how to set any boundaries about it, so like I feel very conflicted about the idea of actually trying to figure out where the line is for us filming stuff. Whenever we're talking about something and then I am having a reaction to it that you feel is horrible, I'm having like I feel like what's happening is that I'm having like a trigger response and I'm like either my brain is like flooding and I just can't think straight because I'm having too much anxiety, or I just feel like my stutter is like a fucking PTSD thing and you're just making fun of me and it's fucking horrible. It's like, no,
yeah, he seems to have a really big problem with her stuttering, so yeah, it's a little ableistic-reno.
I'm not like trying to stutter just to piss you off. Like, fuck you. Like, it's horrifying to me that you are making fun of my like PTSD response to what you're saying, and then you're like fucking like later watching the footage of yourself like berating me over my fucking like trigger response, and you're just like laughing and you're just like nah, and then like in the fucking comments people are like, Shaylin's a psycho, why would she put up with this? And it's like, well, I don't know why, it's fucking horrible.
Oh shit, wait, this is a police report, or this is a police report, isn't it? Wait, no, this isn't a police report, this is a call. No, this is a police report. Yeah, no, it was a welfare check incident. Police were called to the house to do a welfare check. Closed out the location. Date 4/26/2022. Wait, that's literally like, holy shit! Oh my god, the police were literally at their house. How many days ago? This was from a week ago. 4/26. This was 1 week ago. Look at the one before. 4/26/2022 was a week ago. There are two. Were they shown consecutively?
And then, like, in the fucking comments, people are like, Shaylin's a psycho. Why would she put up with this? And it's like, well, I don't know why. It's fucking horrible.
Okay, so this is the first one, apparently. Okay. Time created, not 09/11/2022. Event number, call type, harassment. Name, Max Carson. Oh, shit. Incident threat. Type harassment. That was in 2020. And the other police report is the one from a week ago. That was a welfare check. Yeah, that's a police report from a week before the video was posted. Is some scalding evidence, okay? A police welfare check report. Okay. This is scalding evidence of there having been a welfare check being made to the house recently to their place of living. This could mean a variety of things. Judging on the previous police report that's 2 years older, it seems likely it's for similar reasons. And that's going back a week, which tells us at the very least, some toxic, abusive aspects of the relationship, enough that police are being called to the house, is happening as recently as 7 days ago. From today.
It's fucking ridiculous and stupid and like
I'm sorry, but like police reports, like actual police reports, that's strong evidence. Like the court of public opinion and the court of law are not the same place. But if we're talking about the court of public opinion, the fact that the police were called to the house in the first place for any reason, and it was a welfare check, and one was a harassment complaint towards Max Carson, aka Mr. Girl. This suggests that that's some pretty scathing shit. That's some pretty scathing fucking shit. I know so many people defend this guy. I'm really curious to see if Destiny defends his past and possible future engagement with Mr. Girl after this. Yeah, Old Man Laundry, tell me what Destiny's response to this is. I'd be curious to see if he's like, oh shit, I know about this. Fuck, I'm getting away. I would love to see that, like if that's how it goes, but I would not be surprised if Destiny's like, oh well, and just moves on. He currently is? Is he really? Hold on, I want to see his reaction. Oh no, Destiny's banned on Twitch, so I just have to look at I just have to look at it and listen to it myself with it muted. It's not a good start. He named his stream Mr. Girl Hit Piece video. Oh, I'm already seeing people saying Destiny's point is stupid. I don't think he's debating right now. He's not watching the video. Okay. I don't think he's watching it right now, is he? Okay, I think he's just doing a debate right now. I don't think he's watching the video. Okay. He's doing a debate with some, like, pro-lifer, it looks like. Alright, back to it.
it's horrible for me because like I already feel bad about it. Like, why would you fucking do that? I mean, I know why.
I know Stardust defended Mr. Girl. Let me tell you what's gonna happen because of this video. Probably nothing. Probably nothing. I don't think that most people in this space, unless they are going to get shit for association with someone, are willing to cut ties with someone that can give them some level of content. I don't think you're going to see a lot of like the panel show hosts or the like the drama monger type streamers on Twitch or anything. I don't think you're going to see them stop platforming this guy or giving him an audience because they have stuff to gain from him. Like having Mr. Girl on your thing brings hate clicks. At least he has a fan base he's bringing there. Like it's very similar to like companies and corporations and their political messaging. Most YouTubers won't cut ties with somebody, and even if they morally know they should, until like it's completely unsustainable for them to keep those ties going. I learned this following my video outing flamenco. I feel like anybody else probably would have been like laughed out of the communities they're in for that type of behavior, but because there was already this massive bias and this distinct benefit in continuing to platform the guy, I feel like a lot of people just kind of arm waved it, you know? Like I know quite a few people that were like friends with him didn't even like cover the video or watch it or even or anything like that. I remember that was the thing. It's just people in this space are very much business-minded. They aren't going to cut ties with someone who's horrible just because they're horrible. You have to make sure there is a financial incentive to them not associating with bad people. And that just doesn't happen unless that person is hated enough, right? Like I would never, like no one would ever in their life, like I would never in a million years ever befriend Onision. Nobody would. This guy though, he may be an Onision tier lolcow, but God knows he's not. He doesn't have a bad enough name behind him to make it completely unsustainable to platform him. If anything, platforming him brings more views, especially if you can just sort of like offer tacit support. I will say, especially as far as I've gotten to this, I'm starting to really see like a lot of hypocrisy and just stuff that makes me lose respect for other content creators the more I do this kind of stuff. Xanderhal, Mr. Repsion collab when? Oh, that would be cool. I think Mr. Repsion follows me now. I think previously people had told me that he didn't think very positively or that he'd said something negative about me before, but I think he follows me now, which doesn't necessarily mean that he's cool with me or likes me or watches my content or anything, but it definitely tells me, at the very least, that he was willing to follow me on Twitter. Wait, no, does he? Wait, is that his? Wait. What's his Twitter? Does he even have a Twitter anymore? Huh. Doesn't look like it. I know at one point he followed me on Twitter. I saw one of his tweets and like hovered over his account and he followed me. So he follows me on Twitter? Yeah, I know he does, but I saw he followed me recently. Repsion told me something about not liking Vosh or his VT. Repsion told me something about not liking Vosh for his CP takes Uflamau. Yeah, it's that's the clip that I was there in. I'm so glad that like I just happened to be there in chat live when that happened, because so many times I've had people shit on me for my association with Vosh, and they bring that up, and I'm just like, hoo, my friend, I was there when I saw that clip happen. That's not what he said. Yeah. The clip itself, like the original clip, if you like watch that quote from Vosh with all the context, is certainly an example of terrible wording and a lack of understanding that everything you say is on the internet forever. So you have to make sure that if you word a hot take or anything that could be seen as even somewhat controversial, you word it as well as possible. But his actual take was that you're a hypocrite if you're willing to completely condemn people consuming certain products, such as animal products, or hell, even like shit like CP. You're kind of a hypocrite if you're still willing to defend the abuse and exploitation that goes into the creation of products you consume every day. You have to be morally consistent, was basically his argument. If you're saying, yes, child porn is bad and you shouldn't consume it because it requires abuse to make, and that's it, then and you have like your iPhone or whatever, sure, you can do the there's no ethical consumption under capitalism thing, but it's not a like you kind of get into a weird logical loop there. And if you want to go logic bro with it, some people will say that's not enough of an argument. I think it's enough, personally. Not that anyone needs to argue with me about why you shouldn't consume that shit, but I think that's enough of an argument, but some people don't. And some people want to get super logic bro-y with it, kind of like the incest debate is what it reminds me of. And it feels like a lot of people want to make the pedophile discussion like that. Like feels like Mr. Girl wants to be the guy who's coming out with like the super hot take that's actually like super nuanced and looks at everything without being black and white. It feels like that's what he's trying to do with the pedophile situation from what I've seen of him in the small amount of content I've seen from him. That's what it seems like, and that's sussy. These are comparing oranges to freight trains? I don't think so. You all will get the shadow onesie, no worries. Lonnie just has to force Anna into it. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to cover this before I put on the shadow onesie, just because I think you can understand how it looks to cover this wearing a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. I'm really sorry if anyone maybe doesn't like that. I'm going to turn the video up to 1.5 speed, though, because we have been watching this for how long? An hour now, and we're only 14 minutes in. 15 minutes in. I don't want to kill Cherry.
Because you explained it to me, but it's fucking horrible.
What are we talking about right now?
Huh?
What are we talking about? How you feel bad watching me berate you for stuttering?
Yes. And just fucking enduring it right now. Well, not now, but before. You're not helping, you're just making it worse.
That's not true. I think that the problem is for both of us, but definitely also for you.
What am I watching, Xanderhal? We're watching Old Man Landre's expose video on Mr. Girl.
As in this conversation, you put yourself in a role, not that I'm making someone care of me, and offers to care of me, it's to really easy to describe things like that, because you don't know what you're feeling when you talk about your feelings. And fuck you.
It's either that or like, why are you so abusive? Just be yourself.
I never said that.
Maybe you should.
No, you would get too mad. I'm still doing it. Sorry.
Fake jokey shit isn't funny. You are genuinely funny sometimes, but when the camera's on, you're just like uber cringe. Let's go. Okay, new rule. If you don't want to talk to me, shut up. Then stop talking to me.
All right, one little bit of productive video making advice I'll give you for the future, Old Man Landre. Be careful when it comes to music in videos like this. And this is just, you don't have to take this advice, but this is just like my YouTuber perspective from what I've been doing. I find that when it comes to hit piece videos, people can, especially if like Max responds to this, he'll easily be able to say, well, all the music just is edited in to make it sound worse than it is or whatever. People could say that, and they could also say the audio balancing is a little bit difficult to hear what's going on here. The music being a little bit quieter would have helped. If you still have like the project file and you'd be down to like reduce the audio of the music on there, you still have like the project file, you don't have to like start from scratch or anything. It may be like a better like edit to put out if you want to, but it's still like completely fine in its current form. It's just for future videos particularly, you got to watch that audio balancing, because audio balancing is the hardest part of being a YouTuber, believe it or not. Like, it took me a long time to get my audio balanced even somewhat well on my streams, and videos are even harder because not everybody's listening on a pair of headphones. Not everybody's listening on a pair of earbuds. Some people are listening on their TVs or on their phones or on headphones. Yeah. So you have to consider like how the audio balancing sounds and everything, right? So for me, I've got headphones on, so I'm able to hear a lot of I'm able to hear what they're saying pretty well despite the music. But if someone's on a TV and they don't have the amount of auditory range and the amount of auditory filtering and like precision that headphones gives you or earbuds gives you, it can be harder, I imagine. I know I'm also dealing with a lot of Premiere Pro problems yesterday too. Oh yeah, Premiere Pro sucks. I would probably recommend getting into Sony Vegas. I've always found, I always found that Sony Vegas is a better editing program for me, but it's different for everybody. You probably learned like Adobe Pro, and it's hard to learn new software. I honestly think that even Pig Puncher had reasonable audio leveling. Oh, did you watch me when I was Pig Puncher? I think that Pig Puncher 368 and Pig Puncher era were probably much worse audio-wise. I remember watching some of my old content and just, whew. Yeah, you can pirate Sony Vegas pretty easily. It's not hard to find a pretty decent download on the internet just to pirate. That's what I do.
Shaylin.
What? Working? Yeah, thank you. Stop.
Filming?
Yes.
Really? I know you want me to feel guilty. I don't think guilt is that useful. I hit you, it hurt you, oops. I grabbed her wrist. She screamed for me to stop. And then, after that first time, a few weeks later, I grabbed her arms because she wasn't listening to me or something. And I grabbed them really hard, and afterwards she showed me bruises on her arms. A little bit after that, I just said, okay, that was so loud that the neighbors are gonna call the cops. And before they get here, I need you to put on a long sleeve shirt so they don't see the bruises on your arms, because if they do, I'm gonna spend the night in jail, 100%. And one thing people don't talk about a lot is that a violent outburst like that can be a unifying event for a couple. One time I broke my ex's laptop, and you get to sort of join forces against the you that just snapped. And you're like, whoa, that was crazy, wow.
Yeah. He just has no remorse about it either, does he? Sounds like a serial killer explaining his crimes. Yeah, it's very methodical too. Reminds me of that one. Do you remember that one video, the JCS criminal psychology video, the how to spot a psychopath video? And it's the video starts with two people faking being crazy, or how to spot someone who's crazy, I think was the name of the video. And the video starts with two people pretending like they're crazy. The Dayton shooter, I think it was, saying, I see demons. And the guy who's like, just pretending, like acting like how we saw crazy people in movies act. And then shows a third video, a video of someone who was actually found to be clinically insane by a jury. And when the police are interviewing this guy, it's nothing like the two people faking it. This guy sits there and he's done nothing wrong at all. He has no remorse. He doesn't believe that what he's done is wrong. He doesn't seem to have any care for self-preservation. He just sits there and explains to the cop, like a businessman explaining a business transaction, exactly how he killed the people that he killed. And he's like this fat neckbeard dude with a fedora on, literally wearing a fedora and a neckbeard. Like, he's quite literally the meme. And he's just sitting there explaining the logistics and just very matter-of-factly how he murdered the people that he murdered or whatever. And just explaining how he did it, why he did it. And it was very... When you see someone who's really crazy or like really fucked up describing what they've done that's bad, the craziest shit is when you just see them methodically explaining their horrible behavior with no guilt or remorse or desire to make that better or to become a better person or recognizing why it was wrong whatsoever. Really from him here, only a desire to avoid being caught.
I really went insane there. Wow, we're on a team against that evil part of me. And then you get to apologize, and apologizing is fun. And I'll never forget my ex looking at me and calmly saying to me, "Why are you punching me in the face?" It was a good question. I'll add, for the sake of honesty, I did punch her in the face. So in my case, hitting women over the next several years from that point on, when I first came out as an abusive piece of shit woman batterer to my family, I told my father, listen, every time we come visit you, we end up getting into some physical altercation at your house after you go to sleep. We go back to our room, we're basically fist fighting for like an hour every time we come visit you because you're so demeaning to me and you mock me and you treat me like a fucking loser in front of her, and she doesn't want to see me that way, and I don't want her to see me that way.
Oh, yeah. Recurring theme with Max, Mr. Girl, it's never really his fault. Yeah, I get that too. It really is like everything that he does is him snapping because someone else did a thing that upset him. And sure, that's bad, but at the end of the day, it really is the fault of the person that made him feel that way, that he, hit his girlfriend or destroyed his girlfriend's property or whatever bullshit he's done. I went back to look at early stuff. Of course, the leveling is better now, but considering the equipment you used and how bad other streamers' leveling still is with improved tech, etc. It's really fine. Oh, okay. Well, I guess my audio quality was better back then. Regardless, though, like my point still stands. Audio balancing is hard.
And I don't stand up to you, and it's humiliating, and it makes me hate her because she's watching it. So I need you to stop doing that. Eventually, I realized, like, I basically have to choose. So I left my family. Now, the relationship fell apart later anyways, but I had to leave because I could see.
What is this? So this is a different partner, I believe. Hannah Blank, responsible. Okay, so this is a... Ooh. Is this a restraining order? Or is this a... What is this for? Hold on, we'll just fucking read the whole thing. This cover sheet is required so that the court can assign your case to the correct court district for filing and hearing. It satisfies the requirement for a certificate authorizing filing in the district as set forth in Los Angeles for requirements. We just along with the original complaint or petition. It's oh, she filed for divorce from him. Whoa. Is this his ex-wife? He was married. This is a divorce paper. Because this is not the person he's dating now, I don't believe. Yeah, ex-wife. Okay. And this is dissolution of marriage, dissolution of partnership. Okay, this doesn't really seem. I'm looking for anything here. No children. Just looking for interesting stuff here. Okay, I mean it's definitely, you know, she filed to divorce him. There's that.
What kind of person it was
That's
turning
real.
me into. It's a complicated problem because if you're at the point where you're being violent with the person who you supposedly love the most, it probably means that your whole life is fucked up. Step 4, fuck your guilt. I know you want me to feel guilty. I don't think guilt is that useful, obviously. I just don't think you have as much control over yourself as most people seem to think they do. And I think that
okay, I see where it's coming from. I see what he's doing now. He is trying to ascribe his horrible behavior, his horrible tendencies, his horrible mindsets, thoughts, and behaviors to everybody so that he can feel as though anybody who's criticizing him is just a hypocrite who is overcompensating because they're exactly the same way. Or at the very least, that's what he's telling himself. Is the video jittery from the source? This one seems to be. Am I jittery on screen? If I'm jittery on screen, that's me. That's my stream, but I'm at 6,100 kilobits per second, and I'm only streaming at 6,000, so I got more kilobits running through my OBS than it even needs.
it takes two to tango. It's usually part of a complex dynamic that both people are feeding into. It's too complicated to blame on just one person or assign the fault to just one person. I will also add that one.
He's trying to fake make the take I had earlier. That's what's so funny to me. He's trying to fake have the take that I had earlier. I'm sorry, but like, if you are the dominant person in an abusive relationship, I don't care if your abuse is just retaliatory. Like, in these videos and in these clips and in the things you've admitted, you've been the aggressor. You've been the one who's continued to reinitiate, okay? When your girlfriend's sitting on her bed looking at her phone and you're standing there with a camera throwing insults at her while she's just, like, clearly not trying to have a fight right now, at the very least on camera, that is not something you can use the, well, no one's ever innocent excuse on, okay? You do have a responsibility if you are engaging in abuse towards your partner, regardless of the circumstances, to stop doing that. That is still you engaging in abuse. It does not make you better. It makes the situation less black and white. It does not abstain you or of any moral judgment whatsoever, absolve you of moral judgment, sorry. That's just not how it works. My wife was no angel. He's not even saying his wife was no angel or his girlfriend's no angel. He's saying nobody is an angel and that everybody is at the very least as bad as him. Seems to be the implication of what he's saying. I imagine that's what he tells himself.
The thing that confounds all of this is that I've definitely noticed some arousal in women after being violent towards them. It makes it pretty hard to break the cycle.
I don't want to deal with all your anger at previous men you've known, although you are definitely going to have to deal with all my anger at previous women I've known, but you don't have to deal with it like right away.
Hannah's mom freaked out after reading my entire blog. She brought it to a battered woman's shelter where the workers looked it over and told her I am textbook abusive. She then called all of Hannah's friends and told them to help her make Hannah break up with me. Whew, this video just gets spicier the longer it goes, doesn't it? Jesus Christ.
Hi, horses. So, why is it okay to hate women? Well, hate is an emotion, and I don't think emotions can be controlled. People always say, oh, don't you have a mother? Well, yes, I have a mother, and 2 stepmothers, and they're all heartless.
Okay, maybe the hating women thing he said earlier definitely wasn't a joke. Whew. Yikers. So, you can't control your emotions, and hate as an emotion is a new one, definitely. Definitely a new one. You simply can't control your hatred of women. It's as simple as that. I can't control my misogyny.
Vipers who cut my balls off when I was 13. I just think maybe if I'd been allowed to express myself openly, I wouldn't have a black ocean of vitriol towards women festering in my heart. That's not how it went. Oh, but you can't ever hit them. But they can hit you. Yeah. And then he listens to me, by which I mean he agrees with me. Okay. And he's taller and sexier than me. Oh, you're just mad because you can't get laid. No one would ever fuck you, Mr. Girl. At this point, I don't know if I hate women because I'm gay, or if I'm gay because I hate women.
Women. Can't live with them, can't kill them.
But honestly, all this shit wouldn't be that bad if you could actually take feedback. Then we could talk about it. Maybe if you stop playing the fucking victim all the time and start thinking of men as human beings, I'll hate you just a teeny, tiny bit less.
Stop! Stop!
sex with animals? What? Oh, I forgot the bestiality.
Cats is probably very much less tinged with sexuality, but not free of sexuality.
Wait, I couldn't read that one. I couldn't read that one because it was zooming out.
My attraction to my cats is probably very much less tinged with sexuality, but not free.
Wait, this is a real picture of him? Wait, this is a real picture of him. Was he in Cats?
Sexuality.
Okay, this is the one I want to read. Hey guys, I moved to LA to become a screenwriter. The content of my scripts is similar to my blog. You can follow me here. I tried to get my cat to pleasure me when I was 13. Oh god! Fuck. Okay. So just saying it. Okay.
That my attraction to my cats is probably very much less tinged with sexuality, but not free of sexuality.
Here we go.
If I were to ask you if you've ever had an attraction to an underage person, would you answer that question if I asked you?
The answer is yes. What is a pedophile? How could you ballpark explain that to others?
Preference.
Dominant preference. They're saying I could have any woman in the world. I would have a 5-year-old. Any female.
Nope.
Any female.
No, that's a different question.
That's not a preference?
It's a preference for a different thing. It's instead of a preference for, somebody who's attracted to 12-year-olds, it's not, I want a 12-year-old, it's I want to masturbate about 12-year-olds.
Thinking about molesting children is okay. I don't see how a thought can be immoral.
Oh, wait. I hate when things are only on screen for a second, but I am speeding up the video, so to be fair, I hit it sped up. Meanwhile, I'm here in my giant house crying and wiping my tears with the undies of the kids you wish you could fuck. I woke up and turned on my computer to see a pedophilia awareness stream on Twitch with 1,100 viewers. I'm here in my giant house crying and wiping my tears with the undies of the kids you wish. What the fuck? I know BX Bullet's like one of the people that everybody hates or something. I think she had drama with Destiny or something. What isn't BX Bullet like a trans? I don't think BX Bullet's a transphobe. I haven't heard anything about them being transphobic. I think they just had like drama with Destiny or something from what I remember. Oh, she is? Okay. Well, sounds like she's a shitter. Transphobe versus pedophile. Oh shit! We got a new one, guys! We can make the new meme. We can make the new meme. Transphobe versus pedo. We had the racist versus pedo meme thumbnail that I made. Now I can make a transphobe versus pedo thumbnail. I can't do that for this. I feel like if I do that, then the implication would be that Old Man Laundry is a transphobe. Because this video is like Old Man Laundry versus whatever. Yeah, that'd give a wrong impression. We got to this point in an hour and a half into the segment. I don't know if it'd give enough context. I don't know who she is. It's not about her. Oh yeah, of course not. But yeah.
I had someone I knew who.
So, if you're going to admit to any crimes, I would really rather not be listed in whatever federal reports are filed, so I would prefer to be done a video on your stream, unrelated to my own.
Okay. Do you think owning child porn should be a crime?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at child pornography? I need you to answer the question honestly, or leave. Yeah.
Okay, so I should just leave.
Yeah. Have you ever looked at child pornography?
I don't think I have.
Yeah. I don't think he's gonna indulge that. Billy hasn't.
Jimmy,
I know I haven't.
Jimmy is having a fit in the editing room right now.
I wish we could talk because you are literally the definition.
Just lie! Jesus Christ! Just lie! Like, what is this dude doing? Just lie and say you haven't. Like most pedophiles on the internet do that have some level of prominence. Like, honestly, that's the thing that's always like confused me about this dude. That's why I was never really 100% on board with jumping onto this and like immediately talking about this guy and be like, oh, look at this fucking pedophile. Because like, I've seen clips like this and it's like, if this dude's not on like a massive trolling op, he could easily just say no. But literally all he'd have to do. he's actually too psychotic to lie. It's possible. It's possible that he feels he's got like God, I don't even know what you would call it, a Thanos complex. Maybe he's got some kind of Thanos complex, and he believes that he's so in the right, and he's on this holy moral mission, so to say, and that lying about something like this would be wrong for him to do by his crazy standards, I suppose. Xanderhal, I bet this dude has a bunch of child porn on his computer. Amos Yee did. I guess we'll find out.
Of the exact thing that I'm talking
you
about.
looked him up. Yeah, exactly.
You would be a
perfect. This is why you threatened to leave 3 times. It hasn't worked. I called your bluff each time, and now you're lingering. You don't know what to do.
I'm not threatening you.
And you're hoping to refrain that it's all confusion. We know exactly what's happened. Ben knows exactly what's happened.
Ben, I need you to muzzle your dog, or I have to go. Are we done? Well, thank you for the time that we had.
It was a great interview.
Here's a thought experiment. I'm gonna open a string of strip clubs in Las Vegas. It's gonna be called Mr. Girls. Whatever you want.
I remember this part.
Okay.
I remember seeing this this debate with Vosh. How does pizza sound? Pizza sounds fucking dope. I'd like some pizza. Thank you, baby.
Strip club, the strippers are 25, 24, 23, 22, all the way down to infants. Okay, so if you want to...
Xanderhal, is it bad to be open about my feelings? I'm constantly sad or depressed. It really depends. People say you should always be open about your feelings, talk about them always, but that can be troubling for some people. There's you never want to trauma dump on somebody. You have to understand that even though you have the right to talk about what you're going through and what you're feeling, you also have to you have to be aware of the comfortability of the people around you. You cannot make your friends and people in your life into therapists. If they're willing and down to be there for you and hear what you have to say, and you're not like trauma dumping on them, and they're not down for it and whatnot. I think you should probably, you can talk to them about it, but I think you should see professional help if you're really feeling sad and depressed all the time. That's just not something I think a talk with friends or whatever is going to solve. If it's that persistent and it's not an environment, like if you're like legit, if you're sad and depressed because like your dog died, your grandma died, you lost your job, your car broke down, you got evicted, and so on, all in the course of like 3 months, then you maybe don't need a therapist to you don't have like you probably don't have like chronic depression, chemical imbalance going on in your brain. You need medication or help. That's probably not the case. You probably need help out of that situation. But if it's like, more or less things are going normally in your life and you would otherwise be, neutral or fine, and you're dealing with some level of depression, and you're at that point where it's like, no matter what, you're waking up in the morning, and like if your baseline level of a decent mood, an okay day is here, you're starting down here and you have to fight just to get up to a decent mood when you get out of bed in the morning. If that's the level of depression and lethargy you're at, then you need help. You got to get help. That'd be my advice.
Watch babies crawl around, or you want to watch 100-year-olds. We'll start at 100. So basically everybody, and everybody all the women on the planet have to work here. You know a lot of people. You talk to a lot of people about this. And we all.
I haven't talked to a lot of people about this specifically. I've been going to.
Well, we run in different circles. But which club is the most popular?
I don't even know by what category you would distinguish into that group.
Okay, but you don't want to say the number.
I don't have a number. Do you have a number? Is there a number you're looking for?
So for those that don't know, my recollection of this was that Mr. Girl asked Vosh that if you opened up a strip club that had a bunch of strip clubs two strip clubs next to each other, and one of them had 50 to 100-year-olds, and one of them had 5 to 15-year-olds or something, which strip club do you think would be more popular, is what he asked in this. And the point that Mr. Girl was trying to make is that pedophilia is more common than we think. And thus, I guess, then we shouldn't morally judge it, is his position. I think this guy actually seems to believe that if everybody does something, then nobody has the right to criticize anyone for it. He really seems to be like in that mindset. It goes in line with everything else he's said and done here. The self-defense he did for his abuse of his ex-partners. It was always, well, nobody's an angel. Everybody has hate as an emotion. Nobody can control that. It really is all about ascribing his same moral failings to everybody, or even worse moral failings, so that he can feel as though nobody is in a position in which they can actually, morally condemn him honestly. That is where he's coming from.
I think it's think it's 15.
Well, I suppose we'll leave it to the historians to judge.
I feel bad about myself for being attracted to younger women, but I'm not attracted to their fucking brains. I'm attracted to the fact that they haven't had a chance to ruin their fucking bodies yet.
Yeah, by the way, the dudes that you hear talk about, like, women being slutty and ruining their bodies by having sex with other men do probably want to have sex with children. They don't, it's not the purity thing that they're after, trust me. It's something else they like.
You know? I just want a 35-year-old brain in a 15-year-old body.
Maybe 16. It might be. I think it would be 14 at first, and then it would move up once the novelty wore off. I think it would be 15 or 16.
Is this consideration in line with your desire to empathize with pedophiles, or is it something more personal than that?
Xanderhal, here's my take. He hasn't been caught criminally. He feels invincible in the court of law, so he is trying to move the line of pedophilia in the court of public opinion, so he will be safe there too. He knows what he's done, and so he wants to move public opinion to move that line so that he'll be on the safe side of that new line. Yeah, that is what he's doing. He is trying to put himself in the safe side of the new line of scrutiny he's trying to draw. But I think the way he's doing it is by trying to claim that nobody meets the level of moral standards that he feels he is being falsely, or I should say wrongly held to in his mind.
I just want a 15-year-old body. I feel bad about myself for being attracted to younger women.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you sound like a pedophile, not a person who wants to promote empathy for socially misaligned people.
I feel bad about myself for being attracted to younger women.
Why do I sound like a pedophile?
Because you're dedicating a considerable amount of thought to the subject of what type of underage girl people would be most interested in.
What color, if you had to guess what color their underwear would be, Flash, what would you say? Yeah.
I like how the subtitle's called Vosh Flash. My guess is he's actually a pedo, but after he received the heavy backlash, he's gaslighting that all with he's gaslighting that it was all sarcasm. It wasn't sarcasm, just more complicated than you're making it sound. I mean, I stand by everything I said in the review. Oh boy, yeah, it feels like the guy will just he doesn't really seem like he's got any shame for who or what he is. Mr. Girl should be in prison, at the very least for the spousal abuse stuff. I guess there's no evidence that he's actually done anything with a child other than his own admission of his sexual attraction to them. But he has admitted to several other crimes. Hi, cuties. Hi, what's up, cuties? I want to tell you all. It's called Hi, Cuties. Hi, Cuties. It's about some 11-year-olds shaking their booties. Yeah, hi, cuties. Oh, this is the rap he did? Is this the rap that he did? About cuties? Oh god. Hi, it's called Hi Cuties. Hi Cuties. It's about some 11-year-olds shaking their booties. Yeah. Hi Cuties. Hi, what's up, cuties? This movie is so good, it's freaking insane. Hi Cuties. Hi Cuties. It's the child... Oh god. Child sexual assault material equivalent to Citizen Kane. Yeah. Oh Jesus. Cuties Nation, baby. Yeah, yo, if you don't like cuties, you're a weird one, bitch. Fucking pedo, ass, fucking fat bitch. Too scared to fucking jack off to cuties. Fuck you. But, it's a good movie. You know what this guy reminds me of? This is like Sam Hyde levels of like water muddying, you know? It's like how, like Sam Hyde will just like say some horrible shit and then say it again with sort of like a smile on his face that sort of suggests he's being ironic or joking, but like he's just saying it. But then like everybody who's a fan of him will just defend it as a joke or as a meme or ironic, because as long as you say something as a joke, you can say whatever you want and you're not allowed to criticize anybody for it. That's really what it is, by the way. The people who get mad, like I've criticized people like, here, how about this? So I think two really good examples of the way that people who are defensive of this type of behavior like to act is a really good representation is the comment section of my videos on Long Beach Griffey and my comment section video on the comment section on my video on Sam Hyde and the iDubbbz thing. All the comments, all the hate comments were all, you just can't take a joke. Stop taking it so seriously, bro. You can't take a joke. They're not mad. that I'm like, I guess, trying to impede on the free speech of the comedian they like. They're genuinely mad that I dare criticize the messaging that the comedian they like is spreading, because they agree with the messaging, they know it's sincere, and they want more people to agree with it. And they know the first step to agreeing with a sincere message framed as a joke like that is to get people to believe it's just a joke. That's why that is always the constant claim here. You can just outright say horrible shit, then say... So here's the part that really sticks out to me that reminds me of Sam Hyde. Cuties Nation baby. Yeah, yo, if you don't like cuties, you're a weird one, bitch. Fucking pedo-ass fucking fat bitch. Too scared to fucking jack off to cuties, fuck you. So, if you jack off to the movie Cuties, you're a pedophile, right? That's like a, you know, a pretty, like, just standard statement, right? The idea that you're a weird pedo if you are too scared to jack off to cuties, I guess is the way he's framing it, is he knows it's ridiculous, and he knows the audience knows it's ridiculous. And the reason why he says this here is because he can fill this rap with comments about how he wants to fuck children, but if he has in the outro, I suppose, a really weird statement that's intrinsically contradictory, then I guess he can use the it's satire excuse to claim that, well, it's just a joke. Mr. Girl's just a knockoff Rucka Rucka Ali. Well, Rucka Rucka Ali is also cringe as fuck. The guy made like so many cringe, like 2016 anti-SJW music videos that, oh god, I watched some of those and it's like, wow, I cannot believe these were my political opinions.
Nude modeling is sexual after all. February 15, 2011. I'm Max Carson. As you all know, I am an exhibitionist. I am also creative and like meeting other creative people. I also usually get paid, so modeling satisfies several different needs for me. One of them is...
So it seems like he gets some sort of kick sexually from people like drawing him nude.
Purely sexual. Art schools are overwhelmingly against male models getting erections. And those who do are usually fired. Fuck you. What kind of sex blogger kills his erections? What kind of person kills his erections? I made a vow right there. I will never attempt to prevent myself from getting an erection for the rest of my life. If I get kicked off of model stands, or make people uncomfortable at dinner parties, or freak doctors and therapeutic massage therapists out, then so be it. No more hiding. Once I was posing nude...
Wasn't Sam Hyde caught donating to an alt-right group in the past? I only remember the gay stand-up he did saying that gay people were pedos. Yes, I mean, Sam Hyde is an actual far-righter. It's just he says his beliefs with enough of a smirk on his face that you have like the people in his audience that genuinely believe that it's him just memeing and Sam Hyde's not serious. And then you've got the people who do believe what he believes. They know he's on their side, and they're making excuses for what he says and saying it's just jokes and memes because they know that it's the best way to cover up what they're actually trying to do. It's the same kind of stuff.
For a group of high school kids.
High school kids? What kind of high school is this?
I pose for kids 15 to 18 pretty regularly.
Nude modeling is sexual. Yeah, drawing naked people is inherently sexual.
Oh god, he does... I pose for kids... Wait. Under 18 pretty... What art schools have students that are underage drawing nude... Okay, listen, guys. If I would be like, where are the schools that are having underage kids draw grown men naked that are sitting like, okay, listen, guys. Like, I'm on board with the sex ed. I'm on board with teaching kids about gay people existing. I'm not on board with letting 16-year-olds do nude portraits of a real nude grown man who's sitting in the room with them. Like, I don't know. That just sounds a little bit maybe far. Then again, I guess it is an art class. 15-year-olds. Yeah, 15-year-olds? Yeah, fucking hell. What 15-year-olds are in art classes seeing grown men pose nude for art? I don't know what... This is what these fucking Republicans need to be going after. This is the real weird shit that our kids are seeing. Getting erections, no wonder... Yeah, and he gets erections in front of the 15-year-olds? Oh, God. You'd think they'd have models wear spandex for a high school class. At the very least, if they're just teaching like the general like anatomy of a human for like drawing the general like, you know, shape of a human, I feel like you can probably leave out the cock. I don't know.
Average.
Then again, he could just be lying about that. I'm intensely attracted to children. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, whew. Good thing I'm not a sick pedophile, is how he ends it. See, this is literally how he does his humor, right? He says he's attracted to children, and then says, huh, good thing I'm not a sick... Because I bet the thing that he would say is, heh, well, when you're attracted to someone with teen in their name, it's actually a phobiaphilia, so it's not pedophilia. Yeah, tons of people love doing that one, as if it makes that much of a difference. Like, if this guy was just going on YouTube and saying, hey, internet, it's not pedophilia if you're like 25 years old and you see a girl walking down the street that you think is attractive and you think she's like 20, but then it turns out she's like 2 days from turning 17. Like, or turning 18, sorry, and she's like 17. Like, if that was what he was coming onto the internet to say, I don't think anyone would be having a problem with it as much, you know? I don't think it's like... that would be a bad thing. And that's how people act like he's what he's doing. I've seen his fans and like people that defend him saying that his rhetoric is on the tier of just telling people, don't call people pedophiles if they're like 22 and attracted, or I don't know, fucking 25, 22, somewhere like early 20s and attracted to like a 17-year-old, like something weird, but not horrible, you know? Like, if it was that, that'd be one thing. But this guy's just out here pushing the bar is what he's doing. He's lowering the bar. That's all he's trying to do. Lower that fucking bar.
Average most desirable age is 14.
You may
Not
overstate
true.
how many people are going to find...
I think Mr. Girl might not be a milfer like me. For those guys who weren't here for the previous segment, we watched a video by Professor Lando on MILFs and why we love MILFs, and it turns out that pursuers, connoisseurs of the MILF, are actually MILFers, is the term. So I'm going to guess that Mr. Girl is probably not a MILFer like me.
The children in this movie hot. Like,
I don't think so. I think they're objectively hot. If you're say your son is 12, and he's like, you're like, oh, there's going to be this group of girls at this like a function that we're going to, and he says like, oh, are they hot? Like, I think most people, if they saw the girls and then they're like had a socially acceptable reason to say yes, they'd be like, well, yeah.
Okay. Because I don't really. We have a difference of opinion, but I think that's where it's coming from.
I don't think we.
Okay, like the closest to what he just described I've ever heard was when my mom said like one time, oh, your girlfriend's pretty. Like, it was like when I was a kid, you know, I was underage, you know, like, oh, your girlfriend's pretty. Like that would be like the most I've ever heard a parent talk about an underage kilfer? No, milfer. M-I-L-F-E-R. Kilfer, kids. Oh, you're talking about, oh, okay. Oh, God. Yeah, he's a kilfer. Jesus Christ. I was confused what that meant for me. Jesus Christ.
We have a difference of opinion. Okay. I think that you are now claiming that you are unable to determine attractiveness in 12-year-old humans. Okay, when you were 12, could you tell whether a 12-year-old was hot?
Yeah,
and you could feel it?
Yes.
Okay, you're saying that your innate physiological radar for whether someone is sexually attractive isn't...
Okay, when I was a kid and I had crushes on my classmates, it literally, like, correlated directly with my age. Like, I never, ever remember seeing, like, a kid in my school who was younger than me and thinking, oh, damn, she's hot or something like that. That never once happened. I feel like my interest in women was like, for one, I was always attracted to older women. I always was like if I was in school, especially, oh my God, when I was in first grade, I think maybe, no, it would have been fifth grade. No, it was like fifth or fourth. It was like a little bit later. I had this really hot teacher. She was probably in her 30s or something. And she was the one that I was looking at. She was the one I was looking at, frankly, okay? I'm sorry, but even to 12, 10, 6-year-old me, all right, not a single girl in my grade held a candle to my hot-ass fucking teacher with the big boobs and the big butt, okay? I'm sorry, but even as a kid, I was attracted to adult women because that was what I was attracted to. And if I was gay, I probably would have been attracted to adult men. Not saying that saying the alternative to being attracted. I'm not saying if you're a young guy and you're not attracted to young women, then you're bad or something. Or older women. I'm whatever. Don't pay attention to my fuck ups in speaking. Regardless, I don't think that makes you like a bad person or whatever, but But no, if you're like, if you're now 30 and you are still as attracted to 12-year-olds as you were when you were 12, then you're a pedophile. Yeah, that's how it works. I found that, for me at least, that attraction to younger people just goes away the older you get, you know? By the time you're 18, you're like... By the time I was out of high school, the last thing I'd ever want to do would be date a high schooler or anybody who's in... Oh my God. There's a reason... Literally, my first real relationship out of high school was with somebody who was not in high school or not, like, you know, was older than me. I'm not, like, down for that. It's not normal, Mr. Girl. I'm sorry, man. I don't know if you've convinced yourself into thinking that's normal, and that's why you, you know, feel as though the beliefs that you spread are not as controversial as you seem to think they are. But unless I'm unique, and I don't think I am, I'm pretty sure most people's attraction to kids goes away by the time they stop being a kid.
Has been decommissioned and no longer functions.
Like, I can intellectualize it. I don't feel that anymore.
You're claiming that when you see a 12-year-old twerking, just as I can tell you which 90-year-olds are hotter than other 90-year-olds, I can still tell you which one I would rather fuck. I mean, can you tell which ones are more cute? I guess that's why I said this in a review. I think cute is a stand-in for sexually attractive. I don't think there's really a difference. Face the fact that you can be attracted to 12-year-olds, but I'm like, I already knew that, so
What are you ascribing, dog? Do you think when I describe the fucking the paint job on a car as cute? Like if I see a pink car and I say, "Ah, it's a very cute paint job," does that mean I want to stick my cock in the car's muffler? I chose muffler because it sounds like muff.
That's not surprising to me.
But what is surprising to you is that may be a more unique to you experience than you originally thought, whereas you think every human experiences that. Maybe that isn't the case.
No, that's not. I mean, it's not surprising to me because I don't think it's true. You can tell when a 12-year-old is hot. And then, so, like, I think we should just move on.
Ooh, all right. Well, let's get into the real crazy shit now.
It was January 2015. My marriage was well into falling apart. I went to the UCLA clinic where they train therapists because you can get pretty cheap therapy there. I went for my intake interview. She was doing my intake interview and was asking me what kind of therapist I wanted, and I said, you need to, whoever you would give Hannibal Lecter to, if he were to come in looking for therapy, you need to give me to that person.
I believe
because, otherwise this isn't going to go well. And she was like, okay, so and this just like undercurrent of like extraordinary discomfort masked with like a thin veneer of professionalism that I encounter a lot in my life. She assigned me to the director of the program. And the next week I came back and I said, it's okay to keep going to you for therapy as long as you don't continuously try to reschedule or try to sleep with me. And she was like, I am not going to try to sleep with you. And I was like, that's great. And she was like,
yes, it is sexual harassment if you're just bringing up sex out of nowhere. That is that is him trying to bring up sex as a topic without making him look like he's the one that wants to bring up sex as a topic. That's what he's doing there. I'm sorry, but that's what that is. He is trying to make sex and having sex with him a topic of the conversation. His response that he was hoping to get was, "Oh, I can't." That's what he was hoping to hear. Or, more likely, personally, what he was hoping to hear was pushback. He wanted to make a woman feel uncomfortable. I mean, he hates women after all. He said it himself.
Max, I am not going to try to sleep with you. And I was like, okay, great. And she was like, Max, I am not going to try to sleep with you. And I was like, and then at the end, she was like, our time is up and the session is over. So I leave. And then the following Wednesday, I get a phone call from her. And she says, Max, I'm not going to be able to continue working with you. Yeah, it's not working out. But you can be reassigned to another therapist. For those of you guys that don't know, that's getting dumped by your therapist, okay? When your therapist says, I can't continue working with you anymore, that is your therapist telling you, we're not working, this isn't gonna, we can't, you gotta go. I'm not gonna keep servicing you. This is, you've done something, or we're not going where we need to be going. You need to either get reassigned, you can't be in my office. And this was clearly, the therapist realized how unsafe she was with this guy, and it was like, go get another therapist. Playing hard to get with his therapist, Jesus Christ. If you call the office or email. I was like, okay, like I I'm always kind of
sounds like he didn't actually want to go to therapy. God knows what his intent was.
shocked, like, intellectually by how people, like, respond to me, but, like, it's happened enough that I'm just kind of like, yeah, like, yeah, of course. Yeah, I guess I knew when I asked for the Hannibal Lecter treatment that, like, I might be too much. And, that's the time I got kicked out of the UCLA psychology clinic. But I'm not surprised. I've had, this is just a little slice of it's a pattern. Of, you know, I go on dates, people leave after 20 minutes sometimes. Women leave. Well, I hook up with guys sometimes. I don't really call it dates, but I go on dates with women and they leave after like 20 minutes in total discomfort. But it's not just...
I guess that's why he said he's gay because he hates women in that earlier clip. I assume that's what he's referencing there. Does he actually claim to be bi or pan or whatever because he hates women? And that's why he fucks men, because he hates women? He's literally the meme? Wait, he's literally... He's doing this meme, but in real life, unironically. Hold on. You are gay because you have worms. Wait, what? Wait, what? I am gay because I hate women. We are not the same. What? This isn't the right meme. Worms? What does being gay have to do with worms? Is there like a stereotype there? Worm? What's the joke there? You're gay because you have worms? Is having worms in your colon gay? Is that the joke? Because worms are phallic shaped? Are worms gay? Where's the... Where's the meme? Oh no, I can't find it. Where's the original one? Oh, here it is. It's not the same, it's not the correct image, but it is the correct text format. You're gay because you're attracted to men. I'm gay because I hate women. We are not the same. He's doing that in real life. Jesus.
Terror. Because when someone scares you...
I'm not high. I have not had weed in like 2 days. I'm on a... Well, I'm on a non-voluntary, can't afford more weed tolerance break. I can probably get more weed after stream today, but yeah, I haven't smoked weed in a couple days, so I've been I'm nice and sober for this one. Not an ounce of the marijuana in my blood.
Just like get away from them, but it's a sexual terror.
Discussed by Max Carson. Published February 1st, 2011. Hannah and I are texting. She asks me how I'm doing. I answer briefly and change the subject. Me, a few years ago I found a Yahoo group about extremely cruel handjobs and guys tying each other up and forcing each other to come when they don't want to. Me, link groups.yahoo.com/group/gay force milking. Hannah, what made you think of that? Me, the page was open on my phone browser. Hannah, oh, me, I should write. Do you mind if I text you later? Hannah, okay, yeah, that's cool. Me, okay, join that Yahoo group. Hannah, doubtful. Me, why? That upsets me. Me, I'm asking you to share something that turns me on and to try doing it with me. Hannah, you didn't say it turned you on or say it had any relevance to us. Me, both of those are so unbelievably obvious that I don't believe you didn't know them. My heart is pounding. Me, I think you recoiled and now you are covering your tracks. Please be honest. She is disgusted. I put my phone in my lap. I should write. I'll silence.
Yeah, you're doing the pushing your partner into participating in a kink that they're not into, that you are is not okay. Oh my god, I love your name, Lord of the Lean. Oh my god. Twitch chat has a new MVP. I'm sorry. Twitch chat has a new MVP. Lord of the Lean. What an extraordinary meme. Jesus Christ, I love that name.
my phone and check it in a few minutes. I don't care if she texts me now. Let her simmer a little. I have the right. I pick up my phone and check it. She hasn't texted me. What the fuck is she doing? Me, you definitely knew it turned me on. That would be absurd if you didn't. Did you feel excluded?
Oh, I think
Why would I
Pizza's
ask you
here.
to join it? You sound crazy. I statements. You say statements. Me, I feel judged or embarrassed. I sleep my phone and put it in my lap. I pick my phone up. Me, and instead of reassuring me or trying to make me feel less upset, you are focused on defending yourself by saying it's my fault I'm upset. Hannah, of course I'll do that with you. I should have asked you to clarify. I run my hands through my...
Oh, we got the repeat narrative. Instead of reassuring me or trying to make me feel less upset, you're focused on defending yourself by saying it's my fault I'm upset. Oh no! Isn't this a conversation between him and his ex-wife? This is a copy-pasted fucking quote that he would have said to his current partner. So either his current partner and his ex-wife just happen to have the exact same problems in the relationship, both being too defensive and whatever, or maybe it is a habit of him to accuse anybody who doesn't just allow them to abuse them, for him to say you're being defensive and you don't care enough about my feelings. That indicates to me a pattern of his abusive narrative. He like a script he has almost that he always seems to repeat anytime he gets pushback from any woman who abuses him. It seems, or that he abuses and abuses him. Jesus, he's always been like this. Seems like it. This is like, what, 2011 this is from, you said? Or the text log said? Is this like a 2011 chat log? Because from my understanding, the divorce happened in 2015, and they've been together for like years before that, right? Was this like from 2011, 2012, 2013, this text log with the ex-wife?
My hair. It isn't about the fucking cruel handjobs. It's about her disgust with me. Me, why did you just say doubtful? Me, why won't you join the Yahoo group? My face is burning. Me, I'm really upset. Me, I feel like you think it's irritating or gross that it's a gay group, and that's why you don't want to join, and you are now pretending you didn't recoil at the suggestion. I will find her disgust and dig it out. Me, please, please, please don't lie about your reaction. It will confuse me. Hannah, the phrase extremely cruel freaked me out. Hannah, I am in the middle of a meeting. You fucking bitch. Me, what freaked you out about it? Okay, maybe you shouldn't text me from meetings. Me, I need space to have feelings. If you are in a meeting, then I'm not allowed to get upset. Now I'm just sitting here upset and you don't have time to make me feel better. Stop whining. This is not sexy. Me, I'm calming down. Just text me later when you can. I hope you have a good meeting. Way to play it cool. I put the phone down. I pick it back up. Me, I know you are trying to be sweet and that you care about how I'm doing. But please stop asking me to talk about how I feel when you don't have a lot of time to talk. It makes intimacy a lot harder for me. Me, don't give one-word responses to texts about my sexual desires. Don't do that shit if you are in a meeting.
Don't give one-word responses about my sexual desires. Jesus Christ. What a fucking loser.
Please, I put the phone down. I pick it back up. Nothing. I put it down. I turn the ringer on so I will hear the text alert through my headphones. I open my laptop and look at my screenplay. Why isn't she texting me? Because she's in a meeting. I turn the ringer off. I'll check it later. I look at my screenplay. I check my phone. Nothing. I put it down. Let it go. She'll text you later.
Wait, is he the one typing me, or is that the logs? Is that like the logs that show me and then the person who said it, or is that him doing that? I can't tell. Holy shit. Try this at home. Thank you for the $50. Holy fuck, thank you. I got a lot of donos to read after this. I'll be putting on the shadow onesie, trust me. Oh.
You told her to stop texting you, so she did. Now you have to write. I write. I check.
Oh no, it's 9 p.m. Fuck. All right, guys, I gotta put on the shadow onesie now, because I don't think we'll have time for another segment after stream for me to go on my errands and whatnot. Hold on. It's time. We're covering this video with the shadow onesie on. I don't care what happens. If we get shit, we get shit. The shadow onesie does not affect my ability to analyze this content. If anything, it enhances it. Whoa. Get my legs in there. Gotta get them there legs in there. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Almost on, chat. Gotta do the buttons. We good. Let's go. Ah, oh. Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Yay. God, I can't wait till wireless technology is more simple. Jesus Christ. Once we finally have batteries that last more than 6 hours on fucking Bluetooth devices, that's when we're really gonna be. That's when we're really gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? We're all cringe. We're all cringe in our own way. Shadow the Hedgehog doesn't approve of Mr. Girl's bruh moments. True. Sleep, my guy. Why do I need to sleep? It's 9 p.m. There's a new Moon Knight tonight. Fuck, I forgot.
Phone every 20 minutes for an
The
hour.
finale's tonight.
Finally, I see her name. Hannah. Okay, I want to create space for your feelings. It freaked me out because it sounds like a violation of consent. I mean, obviously not if everyone has joined a group for it, but the word force is scary.
I'm reposting this video about consent in which I semi-admit to technically raping someone because it was taken down 2 months ago. Okay.
He's naked in this
here's the
video, apparently.
Enjoy it. The public dialogue about rape and consent is spinning off into wild, bizarre directions. People are trying to get a handle on what's going on, but for some reason they want to do it with very simple ideas and catchphrases. Yeah, that doesn't really work for me. As a rule, I don't have sex with enthusiastic people. Yeah, that's more like it. Yes means yes. Is that always true? Do you really never say no in sexual situations when you really mean yes? Here's a story. A couple years ago, I matched with a woman on Tinder. We got frozen yogurt. She came over. We got naked. I got naked. Then we both got naked. We started making out. Finally, I get her on top of me. I put my dick in place, like right at her vagina. And I'm like, all right, let's do this. She holds perfectly still and says, I'm not ready. Clear as day. No mistaking her meaning. She doesn't consent. But she has this look in her eye. Like she's daring me to just push it in. Like I'm some kind of pussy if I don't. I could have been imagining that. But I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her down onto my dick. She liked that I did that? I think so. She probably had mixed feelings about it. Was it rape? Yes. She told me not to, and I did it anyway. That makes it rape. Did the cops show up later? No. It's rape. But I don't feel bad about it. Telling college girls to be mindful of what they drink and possibly even what they wear is victim blaming. A college girl should be able to get blackout drunk, wear a short skirt with no underwear, and crawl into a halfway house for sex offenders and not worry about getting raped. Here's where
There we go. Because that's what's going on, huh? Women are just getting blackout drunk and walking into rape dens, and that's why rape's such a problem. We really got to teach women to stop getting blackout drunk and walk into those rape dens. You know what I'm saying, guys? You know those rape dens you're always seeing around on every corner? We really got to, like, stop those blackout drunk women from walking in there. I feel like we could reduce the amount of rape to nothing if we just did that. If women just learned how to stop getting raped as much, it would just stop. Jesus Christ. I used to be Coochie Conquistador. I had to come up with a new name. I feel like Lord of the Lean is an upgrade from Coochie Conquistador, but Coochie Conquistador is still a fantastic name.
Here's where I'm a little confused. So riddle me this, normies.
If not a little sexist.
If you leave your pussy or your dick unprotected and I fucking steal it, how is that my fucking fault? All right, now that the normies are gone, let's talk about some real shit. All sex has some component that is non-consensual. Stuff just happens, okay? There's always some element of coercion. People are too complicated for it to be a simple yes or no. There's always some part of you that doesn't want to have sex, but you do it anyway. And you aren't going to know if you made...
What? I don't have sex unless I want to have sex. I've never once had non-consensual sex before. Me or the partner. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty sure I wanted to have sex every time I've had sex. I don't... What... He's actually like it's what he does. He's trying to claim that everybody's a rapist, everybody's a pedophile, everybody hates women, everybody wants to hit women, everybody is just as bad as he is. That way nobody can be as bad as, like, worse than him. If everyone is as bad as him, then he can't be worse than anybody. That's what it is. If everyone is as bad as him, then nobody is worse. What about sex too, though? We're banning that.
Made the right decision until later, if ever, if there even is a right decision. And this makes sex and rape a lot more complicated. Rape isn't like murder. Most people don't want to get shot over the contents of their wallet and dumped in a trash can. Am I saying that rape victims want it on some level? Unfortunately, yes. And that's probably the reason rape is so psychologically destructive to people, because some part of you does want it. And here's the other thing about consent. It's pretty boring. Okay, yeah, there's some porn out there that's a little more interesting. But generally, it's boring and needs a lot less consent and a lot more rapiness. All my favorite romance scenes in movies are kind of rapey. And also in real life. I'm sorry, it's boring when someone is like, oh, Mr. Girl, you're just the best. Let's have some healthy, totally well thought out, non-regret inducing, not scary sex. I'm just not into that. It's a lot better when it's like, oh, my friends are also creeped out by you. Rape is human. Rape culture is human culture. And if you can...
Those are his sound effects he's adding, by the way. Oh, I could tell. Yeah, it seems like what he's doing is he's playing like porn clips in the original video or something.
accept that instead of going into sex thinking, this is totally consensual. I have consented and this other person has consented 100%. You could open your fucking mind a little bit. We demand that women convince themselves they are 100% certain they want to have sex every time they do. All we're doing is telling them to lie to themselves, to simplify their emotions, to bury their pain and confusion even deeper. My shitty parents actually thought they could stop my sexuality from becoming creepy and violent by not letting me watch rape scenes in movies. But all that accomplished was now I feel guilty about my rapey thoughts. I was not able to process that she wasn't interested because I just assumed that she is, because I'm me.
Evidently not, my dude. Evidently you're not guilty. I don't believe this guy does feel guilty. I think that was a downright lie. The way this guy talks about it, he does not feel a bit of remorse. He does not believe that what he's doing is wrong. Or at least he's convinced himself it's not. It's why so much of his rhetoric is centered around trying to claim that everybody is as bad as him. Everybody's a rapist. Everybody's just as much of a rapist as him. Everybody wants to rape or wants to be raped as much as apparently him, or so he claims. Everybody's a pedophile to him. Everybody, like, he thinks that if everybody is just as bad as him, then he's okay. That really is the core of it.
And so
he feels like everybody feels the way he does, but he's the only one who's brave enough to admit it. That's actually how he feels. If I were him, I'd rather die a lone wolf, TBH. Good thing you're not him. If chat would please go to my comment section on the original video when this is done to combat Mr. Girl Simp spamming my chat, I'd really would love that. Don't delete any of the comments from Mr. Girl fans, by the way. Leave them up to continue to push the video in the algorithm. Every dislike and every hate comment contributes to the algorithm just as much as every like and every positive comment does. You're very quickly going to need to realize that you should never read the comments on your videos ever. I never read the comments in my videos anymore. I maybe read the most recent 3 on my channel, and if it's something interesting, I respond. I do not respond to the comments in my video anymore, because if it's too stupid, that like if it's stupid enough of a comment, I'm like tempted to ban them from the comment section and delete their comment, which I don't want to do because it helps the videos and the channel, and it gives tons of content for you guys to dunk on the comment section. Most hate comments nowadays on my channel get like massively ratioed in the replies and in the and whatnot. So it's like, it does nothing but benefit me and improve engagement to allow the worst types of people to continue to comment on my content, because it just keeps pushing it. Mr. Girl has fans? Yeah, Mr. Girl's gotten very popular recently. Most predators have had it normalized to them. Really bad experiences oh yeah, it's possible, I guess, that he could have been the victim of sexual assault or something when he was a child, and that could be where he's found that thought process from, that normalization. It's not entirely uncommon, but I think the idea that that like victims of sexual assault as children end up becoming perpetuators of it themselves when they grow up is, while sometimes true, probably not a stereotype we want to perpetuate, because I feel like it could maybe lead to some pretty bad ideas about these things. I think his mom did something to him. He alludes to it in a song. He claims he was a victim of that. Yeah. Victimhood doesn't excuse abuse.
Kind of chasing her around her house. Not in like a fast aggressive way, but slowly, and she's giving me like excuses, like, well, we're coworkers, or like, I'm not sure, like, she's like, dude, don't you, she's like,
is that Destiny laughing in the background?
Are you sure you want to, like, don't you want to, and then it's like, well, I don't want to mess up our friendship, and I'm like, well, everything you're saying is making me more excited, because she's like, I'm horrified by this, and I'm like, of course you are, that's normal, come here, and then so I chase her around her house, and she's also comically crawling backwards, like, over her couch, like, it feels like a game, and then after probably
12 hours of wearing her down.
The sun comes up. No, after, it felt like a long time. Probably in reality, it was probably like 5 minutes. But like, which is a pretty long time to chase someone in circles around their living room. Looking back. I finally was like, wait, do you not want me to kiss you? And she was like, no, I don't want you to kiss me. And I was like, why don't you just fucking say that? And she was like, I don't know. And I was like, oh, and we were like friendly after that. And then afterward, like, I couldn't understand what happened. Like, I like, she rejected me. I guess I just thought, like, they say no at first to see if it's okay with you that they're saying no. And I would say, on dating sites especially, they still...
Women will say no to sex at first to make sure you're okay with them saying no.
I still have this experience a lot. If you are doing like what I did, so date from Tinder,
raping them,
raping women, yeah.
Then I got.
I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep my opinion on this bit to myself, because last time I expressed my opinion on this, DGG lost their mind at me on Twitter.
You know, if you're on a date from Tinder and she says I'm not ready, but she's on top of you, physiologically feels ready and seems ready and is just holding herself on top of you and you're at the entrance and nothing else is happening and she's just staring at you for 5 seconds, giving you the look of all looks, and then you push.
There was for those of you guys that don't know, I got a lot of shit from DGGers recently because we watched a clip of Destiny debating Vosh way back in 2012, and they get to the topic of feminism. At the time, Destiny was an anti-feminist, and he's arguing with Vosh about how the left and feminists have expanded the definition of rape so much that everything is considered rape now. And he's like, yeah, you'll literally accuse someone of rape if, like, a guy goes to his girlfriend and has to have sex and she says no, and he keeps asking and kind of like pushing a little bit, and then she says yes because she's like tired or whatever. You SJWs literally call that rape. And then he goes on to say, and I quote, "I've raped tons of times by your crazy SJW standards." And I think I said in response to that, like, what the fuck? Why would he say that? And then I said, I believe, I'm going to try to quote myself directly. I said something along the lines of, do you guys think that based on the way he was like so defensive and just jumped out of nowhere on the stealthing thing, and this like weird seemingly throwaway line from 10 years ago, I don't know why, but these things feel like there's maybe a thing going on there. And Destiny's fans weren't happy about that. And to be fair, I did sort of allude to some stuff there. But yeah, there's the clip. Oh yeah, I know. I'm sure there's plenty of DGGers who posted the clip mad about it. But I mean, like, I hope he disavows Mr. Girl following this. I hope he does.
Push her down.
Oh god.
I would say that is a similarly advanced maneuver. It's technically a rape, even though I don't think I raped her. Yeah.
Okay, so there are hard lines for how far I'd be willing to go with something that make them vastly different.
Yeah, if Shaylin comes up behind me and sticks her finger in my butt, like that's just part of relationships, is being more transgressive of boundaries, and like that's kind of fun.
I'm sorry, but like if Lonnie ever put a finger in my butt, on accident or on purpose, my initial reaction would be immediate swinging in all directions without realizing it. If I felt something try to enter my butthole, my immediate response is to start flailing. Not because I think someone's trying to finger my asshole or like fuck me in the ass or anything, but when I was a kid, I watched this movie it was a Stephen King movie called the Dreamcatcher. It was called Dreamcatcher, and in this movie and book, there are these alien butt weasel. I call them butt weasels. These alien butt weasels that try to crawl up your asshole, and then they like the shit weasels. Yeah, the shit weasels is what I called them. Yeah, shit weasels. Yeah, those things. I get scared one of those is coming for me. You know, I still think about that movie every time I take a shit. I haven't seen that movie in 10 years. I think about that movie every time I take a shit. And every time I take a shit, I'm just there like, let's hope those things aren't real. That movie took place in Alaska, and I'm here in Southern California, so hopefully I'm okay. That's what they're called in the movie, too. Morgan Freeman calls them shit weasels. Yeah, he does. I love Morgan Freeman, except for that dumb fucking racism take he had once. I talked about it on stream before, but Morgan Freeman said something about we need to stop talking about racism to make it go away, and that was just the dumbest fucking take. Though, then again, it was from like 2011, not even, or probably like 2001. It was really grainy, and I remember watching that clip and thinking as like when I was like, you know, an not alt-right even, like as an anti-SJW, I was like, yes, this black guy agrees with my take that racism is not a problem we need to be talking about anymore. That's how correct I am. Because that's how my white boy brain thought politics worked.
Okay, so when someone states a boundary about sex...
He rescinded that take? That doesn't surprise me.
That's not their actual boundary. And if you say no to something, it might not actually mean no, like in the case of the Tinder woman I may or may not have sexually assaulted, or maybe it was a no and I raped her. Like she said yes and no at the same time, was my perception. So I guess I think every sex act is a dice roll to some degree.
Okay. We're at some point we're gonna have to have a
Okay, good. He's pushing back. He's pushing back.
So, let's give some advice.
Okay.
Right? Because we've got some less experienced folks watching.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
No.
I think sex is always a bit horrific.
I do hope Destiny cuts ties with Mr. Girl after this. This is not like a oh, this person's just kind of a shithead on the internet, but they aren't that bad. Like, this is somebody who should probably not like be allowed to have success online on a social level. Like, you should, like, people probably, if you're like a public figure and you like know of this guy and you platform this guy and you're like close to this guy, I would consider it a moral responsibility to ensure that this guy's audience doesn't continue to grow and that you do what you can to get this kind of stuff out there and make it known that this is what this guy is like. I believe you have a strong moral responsibility to do so.
To some degree, sometimes to a small degree, but usually somebody looks upset or feels upset or is confused or scared or sad, and that, to me, that's been my experience of I think all sex I've ever had.
Jesus. Okay.
Like, I've had sex with women and had them just like burst into tears afterward or during.
Do you think that your experience with sex is more the norm, or do you think it's a little bit off the norm?
I've never had a girl cry after I had sex with her. So I'm gonna guess that's not the norm. Hypers in chat, if you're on that train as well. You never had a girl or a guy, I suppose, cry after having sex with you? Because I'm just curious, chat. All right. It seems like people are hypersing. It's good to see. It's good to see. Just checking.
I think it's a norm.
Yeah, well, no. So, yeah, let me be clear, just because maybe you answered it how you intended to. I'm asking your experience with sex, that all of it is like pretty horrific.
No, you're not allowed to cry during the video. Then Mr. Girl wins. You can't cry until the end until you've stopped watching the video. It's the only way.
Horrific. Do you think that engagement is like more the norm or a little bit off the norm? Do you think
I think it's all. There's some degree.
Nope. Hold on. We're not doing those answers right now.
Oh yeah.
Not some degree. I'm saying that the degree of trauma that you experience. Do you think that is more the norm or not the norm? Like, what is that your perception for the majority of people that have sex?
Right. So I'm saying either there's more horror or I'm more attuned to it. My guess is that I'm more attuned to it and that it is the norm. That is what I think. The same thing with pedophilia. And also, as a listener, if you have sex with somebody and they burst into tears or freak out afterwards, that doesn't necessarily mean that something went horribly wrong. The murkiness comes when somebody says no.
Well, the murkiness doesn't come when somebody says no. The murkiness comes when somebody cries while having sex with you. Yeah. He just said pedophilia is the norm. I've been saying this the whole response video. What he's been doing, like before he even outright said that that's what he believes, I've been telling you the whole time I know exactly what this guy's thought process is. He believes that if he can lower the bar to the extent that nobody is better than him, everybody is as bad as him, then nobody can be worse than him. Anybody who criticizes him is a hypocrite, and thus he, in his eyes, and I guess the eyes of the audience he's managed to convince, deserves to be viewed as a morally respectable human being.
Sometimes being excessively respectful of no is boring.
There's a lot of things I could do. A lot of people drive home drunk and they make it home just fine. Most people do. But that doesn't mean it's a good thing, right?
There is a time I was wrong.
Okay. Do you want to... It's the last thing you're doing?
No. I'm just getting started, baby.
Smug black women irritate me when they talk about politics. Oh, Mr. Girl, you're just saying smug people irritate you. No, I didn't say smug people irritate me. Smug black women irritate me. Black men make me more uncomfortable than annoy me. But if you hear them talk and they start talking about anime or they sound like white or something, then it's a relief.
They sound white because they're talking about anime? Mr. Girl, I don't think you realize, but anime has been popular with black people in America more so than it is with white people, from my understanding, right? Isn't that like, I literally watched like a video essay yesterday by a black creator on YouTube that was literally called "Why Anime is So Beloved by Black People." And it was like, isn't that true? That was what the guy in the video said. Maybe he was lying to me. Maybe he was lying. Anime is black culture. I believe that, and I'm going to outright state it. And anyone who disagrees, if you like anime and you're white, you are now racist, and it is cultural appropriation. And I'm expecting an apology.
One time at the grocery store, and
I saw that video, Lamau. Yeah, it was pretty good.
A group of black kids, like 17 something, behind me, and they were all saying the N-word a lot. This was like a year ago, and then they were like, "Oh, look out, we're scaring him." And I like looked at them, and I was like, of course I'm not scared, but I was scared. Latinos who haven't really assimilated.
I think they said you're scared. They're scaring you because they were saying the N-word, and you were like, and you're a white person. They were fucking with you. I think that's what they were doing. That's what I'd be doing.
Related are weird to me in a way that bothers me. The music, it just all sounds the same to me. Like it's just like a tuba. And the singers all sound the same. I don't like it.
What? It's just like a tuba. What? A tuba? What? A tuba? I mean, sure. If you think so, music is subjective. You think all that black music is the tuba? What is this guy on? His skull is filled with pond water. Oh God, Cornchy, thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate that.
Muslims are just too religious. Just on average, they're all too religious. It's like you're gonna wear a hijab every day. That's something that bothers me about Asians. They think that you want to be one. They think everybody secretly wants to be like Chinese or Japanese or whatever.
I don't understand what happens if you match with these Chinese people. Are they like in a shipping container somewhere, and then like another Chinese person lets them off of a leash, and then they bring them to you?
The campus paper for Colorado University.
Oh, he said Mexican/Spanish music is just the tuba? Is there a tuba in most, like, Latin American music? Is that, like, is that common? Yeah, all brass doesn't equal the tuba. Is he thinking of like a... Okay. We're not going to pick apart the shreds of possible reason behind his crazy psychotic racist rants, okay?
The article, written by student Max Carson, details his hate for Asians and poses that they be subjected to phases of absurd tasks. For example, Phase 1 suggested catching Asians with large butterfly nets and dragging them into apartments for further phases, which include forced binge drinking, useless games, and house redecorating, as some sort of cultural washing and indoctrination into white American culture.
Oh shit, you gonna talk about Elliot Rodger? Guarantee he talks about Elliot Rodger.
Students returned to class after Max Carson's arrest. By Vanessa Miller for the Daily Camera. August 14, 2009. Most of Max Carson's classmates in a women's studies course at the University of Colorado reconvened Thursday. 2 days after the junior was jailed for comments about being angry enough to kill. But where Carson would have sat, there was an empty seat. And there was an officer in the room. Police said. One detective was there in case there were questions. CU Police CMDR. Brad Weasley said. They had a brief discussion, and that was helpful for everyone. Carson was arrested Tuesday on suspicion of interference with staff, faculty, and students of an educational institution after he commented during a heated classroom discussion about the Virginia Tech massacre that he was angry enough to kill his classmates. A police report said.
Not quite Elliot Rodger. Close enough. Was it? Wait, wasn't the Virginia Tech was the one where the teachers got a ton of harassment for not, like, fighting the shooter? 2007. Maybe it's not the one I'm thinking of. Wasn't there a shooting that happened... It might have been recently. There was a shooter or like an attacker, something on a school or a college, and the teachers got down when the shooter came in instead of, like, I don't know, fighting the shooter to protect the students or something. And then people on the internet got mad at the surviving teacher or something. I don't remember exactly what the story was, but I thought that was the Virginia Tech one, but apparently not. That was one where... Wasn't the Virginia Tech shooter Asian? Parkland, the security officer ran/hid? No, it wasn't Parkland. It was in a college, and it was like a teacher in a room at the desk when the shooter came in, and like the teacher got down and just did... I don't think it was Columbine. It was recent, as in like I was like 15 or 16 when it happened. I don't know. It was some shit that happened online where people got mad that the teacher didn't, like, throw themselves in front of the bullets or something. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't remember this perfectly, but I thought that might have been it. Sandy Hook? I don't think it was Sandy Hook. No, it was a college. It was like a college. It was a college, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was a high school. Maybe it was. Okay, I don't know. It was a feminism thing. A guy walked in with a gun and said all the guys could leave. Then the media said those guys were pussies. Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember. Oh, yeah, that was what it was. Yeah. The shooter had come in, said that the guys could leave, and then, yeah, then the media was, like, shitting on the guys that had left because the shooter let them. Oh, yeah, that was the one I was thinking of, I think, yeah. Not the teacher. It was, like, the guy students in the class. Like, a bunch of, I remember seeing that when I was like an anti-SJW and thinking, oh my God, the feminists are calling for like the guys to stand with the women to get shot by the school shooter. God, feminists really hate men. I remember seeing that and thinking that.
The Boulder County Jail on a personal recognizance bond Wednesday, and he's been suspended from the university until a judicial affairs review of his case is complete. Carson's father said his son.
I think it might have been an Armored Skeptic video I heard about it from. Yeah, I think it was Armored Skeptic that had done a video on it, and that's how I heard about that story. Oh yeah. I think it was him.
Who circulates an underground publication called The Yeti on the campus. Never directly threatened any students and wouldn't harm anyone.
I think you're talking about this one. The Umpqua Community College shooting occurred October 1st, 2015. This sounds right. At the UCC campus near Roseburg, Oregon. Not Roshung like Riley Grace. United States, Chris Harper Mercer, a 26-year-old student who was enrolled at the school, fatally shot an assistant professor and 8 students in a classroom. 8 others were injured. Roseburg police detectives responded to the incident and engaged Harper Mercer in a brief shootout after being wounded. I don't know if this is like going to have enough to... I don't know. I don't know if I was thinking of this story. I'm pretty sure I was thinking of the story where like the shooter let the guys leave and then killed all the girls and then the media shit on the guys. I'm pretty sure that's what I was remembering. I misremembered. I was misremembering the teacher, but I apologize.
Intentions don't matter because students felt threatened and said they were afraid to come to class. His words were taken as a threat of force or violence. And people said, I'm not coming to class. I'm scared, Weasley said. So that impeded their education. Among Carson's controversial comments Tuesday, Weasley said, was one that directly answered another student's question of, are you going to do something Thursday? He said, well, not necessarily this Thursday. Weasley said, do you take a chance on coming back to class? With Carson banned from the campus, most of the students were back in their seats Thursday. And a class field trip in Denver this weekend should happen as planned. Weasley said, we went from most people not coming to most people showing up, he said. Now they can get the education they came here for. And that's a good thing. Students have been debating Carson's punishment on the social networking site Facebook.com. A national tragedy shouldn't take away anyone's rights. One person wrote.
This would have been the first police report Old Man Landre showed. This would have been the harassment police report he would have gotten, right? Was this the police report that you showed first in the video, Old Man Landre? I imagine this was the incident, the harassment incident. No? Oh wait, no, that was a domestic dispute, wasn't it? They classified it as domestic. That wouldn't be like going to a... Yeah, that would be different. Holy shit. Okay, so he's got multiple arrests on his record. Multiple.
CNN television personality Nancy Grace weighed in on the Carson case Thursday night, after introducing Carson as a CU student who says he sympathized with the VTech killer. Grace asked a woman whose daughter attends the Virginia school what she thought about Carson's statements. Let's take him 100% seriously and give him zero tolerance. The woman said, we cannot afford another tragedy like this.
The other most important lesson, well, it's hard for me to number them, but let's say one of the most important lessons I ever learned from you, and I still am, you know, I think I know the lesson, and then I'll walk into a situation and think that's that same lesson, and that is when people show you who they are, believe them.
Yes, absolutely. A person says to you, I'm selfish, or I'm mean, or I am unkind.
Or I'm crazy.
Or I'm believe them. They know themselves much better than you do. Mm-hmm. But no, more often than not, those of us who don't trust life.
Why can't they be in a bed? What's wrong with that? You homophobic?
Say, don't say a thing like that. You're not really crazy. You're not really unkind. You're not really mean. And as soon as you say that, the person
lets you know
and shows you, I told you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get help.
True. That's a great fucking video. Is Old Man Landre at 800 subs yet? 777. Not enough. Not enough. All right. Get those subs in. Get them in. Subscribe. Subscribe now. I want to see this channel hit 800 subs right now. We can do it. Every sub counts right now. Less than 25 away. 22 away. Come on. 22 people here aren't capable of subbing? 16 people. 16 people here is all we need. 11 more. 11 away. That was a great video. You should subscribe. I highly recommend, if you're gonna cover or if you're gonna watch one of Old Man Landre's videos, like a first, highly recommend, like, or a second, I guess, because you watched this one. Highly recommend the non-compete one. The non-compete one goes hard. Okay, it's a really good one. Highly recommend. Let's see what else we got. 802. There it is. There it is. 802. 802. All right. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, follow my social media, and of course, if all of you would be so kind as to drop a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, is always appreciated. I'm gonna read some donos really fast and have a nice expedited intro or outro because I do need to go to the dispensary really fast. Carbonated Peach Milk, thanks for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Shadow Onesie now, please. Well, Shadow Onesie an hour ago. I the Reld, thank you for the $15. Says Shadow Onesie when? Shadow Onesie yesterday. In a Pickle, thank you for the $15. Says get onesie, loser. True. Did you get my, or sorry, One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Says, did you get my other donation with the other video for chat to see? See, also, this is one in my video. And don't worry, you won't get hit or anything. What is this? I'm sorry, I have to go to the dispensary before it closes. I can't do the Sonic video. I can't. Slug Boy, thank you for the $10. Is showing my support for the objective fact that 35 to 45 is peak MILF range. True. If you are a woman and you've got 35 to 45 still ahead of you, you are not yet at your peak. You will be there soon. You have it ahead of you. Okay? Your peak is not behind you. It is ahead of you. Alrighty, I think I will donate one more video after this one. Thank you, Mr. Or not Mr. So thank you, One Piece 34. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. All right. Anyone else here, after the non-compete mention? Listen, it is ingrained. All right, chat, you are dead, unfortunately. Chat has died. It is broken. I cannot see your glorious goodbye messages, but I know you all love me, and I know that I love you. Thank you all so much for watching today. You've all been fantastic, and I will, of course, see all of you again tomorrow. Have a good one. I'm going to watch the new Moon Knight tonight. It's going to go hard.